A single contender worthy of rising above the very best, and a celebration, gathering a community of millions to witness history unfold. It is the International, the final proving ground, where the world's finest Dota teams assemble to face each other in the ultimate test. Each challenger has earned this honor through hard-fought victories in matchups around the globe. The journey has tested some more than others, but the favorites and underdogs all know the road to the Aegis defies all prediction, and anyone can carve a new legacy here. The Aegis of Champions returns to Seattle, and with it the eyes of the world. 3 teams compete for ultimate
สวัสดีครับ
Only one can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
It's our final day, TI12. At the end of today, at the end of 2 series, we will be seeing a team lift the Aegis. And I cannot wait. Our lower bracket finals is going to start very soon. But first, let's welcome our first team.
รอดูตอนเวลโลเลยครับเพลินมากอะไรนะ The fuck เพิ่งเปิดสตรีมต้องทำอะไรครับสวัสดีคนดูไม่กินข้าวใช่เพิ่งตื่นเลยกินมาม่าก่อนแล้วหนึ่ง
The lower bracket dominators, they have knocked out 5 teams already. They've been here since the first round, and here they are on the final day, looking to their boots. They're gonna have to win, and they're gonna have to face LGD if they want to continue.
ปีก่อนได้ไหมครับตอมอ๋อโหงงว่ารอดูตอนเวลแรกคืออะไรวะแล้ว LGD มันแพ้ไปเลย
They faced a team in Spirit yesterday. It was a tough loss for them, but they have a second life. They can go up against Team Spirit in the grand finals again if they do become victors in this lower bracket finals. But for the first time in TI12, they're on the edge of elimination. They're going to have to pull out everything in this best of 3. And Gunnar, you talked about what changes are going to happen and the fact that they are one of the best coaches to make it happen for them.
Yeah, I really think the draft is going to play the biggest part. Both teams already proved their players are good enough to just be here, and they don't need to do anything special. So it's going to break down to the draft mostly, and we'll see.
Last game แดก
really
1-5
the meta of the tournament and kind of just breaking it compared to everyone else playing really fast. And I really like the way they draft. It seems really hard to beat them in the draft. So
แสดงว่าเสี่ยวป้ามันรู้ว่าอยากให้เล่น CK Beamer
tempo for the game, they'll be in a good position.
Look, we pulled all the extra stops for this lower bracket finals to help us with the draft as well. We got Sheepstick joining us, by the way. Can we get a round of applause for her, crowd? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Thanks, Nat. Hi, yeah, I just appeared out of nowhere.
You really did.
Yeah, Lacosta's gone now. Sorry.
You just ate him. You consumed him, and you're like, I'm taking his spot here. And you're going to help us talk about Gaming Gladiators LGD for the lower bracket grand final.
LGD ไหวกับ GG ไหมอยู่ที่ดาวไปเลย
They're able to make this change in tempo for themselves despite the really rough loss, especially that 76-minute game yesterday.
Oh my god, watching that was heartbreaking for LGD. I believe that they are a super top team, obviously coming this far. I think when we saw them play against Azure Ray, it was kind of like there that they exampled how they lost the early game, but they really understood their timings. They really understood where they wanted to go with their team, and the moves that they pulled off to kind of bring back and equalize the game and then take the advantage and win and just close it out very
ถ้า GD ได้ชิงกันเป็นครั้งแรกว่าที่คู่จริงเทก่อนเจอดีครั้งใช่แต่มันก็ไม่ใช่แล้วเดิมอ่ะ
Yeah, but they're not facing.
เฮ้ยวันนี้อาจจะมีเซอร์ไพรส์นี่หว่าวันนี้มันรอบชิง แปลว่า
right? They're just like very confident going objective after objective, and if they're not confident that they can break it, they're not gonna go for it. They're not gonna give the chances. So it's a very different game we're gonna witness here.
It's tough to know what is going to be their win conditions before we see their drops, but I want to talk about stable players for them who has been the most consistent in showing up, and I feel for both these teams, it's the off-laners. It's Ace, it's New for both teams.
Ace and New.
New is also really
Dur
new
ทั้ง
to
คู่
this team. He only came in after 2 or 3. You're laughing because New is new.
New is new, yeah.
I thought so. I thought you'd have a little bit of giggle over that one. But yeah, he's quite new to this team, but he slotted in perfectly, and there are a lot of games that I saw him being the anchor, the one that's holding down the fort for them, holding those defenses to allow Shiro that time to be able to build what he needs on his carry.
I think the offlaners that are left in this tournament are very like stable, and all of their like initiation power, like they're doing it very well and very methodically. And for New, like even Centaur game yesterday, he was carrying the game so hard on the hero that you would not expect that to have that much of an impact. So that makes like him incredible, like skilled player that knows his timing very well, and also like he delivers. So this is the strength of their team, like for sure.
Also, during Last Chance qualifier last year, people were singing his praises, New, and they were saying, he's going to be on the best Chinese team by the next TI. And here he is. He's proving himself at TI. He's already top 3. So I definitely think that the offlaners for both of these teams are kind of their like rocks, where no matter how the game is going, they're going to win their lanes. They're going to have a very stable game and always do their job, kind of no matter the draft, no matter the hero, no matter the situation.
Yeah, I really want to highlight as well, it's not just the offlaner, it's who you're laning with. The pos 4s, I think, New, prior to this team, he played on Vici Gaming, he played with FY. Now he's playing with Planet, who not as big of a name known, but I think Planet is easily one of the best pos 4 players I've seen this year playing. This guy is phenomenal. I would hype him up any chance I got. Yesterday or 2 days ago I was saying, I want to see Planet Rubik. We saw it. He owned with it. He's the only guy winning with it really in this tournament. I think Planet is amazing, and seeing him and New lane together have been, I mean, they've just been destroying.
Yeah,
ตอนนั้นบอกเฟซไฟล์เจ้าไหนดีสุด
because we talked about
จำไม่ได้อะต้องถามแพลวพิมพ์
As a mid player, Gunnar, how important is it to have a stable offlaner that allows your post 4 to do so much? Or is it not so much for you as it is
ซื้อ
important
จาก
for your safe
แมค
lane?
โครอ่ะ
It matters honestly for all 3 lanes. If you win your offlane, it allows the 5 to rotate through the gate right now, gank the carry. It allows the 4s to check the water rooms, the power rooms at 6-8 minutes. And kind of everything, I think if you win your offlane, it almost wins your other 2 lanes just for you. And it's really hard these days to just stomp the mid in a pure 1v1. We've honestly seen it the last 2 days, which is very surprising that the mid lane matchups went really bad. We saw the Dragon Knight versus Puck, we saw the Void versus Puck, so maybe it's just Puck, not the mid lane. But they've kind of had rough times where the game snowballed out of control, but I wouldn't expect that today. I think it's more so going to be mid lane stable and whether side lanes kind of snowball one way or the other.
Also considering how important the laning are right now, like it's really important to have the synergy between position 3 and 4, like same as like a safe lane, and you almost like need to have like those 2 players to be like a friends, because like it was
ถ้า ADD มันแชมป์ไม่รู้สึกไง
like we had an incredible like working together time, because like we
ไม่น่าถึงวะ
understood each other very well. We were friends, and this is like what's important for these players as well, like to have that synergy and like talk about mistakes, like improve on laning and understand each other without even words sometimes.
ผมว่า
How would you
LGD
compare
ผมว่า LGD อ่ะจะแพ้ GG
and
ด้วย
nothing
เก
to
มนี้
say in the mid lane, whether it's hero pool, whether it's
Huh?
the importance
Alright.
their team places on them, how would you describe them or compare them, Gunnar?
They're honestly pretty different moves. I think Quinn, when you think of him, you think of him as more either a spirit or a counter pick. Like he played Huskar, and he plays the Necrophos, these like kind of annoying heroes that just it feels really bad to play verse. And I would say nothing to say outside of his Tinker. I think he's a lot more of, he just plays his good heroes. He's really confident playing just the same heroes all the time. He plays Ember, Pango. He plays a lot of Magnus for a really long time, which is kind of coming back in this tournament. So I think for Quinn, you're looking more for this guy to snowball the game for you and win the game for you, and nothing to say to just have a solid game plan.
Right, we'll see if they're going to draft around that. If we're going to see any new picks for them or what's going to be banned, as we do have our lower bracket grand final game 1.
เดาตรงนะผมว่าผมเดาดับแม่นแล้วนะไอ้แจ๊บเดาแม่นกว่าผมอีกเมื่อเช้า
Game in Gladiators.
ส่วนมันที่เป็น
Game 1.
แม่งรู้หมดเลย แต่พอแข่งจริงๆแม่งมันไม่ได้ดับง่ายขนาดนั้น มันกดดันนะ
How much weight would you put into that one, Gunnar?
For LGD, I think Bristle is one of gaming's best strategies, especially because it's Ace. You allow Ace to get a carry in the off lane. That's pretty much his bread and butter. He plays Lone Druid. He used to be a carry, so it's not surprising that he's able to play the carries in the off lane, win his lane, and just have a stable game.
I don't think Bristleback is getting through, guys. ever again. I think that hero is way too hard to deal with, and
ตอนแข่งดันลืม PL ไอ้เหี้ย
what is the best answer for you, Gunnar, against this hero?
So I think one of the big reasons.
สัตว์เจบอกได้กด OD แล้ว OD โผล่ไม่เพราะว่าสับนั้นมันชอบเล่นไม่แต่ผมก็พูดแล้ว OD อ่ะ OD มันก็ไม่ดีมันโดนโถมไงแล้วพอเลือกมามันก็โดนโถมจริงใครรอชิงสปิริตครับ
Yeah, and the Viper and Kudu Incarnate.
Yeah, the other ways to break him and reduce his HP regen don't
มันแบน
exist
เมอร์ต้า
anymore. So
I love what LGD did against Bristleback when they were playing. They had this Magnus, and they always like break his positioning because he's always in the front. And they managed to take him with his cure like way back into his own team. And then Muerta like with extra damage to stop that hero. It actually works, but, and also you don't get damage from when you're in ulti. You don't get damage from spells. But yeah, it's not gonna be seen anytime soon.
ไพเมาหลุด
I see the entrance and the Chen band here, so a lot of importance placed on taking out what they deem as Celery's
ไพเมาหลุด
most
CK หลุด
confident
ริ
and
เวอร์หลุด
broken heroes. But now I see Chaos Knight left in the pool as well, which is another one that has seen ban after ban after ban.
And Primal Beast is letting through too.
True, I didn't even notice that one.
I want to see Primal Beast so bad.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm begging them to ban CK. I mean, they probably just take it. They have first pick. I'm really glad to see the Chen ban though. I think a lot of teams seem to be kind of disrespecting game, and I think they kind of showed early on that they're capable of
โอ้
this.
เชียร์แบน CK ไพเมามาเลยครับ
Lineup. Let's go Primal.
มาแล้วอ่ะ
Right. But they show that they can go fast and hard, and they're like super happy to just run you over. And we still see teams picking like Naga first phase against them. So you cannot disrespect Gaimin in this way, especially
แชมป์แล้วไม่มีทันหรอกใครตบ
in
จริงนะ
to the second phase. So LGD
ไม่มีทีมเราใครจะตบ GG กับสปิริตวะ
Also the Enchantress, I think does the same thing. Where
Yeah,
they
talk
both
loud,
win
too.
their lanes, they're very stable, which leads Duraccio kind of gets to do his own thing, and Celery can help Quinn, which is again kind of their bread and butter.
รูปหมดเลยอะเกมเนี้ย
They buy auras, they push towers really fast. It's kind of everything they want in one package.
I also like
Bullock.
LGD
Bullock.
chose to let
Bullock
the
nothing
Primal
pala.
Beast
Oh,
because
my
I
bad.
think for Ace that here is
Phoenix
not
ba?
really what he's looking for specifically because he used to play like this Lone Druid Bristleback type of hero that are more scalable, but for Primal Beast he doesn't scale as much like in terms of like at least tower push, right? Like he's not gonna be like the hero who's gonna take all the towers from the LGD. So it's already like I think it's good for LGD that they don't have that pressure already starting from the first pick. And I like the Chen and Enchantress bans for sure.
The nice thing with the Primal is Quinn's been practicing and playing it quite a bit in his pubs and his games. So it ends up being a flex as well. So you can't just end up just instant picking a carry counter pick or a mid counter pick because it'll go to both. I would say they're
เดี๋ยวมั่นใจในฟินิกส์ว่ะ
kind of the map setup that the offlaners get more farm than the mids right now, and Primal Beast is a hero that can farm really fast with just trampling.
กดฟ้ายังไม่ชอบแบบแม็กเอาตรงผมกิน แค่อยากให้มันตื่นอะเพิ่งตื่นแล้วมันนี่มันกินยาเลย
Is that
Yeah.
every team is doing that, or more gaming gladiator specific when you get your hands on a primal?
I don't know if I can speak for most teams because some teams their offlaners don't play Primal, so it ends up just kind of being forced to mid. But for gaming, I would say right now I'd expect this to be an offlane.
Primal's like weird when it goes off lane because it can be punishable, but there's ways to bring him back into the game. Like for example, your 4 can go and stack like the triangle, and it's very easy for him to take stacks with trample. And also, you're kind of just waiting for this timing, right? We've seen Primals in the offlane.
No one who bought my CD.
But as soon as they hit that BKB timing, it's just his spells do so much damage just alone. Like you don't even need anything more than that BKB. That's when like games have turned around and they've made these comebacks. Primal is such a hero not to.
แต่ว่าเวลาไพเมาบีดเจอฟินิกส์มันในนี่ได้ด้วยว่ะเวลามันโดนท่า2ก็กดท่า2ก็ตีไม่ได้อยู่แล้ว
ไม่เหยียบคนเดียว I mean, I think Muerta would be nice, but it's already out of the question. And I mean for Primal usually pick they
ผมว่า GG แอบโดนอยู่เนี่ยต้องแบนฮีโร่ตัวเองแบนวิเวอร์แบนวิลโล่ตึงอยู่
Usually the important thing is picking a stun for the safe lane. You want to pick a Sven, a Chaos Knight are the important ones, not just because they have the damage to like out CS the Primal, but mostly because they have a stun to prevent the trample. And something really interesting with the Phoenix is good in the game versus Primal with the Sun Ray just doing % damage, kind of chewing through Primal's health. But in the lane, the Fire Spirits don't really affect you. You don't attack, you're disarmed anyway while trampling. So it ends up actually being a really comfortable.
เชื่อพี่อุ๋ยกูพูดเรื่องที่กูพูดเมื่อ
I
กี้
completely agree with you.
บอกว่าในเลนคือทำอะไรไฟบอลไม่ได้ไฟบอลกดท่าสอง
Is there against the primal
คือไอ้สกิลไฟมันทำให้ตีช้าแต่ไฟบอลไม่ต้องตีไง
Pick a
แต่ว่า
range carry then
พอเข้ากลางเกมเลกเกมไปมันเจอเลเซอร์กระจุยอยู่
stun
ตัว
or
แทง
range hero with Kite.
I'm sure the LGD want to put this
Centaur
Phoenix
video.
on the offlane with the Centaur for now. Like at least that I would be thinking about that.
I guess now
อาจจะเป็นกริม
Damon, if
น่าจะ
they
เซน
want
ทอร์กริม
Grim
คอมโบ
Shock
เดิม
available for them if they do want to. I mean, it's just good for any side lane, but if they do want Primal in the offlane, it's gonna especially be nice there.
They're probably going to end up taking their carry, which is really cool from the Centaur pick, because now if Gaming wants to instantly counter, they can get carry counter pick for the side of LGD plus the lane counter with the Primal Beast. So it's kind of this weird position where if you delay your carry too long, you're allowing the Centaur to be free in the draft, and if you pick it now, you
มันไม่หยิบ
end up
หมุนล็อกกันนะ
Jirachu to get countered in the game, which we've seen
แต่ยังไงก็หยิบไว้ถ้ามันหลุดเนี่ย
Razor yesterday, where it had a rough game, and I was even worried that he would carry, but he just ended up destroying the game with how good of a Razor it was.
I love this Lifestealer ban. I think it's the only two teams that are actually rating this hero at all. Because nobody else are really looking for that one. And Jirachu is like, he's known for his Lifestealer as well.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday in the Azure Race series with Bepboom, and the strongest thing about the Lifestealer is that he sits in his lane for 10 to 12 minutes and you can never kick him out, which really hurts how Game
Ôi,
Players
một
wants to play.
grim
They
rồi.
move their heroes around, take the towers really fast, and when there's a carry that's sitting in the lane and you can never pressure into him, it feels really bad for how you want to move around the map.
Yeah, and for gaming to have that hero on your safe lane and not care about like how to make his gameplay better and like have complete freedom on supports. You know, this is what they excel at. Like their two supports are usually running around mid lane and helping CCNC to, you know, do all this pressure and like start from the mid lane. This is like what this team is really excel at.
The Grim did end up getting picked up by the way, Sheep. That was one that you were talking about.
It's just really powerful hero. I mean, you play around this Inkswell like purge of the stuns. It makes it
โอ้โห
so
เซนเซอร์
hard for anyone. Like you're playing with a primal already, who's just gonna want to go in and destroy everyone. Like this
เชี่ย
game's
back to
on top of
basic
that,
ว่ะเซนเซอร์เฉย
elevates his like strengths throughout all stages of the game, early, mid to late. I think the hero is just to be given so freely to Gaming. I think was rough for LGD, and now they have a silencer on top of that to cover their team fight.
I mean, looking at these three heroes, like I don't really like it for Gladiators that much, just purely because they're going away from their idea of like pressuring so much, and I think it benefits LGD because in that game, like the normal game where there's not a lot of pressure, I think this is like their best chance
Cancer
of, like,
game แรกว่ะ
taking the series down.
I also think, so the way the draft kind of plays out these days is the second phase is really hard to ban heroes, as they only get one ban from the side of LGD. So they end up picking the one hero that they think is the best, the Lifestealer, and they have to give up the Grim, they have to give up anything else. So pretty much the only bans you really get and feel confident about are the first phase, and they chose to take out pretty much Celery's heroes. They take out the Chen Ench, which I think are his top 2 right now in this tournament, and so now you see him force the silencer. Yeah, as you said, I don't really feel too confident with this.
เดินเล่น SD ใส่
Moving into, they're playing the LGD's book.
เซนเซอร์ต้องมีฉาดอ่ะไม่งั้นเล่นไม่ได้
Has not really gotten them to where they are right now in the tournament.
And the Shadow Demon is such a great pickup to stop in this Primal Beast from doing anything in the mid game. Like the lane might be rough a little bit, but I mean, looking at their support, right, they don't have really a good way of stopping him. But in the mid game, like playing against Purge and the Shadow Demon as a Primal Beast is actually impossible.
Yeah, it's also really good versus Grimstroke. You can purge the Inkswell anytime you see a hero. The Primal, surprisingly, it purges the charge, so he can't even charge out when he gets purged.
Yes, exactly.
And the defensive purge is really nice for Silencer too. Maybe he can click it on the
Ah,
Phoenix
Mulok.
in the fight. The Phoenix will always get stealth.
ยิ้มเลยว่ะยิ้ม
You see the cow.
I mean, the cow is amazing here as well because those two supports, they don't have really a good mechanic to stop him from charging. Neither it's Primal Beast, so they're gonna have to think about buying Yules on somebody. to be able to stop his charges, but it's still like we've seen so many times the Spirit
ฟินิกต้องออกไซโคแล้วเกมนี้
going first in the net first, like even after losing his lane horribly, it doesn't matter. As soon as you're buying like Midas and Nocturne, you just push in every wave, and then you have this mechanic of
ตอน
like
นี้หมู่ล็อก
coming
ก
back
ลาง
and
เซน
fight
ทอร์เลน
from
ลาทิก
anywhere
แค
else.
รี่
And I think it's really important in this patch to have one of those heroes that can connect easily to the fight and like being on the other side of the map. So it's either like Spectre, Dawnbreaker, or Spirit Breaker. That's why those heroes are.
เจอเนโค
Alright, so there's some really quick stuff. Quinn played versus Spirit Breaker mid because that's what this is. We see the Centaur, so we know that this will be nothing to say's hero. And it was versus 9 Pandas, Kiyotaka, and he absolutely destroyed the Spirit Breaker. And as we talked about earlier, Quinn's this type of player who you give him a counter pick like Necro versus a melee strength hero, and he's going to do some work in the game. I honestly was thinking that they might put the Primal mid because that was the matchup he played versus 9 Pandas, whereas Primal versus Spirit Breaker, he solo killed the lane, the game ended in 20-something minutes. But they picked Necro, which is, if anything, is a stronger lane now versus Spirit Breaker, so I would be really confident now just for the fact that they have a hero to play around with Quinn.
Yeah. Even like despite that, I kind of don't like the supports on LGD. I think that they're both not high on burst damage. They're pretty slow. I think it's much easier for Gaming to make moves. You talked about how they like to kind of crush early. I think now with this winning mid matchup, I think they can make much more plays, or they can even just kind of play it chill and wait for their timings on Primal or whoever, and just make sure that they're playing defensively where they use global to cover any ganks that LGD try and make.
Yeah, it seems like they don't really think about like going to the mid game.
แล้ว
Like
ผม
how
แบนอะไร
Necros might be
ไอ้
playing against
เชน
Origin,
เอนชาน
like not you know like not being that.
ไม่มี
tanky
ผล
core.
กับพิกนี้
But
แล้ว
at the same time, like they're just looking purely on lanes, and they're like, this Necrof is gonna stomp the Spirit Breaker so hard that you're gonna like completely run them over. But I'm still worried because usually their lineups they have this good tower damage, and this is how they were able to close the
ขัด
games
ตัว
out
ตี
so
บ้านอ่ะ
fast.
ตอนเนี้ย
But on this line,
GG
specifically,
มันดัน
there's
บ้าน
no
ไม่ขึ้น
like hero that kills tower, so they need to find some material like Turbo Blade or something from Durasha side that actually like helps them take down objectives in this game.
A lot of their success with the Necropose ends up pairing
เซนทอร์เมตาไม่เมตา
with push or
เขาเล่น
other
ดับเลน
heroes.
กันเยอะอยู่
They picked it with Dazzle off lane in the past, where they
ลู
both
น่า
just
ไม่น่า
hold the
เจอ
middle
SD
end the game, and
หมู่ล็อก
they probably picked it with
น่าจะ
Tide
TB
and so they don't really have the draft that you win 20 minutes and you walk down a lane yet. We'll see what Duracho ends up picking.
Ben
But
Lingo.
I would say it's outside of Terrorblade, that's not really his hero pool. He doesn't really pick the early game.
โอ้คอมมิต
Alchemist.
เกมไวว่ะ
That's one way to up the
To me,
tempo.
this game looks like the
จริง
game
คนแลบก็หล่อนะ
won
หล่อดิ
against Liquid, where
โอ้
they
ลู
chose
น่า
to
เลย
go
ว่ะแบบ
for, regular
อันนี้
lineup, and it didn't really work for them, and they lost that game to Liquid. So I think that
เชื่อเลือกไวเลยว่ะ
that
แบบมั่นใจ
that this is the game for LGD. If they manage to like get out from the lanes evenly or like not super stomped and going to the mid game, I think they have way better chances.
I want to trust this Spirit Breaker. I think Spirit Breaker is a crazy hero, but I'm too worried about the mid matchup going away for Gaming Gladiators. So I think that Quinn will just stomp the mid lane and just carry the momentum throughout the whole game.
Do you think even if
ผมรู้สึกว่าเนโคมัน impact เยอะกว่าเกมเนี้ย
in lane, he's still gonna have that disruption in team fights and will still have an
ทำไมเลือกลูน่าน่าจะ
late game for LGD?
อยากเอาการันตีมั้ง
If I'm gonna get crushed on mid, it'd be Spirit Breaker.
ว่าแบบตอนที่ไอเนี้ยมันเป็นเอ็ดดี้ลูน่าแล้วกดเอ็ดดี้มารอแล้วเล่นเอ็ดดี้ลูน่าก็ไม่แย่หรอก
Yeah, I agree with you guys. Although
มันก็เร่ง
that being
ฉีก
said,
ฟาร์มเอา
I really like
มันมีตัวทำคีปให้เรื่อยๆอยู่แล้ว
pull up here. I think
แล้วเดี๋ยวพอ
when
ถึง
gets
ทามมิ่ง
split
มันอะ
dagger and they're able to kind of move
ไอ
around the map
พอถึง
and
ทาม
be
มิ่ง
really
หมู่
fast
ล็อก
about it, I think LGD
หมู่ล็อกกับ
will
ลูน่า
struggle
มันก็
against global.
แพ็กออ
Anything else
มันต้องเล่นหลบเนโคตอนแรกอะเนโคมันถล่มแน่นอนเกมเนี้ย
for Duraccio, is it gonna be that thing that ties it all together, the make or break?
ก็จะรอสุกันโดนศูนย์
Quickly gonna-
Yeah, I think the Alchemist
ทำไปเลือกเซนเซอร์เอามาการันตีทีมไฟท์
have a really good time and just they have so much time to
มัน
make
เลน
space
มันจะไม่ค่อยดีมาก
for
เซนเซอร์
pressure
ตอนแรกกับทีมไฟท์โหด
Have a good time farming his Radiance.
All right, I like it. Let's see how much confidence Gaming Gladiators coach has in their draft.
Thank you very much. I am standing by with CY of Gaming Gladiators, who
The Funk Foremanพูดนะ
late night last night, my man. How much time did you have to prepare for today as a whole? Did you only get to prepare for LGD, or did you prepare for LGD and Spirit?
We only prepared for LGD. We didn't have that much time as well. I also want to get some sleep. It's pretty important, but one game at a time, So
เชื่อเราไม่ได้เตรียมตัวเจอสปิริตเลยว่ะเตรียมตัวมาแค่เจอกับ LGD
You come up with a silencer. What's this guy doing in this draft for you guys?
แล้วไปถึงก็เซนเซอร์ครับ
Phoenix.
I never knew Dota was just that simple.
อ๋อกดเซนเซอร์มาเคาน์เตอร์ฟินิก
For LGD, but I remember that during the Riyadh Masters, you and I got quite a few opportunities to interact, and you seemed confident in your lower bracket run. It unfortunately got cut short at 4th place. Why should I believe you this time that you're going to make it all the way?
I mean, this time we already made it to third, right? So it's better than last time. So you should just believe.
เนี่ยคุณแค่ต้องเชื่อเราหยุดวาร์ปกี่อันหยุดล็อกกันเลย1 มาก
Let's get lower bracket finals started.
ดาเมจเวทเยอะสุด
LGD up against Gaming Gladiators to start off this final day of the international.
ออกบอร์ดเยอะสุด
We heard there from CY coming in with a bit of a different pick this game on Gaming Gladiators' side, the silencer. Could this be the answer to the Phoenix, a hero that we're seeing time and time
New
again
boss.
so far this tournament?
Definitely feels like a kind of cool pick, a very different one
What's
style
the
here,
LGD
very
now?
good versus the Phoenix, but also versus these saves that we've been seeing a lot coming out in this tournament. The Shadow Demon in particular. ไปเสียข้างหลังใจเย็นดิ
30 seconds to show
น้องแพรกูมันไม่ได้ผมขาวแบบเนี่ย กดลูน่าแบบมั่นใจมากๆเดี๋ยวรู้เลยว่าโหดหรือเปล่าลูน่าชิโร่เจออัลเคมิสเลยน้าอุ้ยเราไม่ตันนะอ๋อบอกว่าอย่าสอนนะอย่าสอนได้ปะล่ะขอเฟิร์สบัตรก่อนเลยเฮ้ยล้าช็อตไหมครับโอ้โหให้ควินด้วย SD First Blood ไล่ดิครับรออะไรขออนุญาตเอาตัวบล็อกแบบปีศาจร้ายโอเคบล็อกแบบปีศาจร้ายแปลว่าไล่ยับนายเข้มๆครับขวดซ่าโซดาสิงระเบิดตัวเองไป1อย่างนี้ครีปดันนะจ๊ะยืนเทกันไปครับตีคีให้ด้วยใจดีจังเซเลรี่ไม่ได้เล่นเลนชาร์กับเชน2ตัวขนาดไม่รู้จะเป็นไงแต่นอตติงเซนี่เหนื่อยแน่นอนบูล็อกเจอเนโคโดนหลบด้วยกดดันเลือดหนักๆครับควินสายคัตเตอร์พิกหนักอยู่นะสภาพนี้โอ้โหลูน่าโดนไล่เลนฟินิกลูน่าดีก็จะหนักๆนิดนึงตายตัวนี้ชิบหายนะสวยได้ตัวดีใจตีโคตรแรงเลยพันโมพื้นที่ไหมครับเจอSDปีศาจร้ายแห่งการ แก้วอร์ดสู้มันยากมากเกมที่เธอให้ใครเขาเลือก LGD ไปเลยเขาคิดว่าหมูล็อกมันจะเอาอยู่มันข่มยับเลยว่ะพี่ควินเฮ้ยได้อยู่อุ้ยโหแล้วหมดตัวเองตายไปเลยมียาเลือดปะไม่มีรู้สึกเลนลูน่ามันเริ่มสบายแล้วเนี่ย3นะจ๊ะดูก่อนนะจ๊ะบีม3ยิงเซโดนกดกลับบ้านโคตรหนักเลนสำหรับที่เลือกเนโคมา โอ้ยมันจะลากชิบหายโดนลากเต็มเลือดไม่พอเลยพี่นิวปล่อยทันวะปล่อยไม่ทันนี่คือตัวระเบิดอยู่แล้วมียาเลือดด้วยไม่ให้กดยาเลือดครับเฮ้ยเกินไปหรือเปล่าเหลี่ยมมันแบบจะจัดดูดิขอบมุมทำไมฟังกูดับอ่ะใช่ไหมรอบพิชาร์หล่อนี้รอบรองครับล็อกมาจ้าสวยเรียกว่าเน้นๆนะปกติ GG มันมีดีที่ต้นเกมดีเลยเลนเดือดแต่เกมนี้เลือกเซนเซอร์มามันก็จะแปลกๆกับที่ตัวเองชอบนิดนึงรู้ทางแล้วแบนเชนแบนในชานไม่มีตัวทีเด็ดเล่นวันนี้ 3-0 แน่นอนแมนยูหรือลิเวอร์พูลคุยกัน หมูมิดยังไงก็ฟื้นใช่คือมันเดี๋ยวมันก็ฟื้นแน่แต่ว่าในโคมันจะถล่มยับไปเลยเดี๋ยว
That may have been a mistake.
เนี่ยมันจะซัดแล้วอ่ะเสร็จต้นไม้ครับหาที่เซฟครับยืนมุมซ้ายไม่ได้อันนี้วิ่งไถมาเลยครับบุ้มดาเมจเป๊ะๆทำดีจริงวะเมื่อกี้แม่งคนได้โคตรดีโทฟูในโคช่วงนี้ฮิตไอเทมอะไรก็บูทวาร์ปก่อนที่เหลือค่อยว่ากันถ้ารวยมากก็เรเดียนไม่งั้นก็พวกไซโคนฉาดอะไรพวกนี้อะไรก็ได้ให้ตัวเองไม่ตายแล้วแต่ดาวฝั่งตรงข้ามเซนทอร์กดอัลฟามิดยับเลยว่ะเข้าเลนไม่ได้ไก่ตายบุล็อกไว้6กันนะแต่ว่ายังไม่มีเฟดบูททำอะไรไม่ได้วะฟาร์มนะสุดท้ายหมูก็ฟาร์มเลยโอ้โหแล้วจังหวะสตาร์ทไปครับเชียร์แล้วบินหนีไม่วาร์ปด้วยทำไมเรายังไม่วาร์ปโอเครอดล็อกแก๊งบนแต่พิชิตโดนเคียวนะเจ็ดโอ้ยไม่บูทวาร์ปเลยที่บูทวาร์ปตอนนี้คือเคียวโดนแน่นอนถ้าโดนเคียวอีกรอบนี่คือชิบหายนะหมูล็อกเกมเป๋นะโอ้ยนี่ไงผู้จบตายเลยแม่งแย่ละแต่แครี่ไม่รวยเลยว่ะสองฝั่งแครี่มันอย่างหนักแครี่ต้องซื้อเลนดรอปในชีวิตโคตรเลยดูดิมันเล่นดิอ้าวมันตีไม่ตายเหรอเฮ้ยถามจริงเอสไม่ตายเวอร์เกิน ไม่มีอันตีอะดิมูล็อกโหเซ็งเลยแล้วลูน่ามันตีไปแล้วเมื่อกี้ต้องตายแล้วอะไปอัพบีมมันเป็นบีม2 เวลอะดิดาเมจเลยไม่แรงพอโอ้เมจเลยแถวนี้เดินออกไปเลยอะโหอย่างนี้แย่แล้วคือลูน่ามันตีมาอย่างนี้จนแน่นอนครับเนี่ยลูน่าที่เลือกแบบมั่นใจน่าจะหนักแล้วอะขี่ไปหมดเลยต้องให้พี่นิวแบกแล้วอะแต่พี่นิวที่เลนดูโอเคนะเงินมันยังไม่เยอะเลย LGD หนักละJG ครับเพราะว่า JG เข้าไปโดนโยกพอดีจริงไหมพออัพ2กันเวลไหนแล้วแต่ก็ประมาณเวล6เวล5เวล6ก็7ส่วนใหญ่เวล5มันจะมีนี่3เวลก่อนหนักเลยครับหลูนะเฮดล่างในโคเดินแกงเรื่อยๆนะเนี่ยกรีมมันมาตลอดจะให้ไหนวะชอบหมูล็อกคือฮีโร่นวัตกรรมโอ้โดนสวนโอ้ยเคียวอีกแล้วที่โกโบแม่งตัดสวยจัดเชื่อมันจะเอาไก่ให้ได้วะแล้วควิปมันจะฮาร์ดเลยลูกจิตจัดตึงจัด
Can't do nothing about Dire's structures right now. The Dire might want to mine their top tower. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Dire's top tower. You know, trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
แบบ
Dire's got one last.
อาคามิโดนกดแต่ว่ามันก็รวยอยู่ดี
Bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Radiant's bottom tower is done for.
กลายเป็นฟินิกซ์เลือกมาเกมนี้ยังไม่ค่อยได้ทำอะไรเท่าไหร่นะฮีโร่มันล่มหมดเลยฟินิกซ์มูล็อกเซนทอร์ต้องรอเข้าแบบกลางเกมเลยเดินขึ้นเดินไหมครับเดินไหมอ้อมมานิดนึงว่ะปุ๊บทันผิดออกครับบีมทันครับแล้วอ้าวโดนเบรกยังไงหุบไปครับแล้วสองเขียวซัดเข้าไปเลยครับไม่เน้นฆ่าครับเน้นดิสเซเบิลยังไงไข่สวยช็อตนี้แล้วอัตติลูน่าเข้ามาระเบิดตุ้มเข้าไปโอ้โหนะเบนเต็มข้อครับจีพลาดแล้วช็อตนี้บวกมั่วไปหรือเปล่า2เคียวแบบรีบใช้ครับโอ้ควินรอดไหมไม่รอดอะดิเอาแล้วครับโอ้ช็อตเดียวคัมแบ็กเลย LGD โอ้2เคียวไม่ละมึงฝืนจัดดาเมจยังไม่มาเลยโอ้โคตรฝืนช็อตนี้ Enjoy Dota เลย 3,000 เลยครับโกเชนถือว่าเยอะมากในตอน13 นาทีอูนำอยู่ดีๆจีเอาไปให้เขาเฉยงงเลยครับโอ้ถ้าเมื่อกี้ฟาร์มต่อคือแป๊บเดียวฮาร์ดแล้วนะอันนี้คือเงินสะดุดเลยครับควิน เอาแล้วได้จอยโดต้าแน่ผมต่อเรื่อยๆครับตายอุ้ยถอยโตอยู่ดีวะผมต่อครับผมต่อมิดเรเดียนครับแย่งสแต็กเน้นๆครับเงินเด้งเลยวะกดดันเรื่อยๆจ้าแล้วมิดตัวนี้ตรึงทำบูทบาร์ก่อนนะครับมันคุมแบบไหมเล่นเอโคถ้าไม่บูทบาร์มันคุมแบบยากบาร์ไปเคียวได้เพิ่มมูฟสปีดดีอยู่ราคา 2,000 โอ้โหโกโบสวนครับสวยงามมิดฟาร์มแบบแน่นๆรวยๆจ้าเสียงกระดูกเดี๋ยวนี้กระดูกพี่จีมาว่ะได้ตามแผนอยู่เหมือนจะโดนครับโอ้โหไม่รีบซื้อฉาดเหรอไม่มีโกโบนะแต่ก็ยังตึงๆอยู่เอาฟิวิตแมนต้าโอซีเปล่าไม่น่านะฆ่าในโคได้2 เกียวไปเนี่ยโอ้โห2 เกียวลูน่าต้องเล่นไหมถ้าเบสอยากพอครับลูน่าไม่เล่นเบสไม่พอเลยสู้ไม่ได้เลยแต่คือลูน่าทำอย่างนี้มันไม่อยากมาบวกหรือหรอเงินมันไม่ได้เยอะต้องเป็นต้าฉาดแล้วมาบวกด้วยอ่ะยังเหนื่อยเลยลงคุมแบบหมดเลยให้ลูน่าฟังเขาถ้าเลทแบบสุดขวาเนี่ยกว่าใช่แต่จีมันไม่ได้อยากเล่นเลทสุดอยู่แล้วมันคุมแบบดันป้อมอยู่แล้วเดี๋ยวครั้นี้ก็ต้อง AC อ่ะผมว่าต้องดันกว่าจะ OC ต้องรอประกอบร่างอ่ะใช่จีมันเล่นโถมตลอดมันใช้จุดเด่นตัวเองไงเล่นต้นเกมดีเกมเดินตามตลกจะฮาร์ดอ่ะวันนี้ก็จะฮาร์ดเดี๋ยว2 ฮาร์ดมาลูน่าเล่นไงปิดได้ต้องปิดอะเกมนี้ไม่งั้นเจอหมูล็อกแน่แต่นี่ผมไม่รู้สึกว่าลูน่ามันแต่นี่ขนาดเรื่องลูน่ามาเลนยังยับเลยนะแต่ไม่รู้สึกว่าลูน่าเกมนี้มันจะโหดเลยหมด แกบอกหน่อยจ้า
Coin for me.
ไม่มีที่ฟาร์มแล้วลูน่ากู
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Dire's top tower's getting beat down. Dire's top tower, you know the drill. Radiant's bottom tower's seen better days. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. No breaking down the Radiant structures like this. The Dire might want to mine their top tower. Dire's top tower, you know the drill. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
TTG อ่ะ LGD ผมใครก็ได้ไม่ได้สีมาก
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
ต้องแตก
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's top tower, you know the drill. Radiant's mid tower needs a hand.
ดูปอมลูน่าดันบ้านครับตัดคลิปแต่ไม่ได้ตัดไว้ขนาดนั้น
How about that? Dire's mid tower won't last much longer.
แค่แต่เซตไพรมัลนี้แม่งเท่ว่ะแม่งเหมือนกุ้งล็อบสเตอร์เลยดูดิเหมือนปะว่าเหมือนอยู่นะโดนตันไม่เหมือนหรอว่าเหมือนหรอ
Tower won't last much longer.
เนี่ยคุณโดนแก๊งโดยกุ้ง lobster โคตรเทพพรุ่งนี้12 ทำไมวันนี้แหละชาร์จ SD แต่ SD เกือบตาย
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
เจอวอร์ดชัวร์
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
มีวอร์ดจ้า
One last top tower for the Radiant. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's top tower's hurt. Radiant's toughened up their structures.
พี่นิวบอกเซนทอร์กูเอาไม่อยู่มันไม่มีที่เล่นเลยอะตอนเนี้ยโดนปิดแบบหมดเลยเอโคมันก็ถึก
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
แต่อะไรที่บาแหลกยังไม่แตกก็ยังมีสิทธิ์ชนะ
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape.
มาดิมแล้วจ้า
Radiant's top tower hits.
ผมได้เรเดียนฟรี
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower. Radiant's top tower's hurting. The Radiant lost the top tower. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower?
ฮาร์ดกันดิมบุล็อกขึ้นโอซีใช่ครับพ่อออกไม่ดัดโอซีกันบุล็อกโอ้ยโอ้โหตายเฮ้ยตายวะโอ้โหเขี้ยวใบอันใหม่เขี้ยวใบเขี้ยวมากเหรอ
Dire's mid tower could use a little help. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
จังหวะทีมไฟท์แล้วก็นิมเนโคทำอะไรได้ทำให้ท่า3มันทันเวทมากขึ้นตาม HP รีเจนเรา 60% เอาง่ายคือยิ่งรีเลือดไวดาเมจยิ่งเยอะไม่มีใครมาเลยจ้าบอกขอป้องกันแล้วกันนะ
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
ไหนๆก็เอาโลแล้วใช่ไหม
Dire's structure
แลกหน่อยไหม
fortified.
ปุ๊บ
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties. Ocean's done for thanks to the Dire.
ทำอะไรไม่ได้เลย LGD คนมีเอิร์นใหญ่ไหมมันไม่มีใครออกต่อให้มันไม่ทันแล้วอ่ะมันเดินใหญ่มันก็ไม่ตายอยู่ดีเพราะว่าเนี่ยเดี๋ยวไอ้ที่นี่ก็ไม่15แล้วมันก็มีดิสเปลแล้วไอ้เดนเสาร์อ่ะคือพอเดนเสาร์ไม่15มันก็ไม่กลัวเอิร์นแล้วไม่โดนเอิร์นมันก็กดอัพรอดับไงถึงชนะเดโคไม่มันดับเดโคมาเคาน์เตอร์อยู่แล้วคือคนเขาไม่กดเดโคมันก็โง่หรอกมันกดเดโคมามันคือมันกดแบบพลิกหลังแล้วเคาน์เตอร์ยากเดโคมันคือตัวไม่เคาน์เตอร์พลิกคนอื่นคุณจะเคาน์เตอร์ตัวที่มาเคาน์เตอร์พลิก
Radiant's top
ไม่ได้หรอก
tower's hurting.
โอกาสน้อยขอป้อมครับมีคลิปด้วย14วิป้อมแตกไปเลยเหม็นจัด
One last top tower. Dire's mid tower lasts longer.
บ้านยังไงจะเดฟไม่เดฟ
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
จะไปปิดเรเดียนไอตอนเอสดีหุบไป
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Radiant's
กลับ
top
มาแล้ว
tower is running out of time.
I'm back ปล่อยบ้านแตกไปเลยทำคีย์ไม่ได้เลย
Radiant's top rags ain't gonna last long. Dire's mid tower is having technical difficulties. Dire's bottom tower's getting the business. Dire's bottom tower
1มาแหลกแบบง่ายๆไม่มีการต่อต้านอะไรทั้งนั้นดับเบิลดาเมจอย่างนี้ต้องมีดูนไฟไหมน่าต้องมีนะคิวขวาเจอหมูน้อยไม่รู้ใครออกทำไมเบอร์ไม่โผล่เลยครับเพราะว่าฮีโร่มันสว่างเมตานี้เบอร์เล่นไม่ได้เจอแต่เมตาเป็นโยฮาร์ดอุ้ยแล้วโดดมาสตันพอดีเอ้าวาร์ปหยุดเอาแล้วโอ้ติเอาดิเฮ้ยโอ้โหนึกว่าจะไม่ฆ่านี่วาร์ปแล้วก็ว่าทำไมลูน่าไปคิงบาร์มันเก็บไปคิงบาร์วาร์ปหนีไอ้ฟอยยังพัฒนาอยู่ไหมยังทำอยู่ยังไงคีบมานี่เองมีรถอีกว่า2 ทางว่ะเป็นแบบทรงละเป็นได้อะไรวัตเตอร์ไฟไม่ทันแล้วไม่ได้ใช้เลยดิฟหน่อยไหมเดฟหน่อยเว้ยเดฟหน่อยครับอุ้ยแรงอยู่นะถ้าดูดีเอาว่ะมาว่ะโหแต่เมื่อกี้ใช่อีกแป๊บเดียวโลก็จะหมดแล้วอะเล่นไล่หลังครับน้องทิมูเซเพื่อนต้องช่วยครับเพื่อนต้องช่วยแล้วมีดาร์ทครับแต่ว่าหลุดจากใบไปได้ครับแล้วยังไงชนหนีออกไปได้ใครไม่อยู่เอาแล้วครับจีครับยังไม่ได้2 มาเลยยังไม่ชนะนะผมไว้ก่อนดิงเซเริ่มจู่โจมแล้วเอมเบอร์ไม่เก่งครับเมตากล้ามเนื้อถูกต้องเอมเบอร์สู้ตัวที่ออกฮาร์ดไม่ได้เลยโอ้ยดีไปแล้วเลยดาเมจแรงอยู่ชาลูน่าเอาดิมาดิอยากจะซัดปะล่ะอยากจะซัดไหมโอ้โหคนนี้ใกล้ตายว่ะอุ้ยแล้วควีนฆ่าควีนก่อนโอ้เรื่องมันเด้งดูดิใช่ควีนขวางกันหมดเลยเมื่อกี้เมื่อกี้ลูน่าตายไปเลยเจอควีนโหน่าเกลียดมากโหน่าเกลียดจัดเมื่อกี้โอ้กี้ดูสาฆ่าไดโนเสาร์ได้แล้วตัวไฟกันอีกไม่แล้วคือตอนมันฆ่าได้อะไอ้ท่า3มันได้สแต็กไอ้นี่ด้วยมันได้สแต็ก6 เท่าคือแม่งรีเลือดแรงกว่าเดิมไอ้อันนี้ว่าทำให้แรงกว่าเดิมอีกแต่เมจแม่งรุนแรงจัดอย่างนี้แปลว่ากูก็เดาถูกสิใช่ไหมโอ้โหสปอร์ตตายฉาดนิ้วว่ะโอเคต้องยื้อให้ได้สักไฟ 2 ไฟอะ LGD ไหวเลยมันต้องถึงเฟสไหม บูล็อกต้องมีสักชิ้นหนึ่งอะผมว่าแบกไว้ทีมขวามันไม่มีตัวสู้บูล็อกดีๆไหมมันแค่ต้องมีอีกชิ้นหนึ่งโซล่าเฟสถ้าจริงทีมซ้ายกันเอาจริงอะคาดิมมันดีอยู่นะเว้ยดีอะมันเพิร์กไอเดโคได้เดโคมกดเขียวหลบรูหน้าไม่ได้แต่เดโคมหลบไปที่มาเลยเนี่ยนึกถึงบอสเมื่อปีที่แล้วเลยบอสบอกว่าบ้าเปล่าเดโคไปที่มาจริงๆมาแล้วคาดิมนี่บ้าเดี๋ยวมันมีให้ยังคาดิมอีกมันให้ยังคาดิมบูสต์ตังเพื่อนร่วมทีมอีกให้ได้หมดเลยเกมนี้รู้ปะยกเว้นเซนเซอร์ตัวเดียวที่อาคานิมสวะตัวอื่นอาคานิมเก่งหมดเลยคุณเบเกอร์ช่วยเพื่อนที่โทรศัพท์ได้ไหมได้ครับแต่ว่ามันแพงฉาดรูน่าทำอะไรได้บ้างเวลากดมันจะมีกงจักรออกมารอบตัวครับโดนดาเมจบอลลง25%โคตรดีไปที่ชานิกมินิเคนฮาร์ดอมตะมันไม่อมตะหรอกมันมีดาเมจมันเยอะเนโคอะแต่ว่าถ้าพอถึงจุดๆนึงมันจะหลบได้ไหมคาราฟ้าเป็นเบเกอร์ผมว่าดีถ้าเป็นเบเกอร์มันออกจากไอ้กริมได้ไหมทำไมเคยไม่ถึงเรื่องใช้เรเดียนครับมันฟาร์มเร็วสุดแล้วครับเรเดียนมันถูกเดี๋ยว3 ทีมเจที่ผมชอบสปิริตว่ะมีคนโดนเบรกออร่าอยู่ไหมเปิดมันหยุดล้มไอ้ดาเมจมันหยุดหรือไม่รู้ว่ามันอันดิสเพลมันคือว่าอันดิสเพลเลเวลนะเสียโลอ่ะดันกลางได้ปะดันกลางขึ้นไปเลยได้ปะมันจะเอาโลอ่ะไม่ต้องบอลหมดแล้วในโคไม่อยู่เลยในโคไปเจ็บโลเกิดว่ะอุ้ยแล้วเอารู้แล้วว่าเราเหยียบเข้ามาสวยมากช็อตนี้โอ้โหบูมอร่อยแต่ละโยตายไปเลยมาแล้วว่าจีโดนลุมยำอยู่ในหลืบนั้นล็อกไซโคนยื้อไว้แต่ว่าเรียบร้อยครับผม3 ตัวฟรีๆแล้วโลชานมาว่ะเอาแล้วโอ้สโมองมาสวยมากโอ้พี่นิวเหยียบอย่างนี้เอาว่ะคัมแบ็กเลยครับโอ้โหสวยจัดไปหลบอยู่ในหลืบนี้ดิโดนซัดออกมาไม่ได้เพื่อนอยู่ไกลด้วยเพื่อนไปเดฟมาแล้วว่ะ LGD เอาหน่อยเว้ยพี่นิวแม่งของจริงปีที่แล้วผมจะบอกอยู่เลยไม่น่ามีใครแทนเฟดเบียนได้ว่ะปีนี้แม่งมาแบบมาจากไหนก็ไม่รู้อะเนี่ยพลังฮอตดอกตึงๆนะถ้าดูดีๆลองฟอร์มดูหน้าครับคอมโบ SD พี่ควีนทุกขวางอยู่พี่ควีนบอกคุณจะแบกเกมนี้กูไม่สนมากฟอร์มหายหมดครับเจอพลังอังกานิมฮาร์ดแล้วออกคายาเซ็งมาเร่งไอเฮลลีเจนแน่นนิวมาแบบมาซารอที่อะไรวันที่3อย่างน้อยที่3 TI แล้ว นิวในขี่เปอร์เมะก็ยังผมรู้สึกว่าเอเมะก็ยังเก่งกว่าอยู่ดีต้องรอมันได้แล้วรอมาแชมป์ทีไออ่ะถึงจะพูดได้ว่ามันเก่งกว่าเอเมะแต่ผมก็ยังไม่ได้ไอ้นี่มันก็เล่นเรื่อยๆอยู่นะมันไม่ได้ว้าวมากแต่เป็นเอเมะก็แพ้เลนเจอไดโนเสาร์ได้ทำอะไรไม่ได้หรอกเล่นลูน่าเจอกิมไดโนเสาร์ถ้าไม่เตะเอาเลนเก่าออกนะอ๋อกูจะได้ต้นปีใช่ไหมไอซิลไอนิวนี่คนละรุ่นเลยนี่ครับเธอครับไม่ให้ใบครับเฮ้ยไม่ตลกแล้วคือดับเบิลเดเมจโซล่าเคมันเกินไปหรือเปล่าเอาดิแมนตาหลบครับแมนตาหลบโอ้โหโดนผลักออกยังไงเอ่ยแดกโยเข้ามาเปิดครับแล้วแบ็คคิงมาสวนครับตีบ้านครับไม่เอาแล้วว่ะถอยดีกว่าแค่นี้พอแล้วครับแค่นี้พอแล้วขอแค่แท้บ้านเดี๋ยวรอBKBกลับมาใหม่ค่อยเล่นใหม่ที่ยังเหลือเยอะอยู่ครับ2 นาทีแล้วเลเซอร์จะฮิวเพื่อนหุบแกล้งกันปะเนี่ยขอเด้งเลือดหน่อยจ้าดูภาพในโคตายไม่ออกมันโดนเพิร์กตายอยู่ในโคไม่ชอบเพิร์กชามันดีจริงเว้ยลูน่ามันกันดาเมจตึงซิลนี่ตาบาไปอีกนานเดิมกูว่าจีนน่าจะหลอนเอาเพลเยอร์มาเลเข้าอยู่คือเพลเยอร์มาเลดีจริงด้วยแต่ว่ามันไม่ได้ดีทุกคนเลยตายไปเลยพี่ใดบ้านแตกกันเนี่ยอันเนี้ยโดนฟอสแบกอะคืออันนี้มันเล่นแค่ฟอสแบกไหมเดี๋ยวพอเอาเควิแบกมันถอยแล้วพี่ดิวตายปะโอ้โหพี่ดิวไม่ตายเลยตอนติกูเซตายแทนว่าเหม็นแล้วว่ะไอ้ช็อตนี้ไม่ถูกต้องว่ะเชี่ยแย่แล้วBKBตีหนีเดี๋ยวนี้หุ้ยรอดโอ้โหหนีสวยเชี่ยเกือบจัดมันแค่จะฟอร์สไบแบ็กมันก็ไม่ฟอร์สข้างล่างวะเนี่ยหมูโดนเคียวไม่มีหุบเลยดิโอ้แล้ว25เลยว่ะพี่ควินแม่งตึงจัดบอกเลยพี่ควินมันโหดจริงว่ะฮะถ้ามันได้เล่นเกมของมันอะคนทิวไม่ค่อยใช่ควินเลยเอาจริงทัวร์เนี้ยควินแม่งเล่นดีทั้งทัวร์เลยยกเว้นในเกมที่แพงโกออกซารานิกอะแล้วเสิร์ฟเป็นตอนเจอเราไงเราเลยยิ้มเลยที่เหลือแม่งเล่นดีหมดเลยกับปีศาจร้ายอะไปยั่วตีนไปหน่อยครับพี่ดูแก้เนโคไม่ได้เหรอครับแก้ได้ครับแต่อันนี้มันเนโคออกBKBเลยคุณมาจากโซนไหนจาก NA ครับตอนแรกไปยุโรปทีเดียวเกินเลยโดยเชตามีผลอะไรไม่มีผลเลยครับคนฆ่าได้สแต็กเฉยๆรีเลื่อนเร็วมานานแล้วช่วงนี้เบ็ดเล่นเป็นไงก็กลางๆครับไม่ได้อะไรมากแต่เบ็ดยังไม่ชนะเพย์ออฟเลยนะเบ็ดไม่เคยชนะเมนิเวนเลยหลายปีแล้วโอ้ยแล้วโดนสโมกมาว่ะชิบหายแล้วมีหุบเซฟเคียวครับอุ้ยโอ้โหแล้วช็อตนี้โทฟูตายไปเลยว่ะแล้วเอ็ดดียังไงเอ็ดดีรอซ้อนอยู่ครับโอ้โหแล้วหมูไล่หลังไปโอ้แต่ลูน่าไม่ไหวกับเดโคว่ะเดโคอันตีไปแล้วครับยังไงพี่นิวเหยียบซ้ำแล้วชนเข้าไปแต่ว่าดาเมจพอไหมดาเมจมันจะไม่พอนะครับต้องถอยครับอุ้ยช็อตนี้แย่แล้วมีหุบปุ๊บเรียบร้อยหุบเซตจังหวะแต่ว่าตายอยู่ดีแล้วเปล่าลูน่าโอ้โหไม่ไหวว่ะเชี่ยพี่ควิน โหดไปพี่แต่ไม่เป็นไรครับหมูล็อกบอกว่าเดี๋ยวเอ้ยเอาหยุดรถวายูหยุดรถเชี่ยเกือบว้าไหมหรือทำคีย์ก่อนอีกเวฟนึงแล้วติงกูเซฮอตดอกบอกว่าขอทำคีย์ก่อนครับเดี๋ยวค่อยว่ากันแล้วติงกูเซฮอตดอกแล้วไม่ว้าก่อนแล้วบินวอล์กวะต้องบายวะต้องบายแล้วโอ้โหเชื่อจังหวะยืดเรียกบายแบ็กมันทำดีกว่าเยอะเลยว่ะจีตอนนี้ไอ้ตรงเนี้ยที่มันในเนี้ยมันบวกก่อนแล้วมันค่อยบายมาเว้ยอันนี้คือมันบายมามันเจอบีออกเลยอะไรมีใครเด่นอีกไหมไม่มีนะ JT มันหายไปแล้วฟูก็รู้สึกหายไปเหมือนกันไม่คุยมันโหดเหรออย่างนี้แม่งแบบแบกสัตว์ทัวร์นี้ใครเดือดสุดเจอโทโร่คนเขาเรียกยาโลกว่าหุ่นยนต์อ่ะเพราะว่ามันไม่สร้างความผิดพลาดเลยมันเล่นแบบโคตรเนี้ยบอ่ะเอางี้นะไม่มีใครเล่นม็อบชนะเลยไม่เป็นอีเวนต์ยกเว้นแม่งคนเดียวแม่งแบบปีศาจสัตว์ทันด้าท็อปสันไปไวมันไปไวกว่าที่ผมคิดเยอะเลยเอาจริงทันด้าพี่ท็อปตึงอยู่นะผมว่าคือเล่นดูดีนะแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวคนก็บอกว่าเนี่ยไปเล่นกับทีมแชมป์ยังแพ้เลยแต่ทันด้ามันเรียกว่าอะไรมันโดนหนักมาทั้งปีอะใครเป็นแฟนนิดนึงรถไฟไม่ได้แล้วเหรอมันไม่เห็นเวลเลยบางทีมาแล้วไฟใหญ่เฮียกริมนี่ต้องตายเหมือนกันนะเนี่ยเอาจริงโอ้โหเกือบแล้วใช่เมื่อกี้กริมตายนะบอกไว้ก่อนถ้าโดนถ้ากริมตายนี่หนักเลยนะไม่มีดาร์คควอเทสนะแล้วก็เซนนี่เหมือนกุ้งผมบอกแล้วผมไม่ได้คิดคนเดียวมันคือกุ้ง lobster กุ้ง lobster เดินดินเอาบอลลูน่าดันอยู่ครับไปทางไหนก็ไม่รู้น่าจะลูนินลูปะแม่งก็ลูนินลูแอบไปดันโอ้โหได้โลเลยว่ะเพนี้ปะโอ้ยโลยังไม่เกิดสุดได้เชื่อลูแม่งเนียนบ้านไหมลูนินลูนี่โคมิได้ผับเกมมันกลับมานานแล้วนี่โคเจอโอดีเต็มเลยเวลาเกิดโรชางคนเล่นเห็นไหมครับไม่เห็นดิครับเห็นแล้วโกงโรชานฟรีจ้ามีดีเฟนส์ด้วยดูหน้าดีเฟนส์ดีอยู่นะใช้หลังกดเอจิตทันปะวะไม่ทันนะเนี่ยโอ้ยโอ้ต้องสู้ว่ะเคี้ยวโอ้ยโอ้โหไม่ทันชิบหายแล้วตอนที่กูเซตายไปเนี่ยตอนที่กูเซตายไปเลยโอ้โหเรียบร้อยจีว่ะจีโอ้ยโอ้โหดูด้าเดเบนแรงมากดูด้าเดเบนแรงมากดูด้าโอ้โหไม่ไหวเชื่อเมื่อกี้เดเบนแบบสุดจะทนคนอย่างเธอแล้วรีเฟนขอร้องโอ้โหตายไปเลยโอ้โหยอดพิกเซไม่ได้ทำอะไรเลยโอ้แพ้ไปเลยช็อตนี้ไอ้แค่อุตส่าห์แบบคัมแบ็กมาแล้วโอ้กระแสคีบก็ดีโอ้เขี้ยมากช็อตนี้ตายไปเลยอ่ะ โอ้เมื่อกี้ลูน่าแบบทันเดเมจสุดๆแล้วเว้ยไม่ตาพอกว่ะต้องปล่อยสามใบแหละก็ต้องปล่อยอ่ะต้องไปวัดช็อตสุดท้ายแล้วดีไม่เซฟไอ้นี่ดีไม่เซฟหมูต้องบายว่ะถ้ามันจะเอ็นต้องบายอ่ะแต่ใบแหลกล่างแตกอยู่นะเชื่อใบแหลกล่างหมูเราต้องบายไปเด็บแล้วหมูเราต้องบายไปเด็บแล้วหมูต้องบายแล้วบายมาแล้วต้องยื้อรอลูน่าเกิดไหมอย่างเดียวเลยเฮ้ยสตันไปเลยครับแล้วไข่มาพร้อมกับเลเซอร์ดาเมจแรงอยู่ทำอย่างเดียวครับยื้อเวลาครับไม่ได้หวังจะชนะไฟครับยื้อเวลาแต่ถ้าฆ่าได้จะดีมากโอ้ยโดนสวนทุกอย่างดีนะมีชาญอยู่ยื้อให้มากกว่านี้30 วิยื้อหน่อยยื้อต้องหุบไปแค่นี้เลยเหรอตอติงกุเซกันเวทเยอะมากเพราะกับเลเซอร์ฮิลยังยื้ออยู่ครับเอาเคมิตีบ้านไม่ค่อยได้โอ้โหตัดมาไถมากดกลิฟ20 วิลูน่ายังไงอยากได้แม็กนัทไถเข้าบ้านจังคนจีนบอกไม่เอาแม็กนัทคนจีนไม่ชอบแม็กนัทพยายามหุบเซฟแต่ทุกคนลุมตีบ้านอยู่เหมือนจะไม่ไหวโดนเคียวเบรกอย่างเดียวเซนทอร์แบกอยู่5 วิลูน่ามาบ้านแตกครับผมโอ้โหไม่ทันผมน่าไปแบ็กเร็วกว่านี้ต้องติงกูเซโอ้น่าเสียดายถ้าเมื่อกี้ยืนได้อีก10 วิลูน่ามาจบแล้วโอ้โหจีชนะไปว่ะเกมแรกโอ้คัมแบ็กไม่มีจริงว่ะผมเป็น10 วิที่ยาวนานมากสำหรับ LGD ไม่ไหวว่ะโอ้โหเนี่ยจีทำได้นี่ชิโร่แม่งเล่นดีมากเลยเกมนี้แต่ว่า
seemed to be pretty perfect for Quinn to take over. I think it certainly did. Either way, an insane opening here to this final day of the international.
ถ้าเมื่อกี้เป็นเอเมหมายว่าไม่เมื่อกี้คือชิโร่ทำโคตรดีแล้วมันทำดีสุดที่มันทำได้แล้วมันต้องบายมันเลยว่ะผมว่าตอนที่รู้ว่าลูน่าไม่บายแล้ว
That lunar illusion doing a lot of damage to the racks, but ultimately that third Roche fight was the game changer, Gunnar.
Yeah, and it looked like they had it for a second. The Luna shard just was doing so much damage, but I think nothing to say dying at the start of the fight really hurt them. He wasn't able to.
ถ้าลูติกุเซไม่ตายอ่ะไฟไหวเว้ยเมื่อกี้คือลูน่าจัดให้หมดเลยลูน่าบายแบ็คคูลดาวน์ครับ
I was really surprised because they're probably the best team at this early game high ground siege. They know when to do it. They know how to do it without dying. But in this game, after they had this really nice early game lead, they kind of
แม่งไฟสวยแล้ว
Yeah, they didn't have the best lanes this game, but they managed to come strong. But
like
I want to talk about like how they managed to take that mid-game lead with the rotations of the support because they play so well with the CCNC that they managed to like make an even game to look like insanely one-sided, right? And they were pushing for a long time. They were pressuring.
ตอนนี้กูใส่เล่นไม่ดีเลยเกมนี้โอ้แต่ช็อตนี้ดูว่าชนะแล้วเว้ย
But I mean the fights around this rush pits, like they were deciding. And I think on the last fight, LGD had an opportunity to jump them first when they saw them on the board, but they decided to go for the rush pit instead, and like it was like very the last position.
เชียร์โค้ดแม่งทีแม่งถึงเลยเมื่อกี้โดนช็อตนี้แต่ช็อตนี้มันเกี่ยวไปแบ็คดีไหมจีอ่ะคือหนีออกไม่ได้ไหมลูน่าต้องเดินออกเมื่อกี้แม่งโดนอันติคิมอยู่
สนุกสัตว์เก็บนี้ลุ้นเยี่ยวเหนียวตื่นเต้น GG คือ TL 2017
ใช่ของจริงว่ะขอบคุณ300 บาทครับคุณเดนุพงศ์โคสควาชโชว์อะไรวะเนี่ยตายไปเลยเว้ยโอ้มันโดนโกโบจังหวะ ไอ้นี่พอดีมันเซฟไม่ได้มันโดนโกโบไว้คือเซนเซอร์มันโกโบเป๊ะมากอะไม่รู้หน้าแบกสุดแล้วไหมแต่เมื่อกี้หน้าผมรู้หน้าวะ
I also want to talk about the item builds because when you're playing against lineup like this on the gamings, like they have 3 heroes that build like 2 heroes have hearts.
เนี่ยลูน่ามันไม่บายไว้4 นาที
And on the side of LGD, they didn't have Shivas.
Poor Celery, did you guys see that? He went to go for the fist bump on Quinn.
Oh, he has to die.
Oh, that happened to me many times.
Yeah, it's alright, Celery. He's still a winner in the game.
นี่ชิโร่แม่งเล่นดีว่ะเอาจริงนะชิโร่แม่งเล่นดีสัส
But yeah, the item
จังหวะ
builds,
เข้า
like,
ไฟ
if
จังหวะ
you have
ที่นี่
Shivas, you need to have Vessel against the lineup like
แต่
this.
ว่า
If
เสี
you
ยดาย
don't have, then we've seen so many fights when they start and like the fight look good in the beginning, but then
การเป็นเซนเซอร์แม่งอิมแพคว่ะฟีนิกซ์เล่นยากเล่นดีก็โดนเบรก
I was a little bit worried
แบบเสียจังหวะไปเยอะอยู่
We've just seen him be quite tumultuous throughout this event. He's had some really good showings, some really rough ones, and that mid game was where I worried about if the Duracho Alpha was going to be able to carry it. Obviously, we see it was able to in this way, but what else about the Alp meant that late game was kind of difficult, that he wasn't really hitting the timings or couldn't.
ถ้าจริงไม่หลังต้นเกมที่แอนเชียนน่าจบเกมไวน่าจะไวกว่านี้นะที่อยู่ดีโดนไป 3,000 ช็อตนะอันนั้นเป๋เลย
So I think the outlook looked really good up until the high ground push, and then after that it kind of just ended up being a little scary because he'll get outscaled by the Luna really quickly.
จริงๆมันเลยทามมิ่งเอาคิมิไปนานแล้วแต่คือเดโคมันแบกอยู่เว้ย
So it started to look a little scary, but I think just the power of Necrophos in this draft it kind of showed. Also Primal Beast, where like they have double hearts. I think there was none on LGD.
พักระหว่างแข่งกี่ชั่วโมงอาจจะครึ่งชั่วโมงนึงอาจจะมีเซอร์ไพรส์ก็ไม่มีอะไรที่เซอร์ไพรส์
It's all about being tanky. We're going to see some more breakdowns of this game at number 1. Purge has all the information.
Thank you, Nat. Yeah, being tanky is very important, but how you get there is by collecting gold and experience. And the way that Gaming Gladiators do it is so fast compared to other teams. And a lot of this comes with pressure on the map. Quinn here, 8 minutes into the game, just got a kill on the Spear Breaker. He's constantly crossing into the enemy part of the map, and they already have an observer ward in this part of the jungle. So what he does is puts himself in an offensive position, but also is stealing stacks that enemies made. That means he's basically getting himself more gold while wasting their time with this move. And this continuously happened the first 15 minutes of the game. Here's the obvious Shadow Demon stacking 2 camps in this area. He kills the Watch Rune, which gives them vision, and they come over and kill him. They were just ignoring the tier 1 tower, the vast majority of the team, which is not instead saying we're ganking and clearing stacks easily using Necrophos, who's tanky and has tons of AoE damage. Very able to do this at this stage of the game. Now the invade fail that happened at the 12-minute mark was a little bad for them. This AoE here, this ink swell around the Primal Beast, if Luna gets within this range, she gets stunned and probably comboed. She interrupts the first stun. Stampede keeps her slightly outside of that range, and that's why they were able to disengage and win that huge fight against Gladiators. But what did they do immediately after they respawned? They went back to the same spot.
ตรงเนี้ยที่แม่งพลาดไปแล้วทีนึงอ่ะแม่งกลับมาใหม่เลยน่าตัดสินใจแบบโคตรดีอ่ะ
helps them accelerate their timing. So they win this fight, and Duracho rotates over with his Radiance to clear this ancient stack.
คอมเพนเดียมหมดไปไหนไม่รู้เหมือนกันเพราะว่าไม่ได้สนเลยคอมเพนเดียมตัว
hits them with this crazy timing at 16 minutes. BKB finished on Alchemist. The whole team is already set up to prep this fight, and it ends up going well for Gaming Gladiators. This is why they're able to rack so early. It's because they're invading constantly in slightly abnormal ways and winning great fights. It was a very close game, though.
It was a really close one. That early game, we've already said it many times. You said it, Reza. LGD sometimes struggle with the laning phase. Gaming Gladiators, they love the tempo. They love to be aggressive for themselves. Everyone in this arena, they loved the game 1, and it's nice to know that we still have at least one more game in this best of 3 to be able to see some more action just like that. But it's not only people in this arena that are enjoying TI12. There are locations all across the world right now that are enjoying the action that is taking place here. So Game Gladiator fans, LGD fans, they span all the way across the world, not just here, guys.
Yeah, and the game
is
amazing. You expect this game to be like over soon because of the high lead of the gaming galleries that they had, but at the same time, like it's just like a very back and forth, and those team fights, like there are very little gimmicks that decide like who's gonna win the game. You know, it's not clear until the very end.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how gaming maybe made a mistake on the high ground push, but I think LGD, the way they played the mid game from behind was really commendable. They actually came back into the game at some points. They had a rapier timing on this Aegis, and it was just unfortunate that the contest on the rush fight didn't work out because he ended the game with a rapier in his inventory. He was just dead for 2 minutes, so he couldn't use it. And so in the next game, I'm probably looking for their lanes to go slightly better in the draft. I think maybe the Necro ban is probably something they should look towards because it seems like the hero pool they went for Nothing to Say is not really going to work out versus Quinn, at least if he gets the Necro. But overall, I think the way that they're playing is honestly pretty stable versus Gaming Gladiators. If they can kind of fix some of the big major mistakes in the draft, I think they'll be kind of set for the next game.
Alrighty, well let's see where the crowd is sitting. If they're Gaming Gladiator fans, if they're LGD fans, if they're hoping for a 2-0, if they're hoping for 3 games. So let's see, Slacks, where are you? Where are you?
Hello, I am here with the LGD fans. LGD fans, this is the darkest that it has looked. They are down a game and they need us now more than ever. Gentlemen, ladies, it is time. Please get your dogs out. Team Hot Dog, let's go with LGD. LGD, 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 LGD.
Excuse you.
What?
Excuse
Hot dog.
What?
We vegans will not be ignored. Get out your celery!
วีแกนปะทะฮอตดอกโอเคกูเชียร์ LGD แล้วกูเชียร์ LGD แล้ว No vegan thanks
The celery dance. Are you ready? Celery dance! Celery dance!
โตฟอก
No! We will not let these calorie-deficient vegetarians beat us! We are preserved! We are the hot dogs! LGD hot dog one more time!
LGD ฮอตดอก
I'm choking on the hot dog. Okay, thank you very much. Take it back to me. I'm so sorry. Hot dog.
Oh god, no, get him away from Slacks, get away from Slacks. I saw we might have to give him the Heimlich maneuver there. He said he's checking on the hot dog.
เยี่ยวีแกนปะทะฮอตดอกกูรู้เลยกูเชียร์ใคร
Great bit, we love to hear the chants. Celery, Team Hot Dog. Where are you guys going for game number 2? Do you believe in the comeback from LGD that they're going to face Team Spirit again in the grand finals?
Whoa. We're not biased panelists. We are very...
I am.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm very biased. Like even like if they manage to win this game, like with this back and forth happening in the game for Gaming Gladiators, I don't think like the next game is gonna look any different. Like if they get their lineup with the pushes and like how they can take down the towers early on, even earlier than this game, I think it's gonna be like super easy, super one-sided.
Okay, you guys might not be biased, but maybe I can win you over because we do have a listen in. We have Inside the Pods for Gaming Gladiators during that game 1.
But it doesn't matter, I think.
We just want to fight. Fuck this Roche. I don't need these objectives. Just want a straight fight.
เชี่ย
The hit.
มันเลยบอกตอนที่มันโดนซัดไป3ตัวบอกว่า
Did it convince you?
They just want to fight?
Yeah.
Very calm.
Yeah.
No, we want that calm.
แบบปล่อยๆไป
All
เล
we
ย
want to do is just
แม่งไม่ได้ตึงเลยแม่งพูดแบบนิ่งๆจัด
buildings or Roche or anything like that. Just make sure you're killing the enemy heroes.
And just kill them twice.
Yeah. I mean, I'm biased for game 3, so
Okay, so you're...
I have to root for LGD this game just for game 3 because I think more games today the merrier.
Yeah, for sure. It's our final day, so we want to see everything go the distance.
I completely agree. It's also like the level of Dota now is just like so unbelievably high when it gets really close. Like when we see these 78-minute games, we're getting all the tier 5 items out. That's the hype. That's the stuff I want to see today. I want to go the distance.
And you wanted to go the distance. You want 70+ of minute games. You want 3 games in this best of 3. Well, game 2, it's still a little bit away, but we can talk about some change-ups. That Necro is a focus that you guys talked about, but then I wonder what you're willing to let through. Are you willing to let through a Bristle, a Dazzle, the Chen, the Ench on the side of LGD for Gaming Gladiators to pick up?
I think it's hard to make an argument for Chen or Ench just because they both fill the same role. So if you ban one, it's kind of forced to ban both. Otherwise, there's no point. So it ends up being they have to choose between Dazzle or Bristle if they want to ban the Necro. And I think gaming has shown for both heroes that it's
ว่าสัญญาหมดยังครับหมดปีมันก็หมดอยู่แล้วแต่ว่า
as of now, Bristle
เห็นไอ้แจ๊บบอกว่าอีกประมาณ2สัปดาห์
especially because Dazzle's a flex hero. It goes mid.
อีกประมาณ2สัปดาห์มันจะมีคัดไอ้ทัวร์ ESL กูเราลำเปิดแล้วเลยไม่รู้ว่าจะยังไง
What's going to happen, and you kind of at least can have a plan walking into it.
I imagine this time LGD will have first pick as well, since it's game 2, which gives them the advantage, because last game, obviously, the Necro came out at the end of second phase, where they got to just like counter their lane and have a really good moment for the Necro. So they shouldn't have that this time. So I'm not sure if they need to like ban it.
I mean, if anything, they could change the Lifestealer ban to Necro ban, right, in the second phase. I think it's important. But I do think that there's two topics that they need to like discuss within the team. First is like how to prevent those rotations from supports and like protecting your mid lane, because this is where, you know, Gaming Gladiators start to pressure on you super hard. And the second thing is about item builds. If you're playing against lineup that has a lot of region, like you need to have Vessel, you need to have Shivas, you need to have some ways to deal with it.
Look, I'm going to ask you a question. You can tell me no. You don't have to answer. But you were in this position. You were on the main stage, and you were facing up against Gaming Gladiators. You guys lost game 1. What was that 15 minutes before you spent like to look towards game 2? What was your focus, and what did you just kind of have to push to the side and ignore?
It was a lot about, we talked a lot about the Chen, which is kind of the guys that are going to try to end
มีใครได้ดูแมนยูว่ามันหนักสั่นเลยอ่ะ
and we didn't find the solution in time, and so it's time to see if LGD
สู้แบบสู้ไม่ได้เลยอ่ะ
Alright. Well, the players
เรา
are
ก็เจอแมนซี
looking
อะเนาะ
out now. They're going to be taking the stage. Maybe for the last time for LGD, maybe there's going to be a little bit more in it. We don't really know, but we do want to know more about LGD.
You just put carry mag and throw Lena mid or what? We'll have to see here. I do know for a fact that we've seen some interesting heroes from Shiro.
Well, they're gonna put the Skyrath. Wait, are they gonna put the Skyrath mid?
No, I believe that's Kiyotaka. I think that's Kiyotaka.
Is this
Mother.
Willow? It's Carry Willow. Did you know
Carry Willow. Wow.
作为一号位花仙子，我们当时的选项是根据阵容选择进程，到后面我们决定就是选择到最后几手的时候再决定把它当成1号位的。
Carry Dark Willow. Yeah. What in God's green earth is this?
What in God's green earth is this?
我认为是现阶段来说，可以算是我们队伍的强项吧。但是我认为是什么驱使它成为我们？
เที่ยวหน้ามันเริ่มมาแล้วดิทั้งนั้นน่ะ
队伍
ถ้ามันเริ่มเซฟแล้ว
聊英雄聊阵容比较偏多吧，就是日积月累的形成吧。
This is why LGD
แต่โกเล่นดีผมไม่กลัวนะผมกลัวกองหลังเล่นดีมากกว่า
on how they want to play. They just bust out the wildest draft.
ถ้ากองหลังเล่นไม่ดีต่อให้โกดีทีมมันก็เหมือนเดิมอะ
新的英雄，然后我觉得更多还是出自于我们一个是团队的自信，然后
มันมีการขั้นคู่ชิงว่าอาจจะมีออลสตาร์ป่ะ
选这个新英雄的
แต่ก็ไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
我们3大哥都很自信，然后并且很敢打，我觉得这是比较关键的。在关键的系列赛，他们敢做出这样的第一步，我觉得是他们自信的表现。
Can they find him? Yes. The Curse Crown with that shard activating as triple kill for Shiro.
我觉得更多是良好的团队氛围。我觉得是我们彼此每一个人都觉得你玩就是可能我们中单想玩猛犸的时候，我们每个人也会去鼓励他，然后我们
มีรายการอื่นขั้นอยู่แล้ว
我们彼此互相都会觉得你玩肯定可以的，就是这样的。
What Green Earth แปลทีครับไม่มันก็แค่คำสร้อยอ่ะก็คือแบบ What in แบบปกติว่า What the fuck ใช่ป่ะอันนี้คือปกติคนก็พูดว่า What เรียกว่าอะไรอะ What in God Green Earth ก็คือโลกจริงๆก็คือว่านี่มันกำลังเกิดอะไรขึ้นบนโลกใบนี้โลกใบนี้มันก็ใส่สีเขียวขึ้นไปเพราะโลกใบนี้มันสีเขียวมันก็แค่คำสร้อยอ่ะเหมือนคนไทยเวลาพูดอะไรชอบใส่คำเติมหลังอ่ะก็ไม่ได้มีความหมายเฮี้ยอะไรเลยก็ What on Earth อ่ะแล้วก็ใส่สีของโลกไปเพิ่มแบบให้มันยาวกว่าเดิมอ่ะไม่ได้มีสาระอะไรกัน
ที่คนไม่รู้มันก็ไม่รู้ไง
ก็พยายามอธิบายเลย
Game 2 of our lower bracket finals. We just heard it there from Y. Innovation is confidence. This team, they've been known for those wild drafts. They were the first ones to do Dark Willow on the main stage. We saw it last weekend. This could be the do or die. This is where the innovation is really going to come in clutch for them. How far do you push the envelope to make it to the grand finals, to make a comeback in this lower bracket?
To me, it's definitely it was their best draft with Dark Willow and Broodmother and Magnus, and I would love to see them going for this again because I think this is like the way to break the game against Gaming Gladiators, and to pull something that they don't expect, and it will break their plan of like having this stable mid game.
I definitely hope they don't take the carry Dark Willow. I think
เสียดายเมื่อกี้น่าจะคัมแบ็ก
that game. I think
เมื่อกี้คือมันถึงแบบจุดคัมแบ็กแบบทุกอย่างมาหมดแล้ว
playing
พลาด
against Gaiman who want to press you
ไป
so
โดนเปิด
early.
ก่
I
อน
don't think you can be one hero down in the way they were for so long. Like she just needs so many items to come online, and it really was a case of like the rest of the LGD team really like carrying the game to the point where Shiro could take part.
Yeah, because the big timing on level 20 for Dark Willow carry. It's when you get the more duration on the W. So a lot of the time when you talk about the hero, like, we're playing for the level 20 team, guys. And if you're playing for level 20 first gaming gladiators, you might be in for a struggle. So good news is it looks like LGD is first pick. So that means that they have the opportunity to ban the Chen and the Ench, and then they can take whatever they want in the draft. So I'll be interested to see how the draft changes up this time.
I'm mostly talking about like how they can take a lead and like pressure GG themselves, because this Brood Mother had an opportunity, you know, to pressure their towers and to create a lot of chaos. And I think this is what they should be aiming for, not Dark Willow specifically, but something unique.
LGD had first pick. They're still focusing on that Dazzle, that Chen Enchantress. Like you said, Gunner, if you're going to take one out, take both of them out. So that's their 3 bans. And it opens up the Muerta for them to be able to get their hands on.
The cool thing about the Muerta is we were talking about the Necrophos.
นี่รอบสุดท้ายแหละครับ ไม่ครับวันนี้วันสุดท้ายรอบสุดท้ายตอนตี 4
She's really good because she can shoot him no matter what if he's ghost shrouded. So it's kind of already like a soft counter to the Necro later in the draft. And it's also, I think it's one of the better
โดนไปก่อนไปจีไม่มันสโมกมาไงแล้วคือตอนนี้ก็เซมันยืนตัดสโมกให้ไง
Yeah, I've seen this matchup go both ways.
4K
Obviously,
เจอ
because
เมอร์ต้า
Muerta's very dependent on her positioning in fights, and Chaos Knight usually goes for this like Silver Edge and stuff. He's going to be seeking her out. If they do find her, I mean the burst is insane. Muerta is quite squishy.
พี่นิวจะไหวกับ 4K ไหมเนี่ย
I think Chaos Knight in general, just this patch is so strong. His laning is terrifying. Like I wonder if we'll see Grimstroke contested again going into the second phase.
But Boom had the flex with Chaos Knight yesterday. We saw it. It was able to go into carry off lane for themselves. Is that the same for Gaming Gladiators, or this is very much a Doratio? They're okay with if this hero is attempted to be countered, that Doratio can still have a really good game for himself, and he'll be able to come back and do it.
I think it's mostly heroes for Doratio because it's already very strong lane, and it's the hero he excels in. It's very aggressive as well, and it allows Celery to pick heroes that are not really needed for the lane because it's already like very self-sustainable, so he can do his things with it often, like run around mid lane, help Queen.
So something I'm interested in is Naga Siren. I think this hero is pretty strong, and she's really good versus Chaos Knight, either in a lane matchup or just in the game as a carry to carry. Her illusions pretty much do the same thing as Chaos Knight's.
มันแต่ใครเล่นเดี๋ยวเล่นได้ปกติมันโดนแบน
And Naga does that for free with a much lower cooldown. So she's always ready to fight. She can use Song to disengage from the Chaos Knight ult. And they also banned the Brew for the side of gaming. So if I was I'd probably be looking at a Naga at some point in this draft.
And I'm sure GG is looking for another lone druid game. I think it will fit their lineup very well.
They want to keep picking their comfort. It's gone them this far. It'll keep them going. So I don't think gaming really feels like they have the need to change anything. If they get 1 to 2 of their just stable heroes every game and they just change the rest around to just fit it, I think it's kind of their formula.
I was very shocked that, maybe not very shocked is the right word here, but I was surprised LGD, they went hardcore still on the supports. The Phoenix and the Grim being their ban does still leave that Dark Willow open for Gaming Gladiators to pick up, but their response is Magnus ET.
Yeah, I think teams consider ET like one of the counter picks to the CK nowadays because it stops the illusions, and along with the Magnus as well, you have their AoE RP, and there's also like one of the best nothing to say heroes, so they're looking pretty good already.
New was also one of the first people to actually start spamming it in pubs a few weeks ago. He honestly, not to hype him up too much, but I would say he probably started the meta in pubs a few weeks ago, just like spamming it offlane every game. And around that same time was when you saw everyone just starting to even play at mid. But he's also really good on it in the offlane, so I wouldn't be surprised that they just have this as a flex pick. And if Quinn tries to counter it right now, that it can just go to the offlane and be comfortable versus Chaos Knight.
Oh, there's another ace hero that he excels at. I thought they would go for the lone druid, but Wraith King is also quite nice. It's very stable, very solid. They like to play with the 2 cores in the side lanes, so.
I mean, they had it earlier in this weekend as well, and it was a part of that push strat that they had. Those skeletons can be very annoying and obnoxious.
I think everything right now, though, is leading for Naga Siren for LGD. This is looking really scary unless this next pick kind of counters it, which I don't really know what they can pick outside of a Pugna to prep for it. And if LGD get a Naga, I think the draft looks pretty good for them. They'll have a way to constantly get vision for the Magnus. ET also gets vision. They have sleep into, net and sleep plays. So they just have a lot of kind of utility with the Nagas around across the map.
I like the Naga suggestion for sure because it can delay the game for them. And I was suggesting this Prophet. Yeah, I was seeing coming, and the Naga as well.
Yeah, that Prophet pick was like that just made Naga even better.
Yeah. So they take the Furion. I really like this versus the strong laning 5s like Elder Titan, because what happens is the Furion goes to your safe lane and kind of exists there, and he's always a 3v2 in the top lane. So anytime ET wants to go aggressive onto the safe lane, the Furion will TP in. Now it's a 3v2, and the ET's not as strong of a hero.
Well, last time I saw this Prophet, I wasn't really big a fan of because it looked like very squishy during the mid game. But the way GG are playing, this is such a huge tempo, and this Naga, like we've seen many times already, like this Naga is not gonna be able to come online even after they're pushing your high ground at 20 minutes.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, thankfully for Naga, one of the cool things is the games are really boring to play when you're the other team because she just delays it. So if there's one way to stop gaming from pushing your base, it's to cut all 3 waves at the same time simultaneously and be completely safe because you have Song. So Naga is one of the ways that you can pretty much delay a game. It's kind of like probably a more consistent version of Keeper of the Light, just from the carry role. So already right now I feel way more confident for LGD to take this game into the mid game to the late game to where they're more
แช่นั้น
comfortable
ฝากมา
taking
บอก
it away.
ว่าห้องน้ำจู่โจม
for Gaiman. Like how do you ever
ที่
take
มาคุย
high
ด้วย
ground? You're playing
5 นาที
into ET stomp. You're playing into this skewer back. You have a Naga that's gonna cut your waves while they're holding you off like that. It seems so difficult to ever
do
breach high
that,
ground
see?
without just killing the entirety of LGD.
It's so easy when you're doing it.
จะ
this
เวลา
early.
จะเวลา
Yeah, I thought that too for their
แช่
previous
นั้น
round,
บอก
but
ว่า
they
มา
seem
คุย
to be
กับคน
making
ดู
work
เป็นเพื่อนหน่อย
somehow. Just purely
เพ
from
ราะว่า
winning
โดน
lanes
ห้องน้ำ
and
จู่โจม
making
อยู่
these aggressive moves in the mid game and like taking complete lead because of how stable their mid game is.
I think as long as this last pick for LGD, either the mid or
ภาค
offense
อะไรอ่ะ
has
ภาค
some
ไม่ได้
sort
ไม่
of
เอา
break clear to deal with the skeletons that are going to come and kind of help defend
ฝั่งไหนเหรอ
the
เดี๋ยวดู
actually
ก่อน
sitting
นะ
there in front of you. I'll be really happy for LGD's draft.
Oh, there's no way they
Oui.
don't pick Pango, and they pick Pango. All right.
มือต้า
There's their wave shove. It gives them also a team fight to
มี
find
มือ
the
ต้าด้วย
tower.
ว่ะ
I really like this matchup with Raid
Pango,
King. You one-shot the
มือ
skeletons
ต้า
and burn his mana before the shard. So I really like the LGD draft. I think it's much better than what they had last game. They also kind of don't have the ability to get countered as hard.
เชี่ยทำไมฝั่งนี้มันฮีโร่ LGD ดูดีอยู่นะ
I'm curious as to what Quinn will play. This is, he knows Pangolier.
Yeah, is it another Huskar game for him? Just purely of like how they can snowball after this game?
พอหมดหน้าตักเลยเหรอ
I'm not too sure. I think there's probably a Queen of Pain angle.
แทงตรงข้ามนะเมื่อกี้ที่บอกจีนชนะ จีนชนะแปลว่าจีชนะเปิดกล้องหน่อยค่ะ เปิดอยู่ค่ะ แต่ว่านั่งข้างๆหาตังค์ซื้อ iPhone 15 ฝั่งไหนเหรอ
He just needs to now deal with the Naga Siren and have a stable inverse Pango as his 2
แต่
big goals.
I just really believe in a
แต่
Huskar.
คิดว่า
I think you can't allow to have too many heroes.
คือไม่เห็นคนเล่น ไม่คือไม่ใช่ไม่เห็นคนเล่นหมายถึงว่าเมอร์ต้ามันโดนแบนมาตลอดเว้ย ปกติมันจะแบนเมอร์ต้ากันแต่นี้เมอร์ต้าหลุด
It's all good.
Trying to ease those nerves. Don't think about it.
พี่ว่าน่าสนใจนะ
Oh, you're right.
วีนเนาะ
That's a good opinion. Nice suggestion.
I think it does check all the boxes for Gaming Gladiators, but it's kind of... Again, I'm really scared of this Naga. I thought the second that they picked Chaos Knight, Naga was going to come out at some point in the draft. And so, if anything, I would give LGD an edge right now.
Yeah. All right. And what about yourself, Sheep?
ภาคคนใหม่เหรอ สวัสดีด้วยนะคะสวัสดีทุกคนค่ะ
That's true. You kind of predicted everything.
Yeah, he really did.
วันนี้วันสุดท้ายแล้วก็ขอมันๆทุกเกมแค่นั้นเองไม่ได้อะไร
I think this Pango brought everything together. That was a hero I was thinking of for Gaiman to help deal with the Naga, but them just sweeping it. I think it just solidifies their draft. I think their high ground is way too scary to go into as well.
So even if we focus Naga's lane time and time again, Gunnar, you think that shutting down isn't enough to build into Gaming Gladiators and everyone else in the side to make space?
Yeah, I think she got picked into pretty much Raid King and Chaos Knight, which are the
เรา
same
ทำยังไงต่อ
heroes.
อ่ะ
They don't
เอา
really
ละ
have the illusions that
ไอ้
easily.
นั่นแล้วกูต้องกดปุ่มไหนอ่ะแป๊บหนึ่งนะทุกคน
Her game will be good. The
พี่
biggest
อะไม่
thing is
รู้
whether
อ่ะ
Quinn can
ตะ
get a
กี้
lot
นี้
of
เหรอ
work done in this
เฮ้
mid
ยตะ
matchup. Is
กี้
kind
ไหน
of
เอา
the
ไม่
way
ใช่
that GG wants to play is bring some
เอา
spin.
ละ
Quinn's gonna outplay the enemy mid laner and just go from there.
I'm just worried about
ใช่นั้น
supports on
เดี๋ยวไป
the
ถามก่อนแป๊บ
LGD
นึงนะ
side. Like how they
จะ
gonna
เปิดยังไง
protect
วะ
Pango from from being a runover with the Queen and supports.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on mid. We'll see how impactful this Naga is, and we'll see how confident LGD are feeling about their draft.
I am joined by Xiao8 of LGD, and Helen will be helping me translate. Xiao8, you have played at countless TIs, you've coached countless TIs, you've won TI. When you are looking at this tournament, is there any one thing that's unique about this international compared to others in the past?
小八想问一下，你打过那么多届 TI， 也教练过那么多届 TI， 然后自己也赢得了 TI， 想问一下这届 TI 有什么特别之处吗？
แชร์นันซื้อสตรีมเด็กให้ไม่ทำจอแย่โดนแล้วโดนชกแล้วเดินไปชกมาเดี๋ยวก่อนมันบอกให้ปิดสกินโดต้าปิดไม่ได้อะดูช่องหลักไปก่อนเนี่ยเป็นอย่างเงี้ยดูช่องหลักทางนั้นอะ
全世界那么多的观众都在支持你们，这一把游戏你有什么？
มันมีจอแย่มันมี2จอแต่มันไม่ทำสตรีมเด็กก็ซื้อให้ก็ไม่ทำอุปกรณ์ให้ความสะดวกไม่ใช้คนขี้เกียจคนแบบไม่เตรียมการอ่ะไฟมันเป็นแบบพวกประเทศแบบไม่เตรียมความพร้อมมันนึกออกป่ะมาแล้วครับดีสโมกเกมนี้ก็ยังอยากให้จีนชนะอยู่นะเมอร์ต้าแบบยิงแบบกระจายอ่ะ
Yeah, it feels like two very different style drafts versus each other. A very fast-paced draft gaming trying to just take advantage, just slam these lanes, in particular mid. Quinn going for his Quinn of Pain, of course. They're trying to just snowball the game out of control. LGD trying to slow things down, and if they can, their draft looks amazing. If they can get these later stages of this draft from LGD, it will reign supreme. But can they withstand the pressure? Game to dictate the pace, to dictate these quick games. This could be another one they're able to set up if they set up this Queen of Pain in particular for that success.
Sure, and do you think some rightful concerns from the panel as well with regards to what LGD supports are going to be able to do early on to sort of enable?
ก็คือยืนแบบใกล้กันมากเลยนะดูดิแต่พยายามแอบ
With the the Nature's Prophet constantly making these rotations with the teleport, that's where something they're could struggle. They're gonna have to like preemptively be ready for the moves as already.
สตันมาสติงทูเซยังไงไปแล้วครับ1-0โดนเฟิร์สบัตไปนอตติงเปิดมาไม่ดีแต่ต้นเกมเลยเราเจอบ่อเนี่ยพี่เจอหรือเปล่า
ทำไมพี่แฟร์ชอบพูด
ค่าศึกโจมตีครับเดี๋ยวมารอสักครู่อย่างนี้โดนควินกดยับแน่นอน
Talk to me more about this sort of Queen of Pain pick. We just don't see it a lot, but Quinn realizing that this is the game to pull it off. What do you think it is directly about this?
การนี้น่าจะลำบากอยู่นะ
To get the Queen of Pain out against it.
Definitely limited stuns, right? Just looking overall what they have to commit kind of like ultimates. There's a silence from the Muerta and a dead shot. It's pretty limited. These skill shots are not the easiest.
โทฟูมันแปลว่าnothing
to say. Getting 7 of the last hits on the first 2 waves though, so even though he does get killed right away, a very, very good start for this Pango. But it gets quite rough. Those levels, once they build up for the Queen of Pain, it does get pretty difficult for that Pango in the mid.
Bottom lane, Jirachi have been kept very low.
ลัดโยก็โอเคนะได้คีบเรื่อย
How strong of a lane is this in your book in terms of the Magnus and the Muerta?
Very strong, yeah.
แต่ว่าเมอร์ต้ายิงแรงมากดูดิเลือดจะไม่มีแล้วอุ้ยโดนเกือบ
Playing on the edge of his life here.
เลือดไหมเนี่ย
I'm glad to see one Magnus. I bet this hero always has potential.
แล้วคือเลือดน้อยก็ยังกล้าเดินไปตีทีมนะเอาเรื่องอยู่
good base damage to get lasted. I like this lane a lot. It's quite a bit of attack speed slow too, so even if they try to like turn and fight you,
โดนกดดันหน้าป้อมเลยนะ
and you have this calling down, both abilities of course slowing attack speed. It's really tough to fight versus these two.
Looking at sort of the top lane at YU Smart on the Elder Titan, a pretty good game for ET to combo up with some of his teammates.
Absolutely. I mean, he's playing. It's all about stalling, right? Stalling out the games. They have the Magnus as well too. 2 of the best wombo.
มาแล้วไถมาโอ้โหตายไปเลยดารัดโย
getting punished. The same time though, Shiro also to fall. Both carries getting punished in the safe lane.
อีแม็กนัทจะรวยไหม
The top one I really wouldn't anticipate happening, but the bottom one with the way that they were bringing it to Duracho. There's nothing more expected. I can't believe they killed this Naga with this top lane. There's a reason this Wraith King has been constantly picked for this off lane. How much he's able to do.
แต่แพงโกนี่นอตติงโฮเซเอาเรื่องอยู่นะคะคีปนำนะเนี่ยคีป16นะคีป16ตัวต่อ14ตัวนะเอาวะนี่ขนาดโดนเฟิร์สบัตไปนะแต่ว่านั่นแหละ
Yeah, nothing to say. Just has to be very careful with how he uses those swashbuckles. A TP comes in from the Nature's Prophet and it could just net a kill almost immediately up top.
ผู้โดนสตันแล้วก็นากายแยกล่างมายังไงเอสตันชิโร่โดนแล้วชิโร่ฮอตดอกไปแล้ว1ฮอตดอกที่2กำลังตามไปเรียบร้อย 2-0 โดนไป2ตัวค่ะสวยมาก
As soon as the Naga comes back, I mean, this is going to be the long walk of shame. 30 seconds, no TP. So much physical damage. The Blightstone coming in, the Wraith King skeleton just hitting on him. There's nothing the Naga can do.
These early deaths, they absolutely hurt for Shiro.
Yep.
แล้วเมื่อกี้เพิ่งจะชมน็อตติงทูเซไปว่าเอ้ยเขายังได้คีปเยอะกว่านะเรียบร้อยค่ะควีนแซงคีปไปเรียบร้อยแล้วแต่เลนแครี่ของเราไม่ค่อยดีเท่าไหร่นะสำหรับฝั่ง GG แครี่โดนกดอยู่นิดหน่อยแต่ก็ยังไม่จนนะแย่งลูนแล้วก็โดนโทฟูโหมันไม่ติดไอ้ลากอะดิอุ้ยแต่ว่าควินยังไงบิงเข้ามาโอ้โหเก็บไปเลยโซโล่คิวสวยว่ะเก่งมากเก่งมากทุกวิเซรารี่โดนสตันแม็กนัทมาแล้วโอ้โหนิ้วเข้ามาถึงในนี้ยังไงตายหน่อยไหมอ่ะอุ้ยไม่ตายด้วยไม่ตายหรอไม่ตายดาราโจ้แย่แล้วครับมีใครว้ามาช่วยไหมไม่มีครับโอ้ยอย่างนี้น่าจะแย่แล้วต้องมอบเปล่าอุ้ยโอ้โหโอเคเซรารี่ว้ามาช่วยนะได้เมอร์ต้าไปโอ้โหตกใจหมดหรือว่าดาราโจ้ตายนะไม่ตายแถมได้เมอร์ต้าด้วยสวยอยู่โอ้โหแย่แล้วทีมจีนแย่แล้ว5นาทีเงินโดนนำไป 2,000 แล้วก็ตอนนี้ข้างบนเขาวาร์ปมาเสริมกันใหญ่เลยนะแล้วก็เก็บเอ็ดไปบวกกันยับเลยทุกเลนเลยตอนนี้
Long walk back to the mid lane. It's going to mean that there's going to be quite the XP difference here between the mids.
เราจริงดูเซตายรัวเลยชัยนันมัน5นาทีแล้วไหมอ่ะชัยนันนี่มัน5นาที53วิแล้วเนี่ยชัยนันยังไม่มาเลยอ่ะแล้วพี่ไม่รู้จะพากอะไรแล้วเนี่ยอ้าวมีการพอนะคะบอกว่าแคสแล้วก็กดออกจากเกมไปเดี๋ยวรอสักครู่จอฟ้าหรอ
As was expected with the power of Selu's Nature's Prophet, he's always been there as a +1.
I mean, even Tofu too, 4-0-2 so far, right? He is actually ahead of Duraccio on net worth. He's tied with almost all the chorus.
พอดรอพี่ไฟขี้
Beautiful stuff. I mean, getting those early kills up top, making the rotations onto mid. So far, it's exactly what gaming wants to do with their draft. Get early kills, snowball, keep putting that aggressive posture.
ตอนนี้ GG ก็นำอยู่ 2,000 นะคะเงินนำอยู่ 2,006 นาทีแล้วตอนนี้สกอร์อยู่ที่7-3ดูเหมือนว่าเลนกลางเราชนะเลนล่างเราก็ชนะแต่ว่าเลนบนเนี่ยสูสีเราเฉยเลยนะอยู่ทีมเดียวกับโทฟูไปแล้วตอนนี้จิตใจนั่นไม่ใช่เงินอะไรไม่ใช่เงินอะไรใช้อนันต์เนี่ย GG นำอยู่ 2,000 มันไม่ใช่ตรงไหนเอาละมาพากเองไหมล่ะ
moves.
And with the sort of the start that the supports of Gaming Gladiators have got, and the fact that Quinn is in the lead right now, it's not going to be too difficult for Gladiators.
เจิมหน่อยก็เจิมไปแล้วค่ะบอกว่าทีมจีนจะชนะ พี่บอกว่าทีมจีนจะชนะเพราะว่าพี่เห็นว่าแบบว่าเมอร์ต้ามันน่าจะดีอยู่อะเกมเนี้ย
That's kind of their biggest thrive is if gaming pushes the limit too far, they have wombo combo team fight. They have massive ways of repositioning and taking them under these tier 2s potentially. So far early game, exactly what Gaming Gladiators wants, maybe even more than they could have hoped for with Ace having such a damn good start at top.
ชมความหล่อของนักแข่งเรา มันจอเล็กก็ดีมองไม่ถนัดรีบๆมาเหอะชัยนันท์เราดูช่องหลักเป็นปิงแล้วเนี่ยตอนเนี้ยเราเป็นปิงช่องหลักแล้วมันไม่ค่อยดีนะสติงทูเซก็เงินตามนะพี่โทฟูไปไหนคะอ๋อแต่คีฟทำหน้าที่ดีมากค่ะตบมือแต่คีฟเอาแต่ไม่ได้เอาอ๋อไม่เป็นไรค่ะได้ค่ะเก่งมากค่ะชิว
Such a quick movement there from Ace. Don't think that ET expected him to move that quick. He's queued up the Radiance now already, so gonna have that itemization even versus the Nagastar as game does potentially progress.
สติงทูเซก็พยายามฟาร์มนะดูเวล 6 แล้วตอนนี้
I mean, for LGD, can they look for aggressive moves themselves, or is it just a case of them preparing to turn things around? คุยกับวิกษาเสียงหนึ่งคุยกับโทฟูเสียงสองทีมของเราค่ะทีมของเราแต่ไม่รู้ว่าจะสู้สปีดิตได้หรือเปล่านะแต่ต้องเชียร์ไว้ก่อน
So difficult for them to really make moves in this early game now. As they said on panel, these supports that are kind of needed with the cores, they have to make.
นิ้วมันลากคีปออกจากเลนไปนะ
Let me say we'll get another power moon. Quinn.
อุ้ยพี่ควีนวิ่งหลบมีดไปสวยเลยเท่ว่ะเท่ว่ะแบบมันดูหล่อเวลาแบบหลบสกิลได้แบบคูลเฮโร่ก็ฟาร์มใหญ่เลยใช่ค่ะคือโทฟูว่าเขาบอกว่าหล่อจนแบบว่าขนาดผู้ชายด้วยกันยังชมอ่ะแต่เห็นแจ๊บบอกว่าเห็นแจ๊บบอกว่าใส่หล่อกว่ามั้งแบบหมายถึงว่ามันดูสมาร์ทไงใส่มันดูแบบเล่นกล้ามบึกๆแล้วก็แบบหน้าแบบฝรั่งอะไรเงี้ยแต่พี่ชอบแนวโทฟูมากกว่าแล้วก็คอลแลบนี่คือหล่อจริงคอลแลบก็หล่อแบบเดียวจีเงินนำมา 4K แล้วนะลัดโยกลัดตันดึงกลับมาแล้วก็โอ้โหตีแบบ3 ทีตายเมอร์ต้าจะได้เกิดไหมเนี่ยเย้มาแล้วครับไปแล้ว
ตอนแรกเขาว่าจะไปนอนแล้วดูว่าเธอจะมาเรียกเขาตอนไหน ถ้าเขานอนเลยเธอทำไง
ไม่รู้
ตอนแรกผมว่าจะนอนไปเลยเว้ยแล้วดูว่าแฮร์รี่จะมาเรียกกูว่า
The fact that this offlane and mid lane are struggling so much, it's going to be very difficult for LGD to mount these defenses on these early towers.
It's going to take time for New Year, sort of what, the 300 gold in towards the blink dagger.
Yeah, he's very poor.
โหแต่ว่าไอ้นี่หนักสัตว์เลยว่ะพอดีนั่นแหละนากาไมดัสนักพากย์ไรซิ่งสตาร์ไม่ไรซิ่งกันดิมันปีศาจอยู่แล้วคนเนี้ย ความยาวจ้าทำไมเราเล่นแมกนัสเจอ CK ไม่เหมือนเมื่อวานเลยวะเมื่อวานแมกนัสเขาฟาร์มไปชิววันนี้ทุบไม่หยุดเลยอุ้ยโอ้หลบ RP เฉยเป็ดว่า2-0ละว่า2-0ละสภาพจิตใจมันไม่ได้แล้วตายต้องกิ้งเลยโอเคกิ้งก็ได้สู้ไม่ได้เลยว่ะไม่ว่าจะ RP แล้วถ่ายกลับมาให้เพื่อนลุงกระชืบไปแต่ว่าเรียบร้อยแล้วใช้ได้ถ่ายคลิปปากแม่งเลยโทฟูหล่อเทสดีหล่อแบบบิวตี้สแตนดาร์ดแล้วโย่หล่อพระเอกหนังไทยสคูลเนื้อติดเกมพี่ควินเด็กแบดมันจะมีแก๊งเดียวกับไดเรกโย่เชลลี่คนนี้เงียบสุดในห้องมึงเขียนนิยายไกมิงกับดีเอเตอร์เลยดีกว่าใช่จะขนาดนี้แทงโก05เนี่ยเขาเศร้าเขาจิ้มกูเซ่กูนาคาออนไลน์ก็ไม่ทันแล้วปะเวทคิง13 นาทีเรเดียนเปิดให้ชิโร่แบกเชื่อว้ามาเลยก่อนนะครับเชี่ยวตัวบล็อกด้วยแน่นจัดโคตรเอาเวฟตัดอีกแล้วนี่อาเครูนนะมันใช้เวฟแบบไม่สนเลยโทฟูมันวีแกนเหรอ เซเลรี่มันเป็นนี่โทฟูไม่ได้เป็นขอเกม3 ใบไหมยากดินาการเดียวมันแบกยากโอ้ยโอ้ยโอ้โหสวยสัตว์โอ้โหไม่ตายเหยียบช้าเกินโอ้ไม่ติดโอ้เมื่อกี้คุยต้องตายแล้วอ่ะยังไม่ตายเฉยตายจ้าเกียร์แมงนัทก็ใบดัดชิบหายไม่บิงกันแรกเลยฮาร์ดเลยป่ะหรือออคิดผมว่าจะต้องฮาร์ดเลยอะไรเงี้ยนะแต่ออคิดก็ดีจับทีมตึงอยู่
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
Jadiin ka na.ไม่เคยว้าวเลยไม่เคยว้าวเลยก็ใส่เต็มไปตายอยู่นะมันเรียกว้าวไปเฉยไม่นี่แต่ไม่มีใครว้าวเลยมันแบบมั่นใจว่าตายก็ตายเบอร์ต้าเล่นไม่เก่งเลยมันสกิลเป๊ะอยู่นะโอ้รอดจริงดิโอ้รอดแค่เหลือเชื่อไม่มีใครยัดเซ็งกันนะแค่ควินเป็นคิงบิงเลยมันกรีดยัดไอ้นี่ตลอดเลย Rolling Thunderแต่คือคูดาวแม่งน้อยไง110เคมีมานานไม่ต้องเหนือบ้านใช่ถ้าถามเด้งเลือดแบบปีศาจเลย
Dire's top tower's getting beat down. Dire's top tower's gone.
มันก็เล่นเวทคิงรวยเกินนี่ไงไปฮาร์ดจริงด้วยสกิปวอลคิด
Tower's seen better days. Radiant 5 and tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Dire's mid tower.
วันนี้กูเซ06แล้ว
The Dire went and fortified their structures.
เสียตีไปเลย ขอไปคิงหน่อยเรเดียนวิงซื้อฉาดด้วยเลยออกตาได้ไหมไม่คิดก็เลยนะได้ก็เรเดียนบิงของมันต้องไวนะคัมแบ็กยากอยู่ได้เกมนี้คือนาการต้องเล่นแบบท็อปฟอร์มจริงอะนาการเล่นท็อปฟอร์มมันเหนื่อยเลยต้องยื้อให้ได้ไหมต้องยื้อให้เลทแต่เลทก็เจอ NP อีกนะคือโอกาสมันเหนื่อยอะคือฝั่งมันเลทโหมหมดเลยเว้ย5 ตัว
Just another bounty.
ลาก่อน
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's mid tower ain't doing so good.
Regeneration.
ว่าแหละโบถามขอทำไมว่าดีๆดับดีกว่าดับดีกว่าดิมันดับดีเล่นเป๊ะเข้ารอบชิงไปตอนนี้ดูเซมันเลนระเบิดเลยเจอควีนใช่ไหมหิงไม่ขึ้นมาของก็จริงมีเซอร์ไพรส์ไหมอาจจะมีแค่ All Star Match เนี่ยนะแต่คือทีมที่ตกรอบมันก็เอากลับบ้านหมดแล้วนะมารอยรอบโอ้มีอูจบเลยใช่ไหมมีอูปีไม่เคยได้ค่าเฮียเลยเกมทำไมวันนี้เขาง่วงวะเมื่อวานแบบพาทุกคู่ชิวเร็วนี้ทำไมมันง่วงวะเหลือจิตใจมันอยากไปเที่ยวแล้วก็ระวังไม่รอเพื่อนเลยล่อสกิลเฮียนาการรีบวาร์ปเลยเพื่อนแบบเอ้ากูยังไม่ไปเลยเพื่อน
Radiant's top tower's taking hits. Dire's mid towers have technical difficulties.
จ ชิโร่มันเร่งฟาร์มสุดชีวิตแล้วบัตเตอร์ไฟแล้วอ่ะสวยอยู่กลัวแค่ควีนเพนละไม่กลัวซีเคมีกระทาฟ้ามีเรเดียนเขาใส่ฟ้าภาพนากาฟรีเห็นไหมบางทีมันแอบฟาร์มเนียนเลยนะแอดมินแต่เงินมันไม่ได้เยอะขนาดนะทำอะไรไม่ได้เลยจ้าเที่ยวแมกนัทมันยังไงก็ต้องคอลแลบอ่ะคอลแลบมันเล่นแบบโดดเด่นอยู่คนเดียวแค่โทษเสียงเป็นผู้ผมเองฟรีว่ะตายปะนี่จะบอกว่าควีนไม่ตายแล้วจะอ้วกโอ้โหโหโหโหโหโหโหว่าบ้านแตกที่โครงกระดูกเต็มเลยโครงกระดูกไม่ตายเกินยังค่ะคุณเซฟฆ่าไม่ตายดิแค่เป็นดีๆกูเซ็งแล้วแบบฟักอันนี้ไฟนอลหรือยังครับยังครับอันนี้รอบรองนาทีโมงแน่ตี 4จ้าอ้าวตายโดนวะโอ้ยชิบหายแล้วตายนากาเซฟทุกคนได้แต่ไม่มีใครเซฟนากาเลยลูกกิมเมอร์ไม่นากาตายหมดเลยดีแล้วมันจบละนี่เอาดาบเอฟวีเกมโอ้ฟักเอ้ยเอาto draft every game ไม่ได้ลุ้นเลยที่ LGD แพ้ไปเลย LGD แม่งไม่แพ้ใครเลยนะไม่ทัวร์เนี้ยแม่งแพ้เกมเดียวทั้งทัวร์พอมาเจอ Spirit แม่งโดนเลย2 เกมเหี้ยมากแล้วก็แพ้4 เกมติดแล้วก็ตกรอบไปเลยได้เป็นไงแพ้3 เลนจริงสมัครเข้า LGD เลยครับแล้วดาให้กูดูด้วยนะมึงไม่อยู่ฝั่งแพ้มึงก็อยู่ฝั่งชนะมันมีแค่2 อย่างอะแต่พอเป็นคนดูอยู่ฝั่งชนะไงไปเปิดคอร์สสอนเสี่ยวป้าดูจะได้สอนมันดราฟแพ้4 เกมเสี่ยวป้าบอกมึงชื่ออะไรนะเดี๋ยวกูแอดเฟรนด์ลงไปจีดาเป็นไงวะแพ้3 เลนไม่เข้าใจเลยวะ ใส่จีไปที่วันแต่เอาจริงๆก็ถูกใส่จีดีแม่งทีมแม่งไม่ได้เก่งขนาดนั้นไดแพนด้าเซเรแต่ในทัวร์ก็ไม่ได้แพ้นะ
The Dire might want to mine the top tower.
พี่นิวจบคอลแลบมาหมดที่ถ้าคนมาเล่นหมดคอลแลบกันได้หมดทุกคนแล้วเป็นแชมป์ที่ไอแล้วก็จำตอนเทีย10ไม่ได้หรอที่อิสเบริเป็นแชมป์ทุกคนแม่งบ้ากันหมดทุกคนแม่งพยายามเล่นแบบคอลแลบกันทุกคนทุกทีมไอ้เหี้ยแต่มันไม่ได้เวิร์กทุกทีมเลยได้ค่า NP ฟรีโอ้มันเล่นดิถ้าไปคิงในแข่งรอดจะขับไปรอเลมมันไม่เหมือนกับในพับบิกเลยแต่ถ้าบิกถ้ามึงเล่นเบรกคิงเวย์ระเบิดน่าซึมๆมาโอ้ได้รอแพ้ชีวิตในแข่งมันแบ่งทรัพยากรกันดีฮะมันแบ่งแบบกันดีเล่นในโซลแรงเล่นแบบคิงกับเลนไม่มีที่ฟาร์มแต่ถามว่าเล่นได้ไหมก็เล่นได้นะถ้าเล่นเป็นโคกระดูกซ่าต้องมีเรเดียนต้องมีเสื้อคลุมไฟแค่นากาไม่ถูกใจสิ่งนี้อะไรคอนแลบใครตัวหนึ่งแม็กนัทอะไรมันเป็นอาจารย์คอนแลบปะเหมือนคอนแลบมันจดวิธีมาจากไอ้อะไรอีกทีนึง
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
แพงโกไม่ได้ทำเคี้ยอะไรอย่างเงี้ยโดนทั้งเกมนี่เปิดตัวฮีโร่ใหม่ไม่มีหรอกเนี่ยไม่หวังอะไรกับวาวแล้วมีเดี๋ยวมันก็มีถ้ามีเดี๋ยวก็เย่ไม่มีเลยไม่มีก็ไม่มีแต่คนไทยมีใครจะท่านเป็นเพื่อนตรงนั้นมันก็มีถามกันนะว่าไอ้มีไอดอลเป็นใครบ้างใครมีไอดอลเป็นในนี่วะหลายคนอยู่นะต้องไปดูมือถือกูช้าอยู่ดูในมือถือนี่แต่ว่าโกสุเกมเมอร์ Who's your role model player นี่นี่อินเซเนีย นี่ไงโทฟูบอกว่าชอบซูเบลชอบมิราเคิลโทฟูมีมิราเคิลเป็นไอดอลมันก็ซ้ำๆอ่ะมันก็มีอยู่ไม่กี่คนหรอกพวกตัวท็อปอ่ะมิดเลนครึ่งหนึ่งมันมีมิราเคิลเป็นไอดอลอยู่แล้วไม่เพราะสมัยนั้นมันคือแบบมันแบกด้วยตัวคนเดียวเลยเดี๋ยวเขาว่ากิจกรรมเบิ่มๆมันบอกกิจกรรมเบิ่มๆทั้งปีใครเชื่อก็เชื่อนะกูรอดูอย่างเดียวกูไม่เชื่อหรอกยังกระดูกเต็มเลยเฮลกระดูกกระแทกตายแล้วเกิดใหม่แล้วก็รอขึ้นบ้านใหม่
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
นักข่าวพี่มีไหมก็พักอยู่อ่ะมันก็เล่นโซแรงเรื่อยๆแล้วคือใน YouTube มันก็ลงมีแต่เคลื่อนสัปดาห์หนึ่งเล่นโซแรงเกมหนึ่งโพสมันก็ลงคลิปแบบตลอดมันได้ยอดวิวเลยแล้วดีตกรอบแมกนัทใช่โดนทั้งไปทั้งกลับทั้งโดนอีกฝั่งเล่นแล้วเล่นเองก็น่าสงสารเลยเวฟสวยเกินโอ้เฮียจบแล้วRP ทับ2มันจบแล้วมันจีแล้วมันไม่มีทางชนะแล้วจีไม่หมดไม่ได้สู้เลยฮะตอนที่กูเซกูโดนเป็นขี้เลยทั้งเกม0-6แค่สงสารซีโร่ด้วยไหมนั่นแหละแค่หมูวอลจากแมกนัสไม่ได้ดิแพ้เพราะคอลแลบเลยแค่คอลแลบแม่งแบบสร้างความกลัวแม่งแล้วไม่ได้ติดใจแล้วGGจบง่ายๆเลย2-0 คูณสวัสดิ์ที่จบง่ายมาก What the fuck bro โอ้โหเศร้าเลย
Damage numbers, it tells the tale of it all. Quinn, look at this. I mean, ridiculous. 36,000. How many 4-man ults can we see? How many times is he just going to stop? Nothing to say. In his tracks in the Rolling Thunders, nothing to say. Did 11,000 damage. LGD tries to play for the late game, but it doesn't even matter. Gaming just controls everything. And even if it gets to these later stages, they had full grasp.
I mean, they look brilliant. I mean, as we said, we knew it from the Duracio death of the neutrals that this game was over. They always win the games like that. It's a crucial point.
I mean,
you know, from that point on, she's just not beating them. You know, Duracho, he's in full Duracho form, and he does not get stopped.
No, he does not. A flawless game from Gaming Gladiators.
Absolutely. I mean, LGD, they had a great run, but here today, they get shut down out of the competition by Gaming Gladiators, who are going to be moving on to that grand finals with an incredible force after the sort of ferocity that
จริงๆมันเล่นดีกว่าที่เจอทารอนหรือเปล่าเล่นดีกว่าดิไม่มันบอกในสัมภาษณ์เองว่าทารอนเป็นคนตบหน้าเราให้ตื่นมันบอกว่าเรียนรู้ได้เยอะเลยแล้วหลังจากนั้นก็เปลี่ยนไป
lower bracket round, and now they're going to be playing in the grand finals in a short time. They have a little bit of time to reset, and we have some time to break down this series to talk about game number 2 because Naga have done work. We saw the pick coming. We thought it was a great counter, but the game never progressed to a point where she had maps to farm, where she could do anything.
Yeah, I think the Quinn popped off.
Yeah, massively.
Nothing to say, had a really rough time in the mid lane, and Quinn just showing the mid diff. He's kind of shown that the entire lower bracket run. I think every game they play, it pretty much ends up being Quinn just destroys the lane, and they just snowball it throughout the whole game.
He took that Pengo pick personally, for sure.
He did.
I mean, to me, it's also the top rotation.
ย้อนเอานี้ให้ดูทำไมปิดตะมือทำไมวะอะไรนะไม่มันย้อนให้ดูอันนี้ทำไมเราโดนขี้ปากก็
mid twice and like making that insane advantage from the mid lane starting, and like Quinn, he never died. Like this game, he played perfectly, and he was doing so much work in this fights. Like we thought that would be a problem, but with the way he played and how much he was like scaling and like how many items did he get, like this Naga was not even being able to do anything in this game.
And all their heroes allow them to keep pushing their advantage so hard. Like you have a Wraith King, like you want to... Wraith King can be quite squishy when he's on the back foot, right? But when you're ahead, you're able to use those 2 lives to front for your team. You're using Nature's Prophet Trias to scout everywhere. You're checking back in your own jungle to make sure LGD aren't trying to farm there. You're scouting into the enemy jungle to find people to gank and kill. You're able to just keep going and going and going. And in the moments where they thought they might have had something, suddenly Game In are up an item. They have a BKB. Queen of Pain's able to use her ult to maybe rebuff the Pango, ultimate. Like they have so many tools from this lead early to just allow them to stomp the game.
I mean, there's also these little things that Celery does, right? You don't notice it in game, but he's like blocking the spawns with the trees, like during the neutral camps, and like denying all the farm from LGD side too. Like those little things that he's then doing on the summon heroes that are like very flawless as well.
We heard a little bit of comments as well throughout this game. Quinn was making the call. He said, let's play in formation. Let's not play scared. But how do you ensure that not playing scared doesn't result in a bad initiation gunner? How do you make sure, or what was the formation to make sure every team fight was going to go in their way that they could have advantage?
Pretty much what he means is don't make the same mistake of the diving too far on the high ground or diving too far on that tri-camp in the first game.
Right.
Where they just stay in a ball and they just move up slowly. They take the objective that's in front of them. They don't go for more, and every fight seemed like Quinn would just delay the fight with his ult. He would just push back the Pengo roll or whatever initiation there was from Magnus, and once the fight kind of starts and they get to survive that initial time
ดูนี่เราจะมีแชมป์ที่ไอ2สมัยอีก4คนหรือเปล่าหรือว่าเราจะมีแชมป์ที่ไอใหม่5คน
I'm sure they're elated, so let's hear from them in a little bit. Well, he's actually not ready yet. They want to take some time. They want to compose themselves so we can hear maybe a little bit more from you, Sheep, about the game.
I don't know, I just thought it was like so clean and nice. They never really got to their timings, and then when they were able to like skewer back, it's like you're too tanky, you're too hard to kill, you have an Aegis. Like they're playing this so carefully and disciplined. Like the fact that they stomped early, but the game still kind of dragged a little bit. It's just because Game In are not giving them any opportunity to throw.
ผมกลัวไอ้ลาลิแพ้เลนเนี่ยควินมันขี้แค่นั้น
This Queen of Pain is such a big problem to the Pengo during the fight because he couldn't really roll into the fight and create this kill because he was constantly pushing back, and they did a really good job of like stopping Magnus from initiation because like it was their only chance of like getting these 2 or 3 man RPs to turn the game around, but they never had a chance to do that.
Alright, well now I know for sure that they are ready. We're gonna have a winners interview. We're gonna see how Ace feels about playing in the grand finals, being a top 2 team.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ace from Ace, you are the rock of this team. You are hardly ever moved by anything, but now you are going to the grand finals of the International, a completely dominant year with only the smallest amount of stumbles, and now you are back. And I'd like to see, crowd, if we can finally crack this egg. Can you guys give it up for Ace? And get this guy
เอาลงไปเลย
อะไรพี่บอกก็อยากเล่นกับเธอไง
เจ็บ
เจ็บอะไรเขาไม่ได้ทำอะไรเธอเลย
Yeah, it feels pretty good, but we didn't win yet, so I'm not all in the skies yet. You know, I'm still down on the ground. Still need to be focused.
Oh, that's what your team needs. Fantastic.
หล่อไม่ได้ขึ้นวิทอยเลยเว้ยเมื่อไปว่าแต่ว่า
You know that have come and gone. You guys have crushed everybody.
ถ้าผมวันข่าววันนี้ใช่เลยเถอะ
Potentially one
แล้วเป็น
in
แบ
a
บตาสี
million in
ฟ้าข้างในเหมือน
history
กันด้วย
going
นะ
from lowers
เหมือนกระ
to
จกอะ
going to the grand finals and winning it. Any words for the teams that you have brutally eliminated along the way?
Sorry, boys. Maybe next time.
Yeah. Sorry, boys.
Thank you.
Maybe next time.
To the grand
บอกให้
finals.
ทีมที่ตัวเองตกรอบไป
Many times before. How are you going to beat
ทำไม
Team Spirit?
They are hard to crack, but we're just gonna play our game, do what we've been doing so far, and then adapt along the way, and we'll see.
We will see. We will see. A calm man. But I'm not gonna let you get away with that. Are you going to win the grand finals? Coming up, my friend. I want to get you hyping up this crowd just once in your entire career with me interviewing. Hype these people up. Are you going to win?
Let's fucking go!
Let's fucking go! Go get the rest, baby! Get in there and get right. Thank you so much. We'll see them soon. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Slacks. What a fantastic interview. We finally cracked him. We were able to do it. Ace gave us all his emotion in one go there to rile up the crowd to get them hyped for the fact they are going to be going to the grand final. It does mean, though, LGD, their run has fallen a little bit short. They're still third place, a top 3 team. It's an amazing performance considering this org had a pretty big roster reshuffle for themselves. 3 brand new players. This was their first TI, and they went the distance, Rezo. Not the whole way, but they went a long way.
I think they did amazingly, but the only thing I would like suggest them for the future, like just like
เซอร์ไพรส์หน่อยเร็วเซอร์ไพรส์หน่อย
play style, like you know, find their strategies and like not respond too much to the enemies.
Yeah, because it always seemed like this entire series and kind of the entire lower bracket is gaming forces everyone to play their game, and LGD it seemed like they fell to it. And looking forward, there's Spirit, which I think are one of the teams that are really good at doing their own thing. Whether they're winning early game, losing early game, they're going to play their game and they're going to.
เมื่อเอาคณะมากูก็ไม่เติมด้วยหลังที่
There's
ไอ้
one team that hopefully won't conform to how gaming plays. It'll be Spirit in the finals.
How do you feel about LGD, Sheep? What's one of your highlights that you had over the last 3 weeks with them?
I just think, I mean, I'm just really happy that they managed to take it this far. I think like them and Azure Raid really showing up for China. You know, there was this massive gap at the beginning of the year where so many old players did retire, and we had this new players filling in, like we have now on LGD, and then, you know, some players came back, but they filled that gap really well, and they got the experience they needed to bring themselves to this TI and to perform, and so many of these players had their first lands this year, and like, to get 3rd place now at TI, like that is phenomenal. Like they should be so proud of themselves, and I really hope they take that to next year and go even further.
Do you feel like this is the revitalization of the China region, Rezo?
I think for sure they have like a lot of motivation right now since 2 of their top teams like in the top 3 and 4. So it's a really big for the region. I mean, of course, it would have helped if they won the whole thing, right? But it's still a very good result, and I'm sure like a lot of people get inspired by that, and we're gonna see a lot of more like Chinese competition coming to next year and next season.
Yeah, because they struggled, I think, the full season, but now it kind of goes to TI, and this is what matters, right? So them doing good at TI is definitely really good for the region.
Yeah, they were within the region really dominant, and then it was like that 9th, 12th a lot throughout. So I think it's a massissive feat for themselves, a massive accomplishment. So they should be very happy. But
อยากเป็นนักแข่งโดยทูตำแหน่งไหนที่คิดว่าโดดเด่นอยากขายก็ตำแหน่งที่ไม่เด่นมัน
Do you want to talk about the game?
มันไม่มีอันไหนโดดเด่นเป็นพิเศษอ่ะมันแต่ตำแหน่งมันก็สำคัญหมดอ่ะแค่ต้องรู้ว่านี่อะไรนะ
Again, I think it's kind of the same story, right? It's hopefully the drafting. You have to solve this early game issues where game
แค่ต้องหาตัวเองให้เจอว่าไอ้นี่ตัวเราเล่นตำแหน่งไหนเก่งมากกว่าจะหาตำแหน่งที่โดดเด่นเล่น
and they kind of just snowball off that every time. And it's also the supports.
แข่งต่อเลยเดี๋ยวรอ
The supports are
น่าต้อง
probably
ร
the
อ
best support duo at controlling the early game, moving around, controlling runes, ganking mid, and just the way that they always set up their silence as well. It's everything you just have to counter, and so. To some extent, what Rezo was saying was you don't want to purely counter the enemy draft, but I think there's some limit to kind of finding a balance where you're doing your own thing that doesn't get countered by what gaming is doing.
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit worried about Laurel
ทำไมฟรีถึง
because
แปลงเพศ
Quinn is like showing like every time, like every matchup, like it doesn't matter who's he's playing like, against, like he's stomping the guy and
หน้า
like,
กูเหมือนคนทำโดนัททูปะ
like, it's a really big problem. So Spirit needs to be
กูจะรู้ไว้เนี่ย
ready for that and accounting for that.
You don't have faith in the growth that Lal has had over this year. He's been showing up more and more every event that we see him.
I think Lal is like so stable that if you crush him the way you crush like nothing to say in that last game, right? Like I think he'll struggle to find a game, and it will be very hero dependent on the impact he's able to have. For example, in games that they're losing when he's on Conker, he's going to play a lot better than like when he's on his Viper. You know, just by way of the hero, by way of his playstyle. So I think it's going to come down a lot to the draft. I really hope he doesn't get his Conker game and want to win. I hope he does get it if you want them to win. But I do think he's good enough to like play this match easily. You know, they're in the grand finals for a reason. Waiting.
Yeah, I mean
they did go through upper bracket.
Exactly. I was going to say, they're coming in the upper bracket. Like they were able to stay up there. They knocked LGD down here to be then eventually knocked out by Gaming. What's a big takeaway from the LGD Team Spirit matchup that we had in the upper bracket yesterday that you're like, oh, maybe this is something that is a weakness we haven't seen before?
Well, the biggest thing that excites and worries me is that there was a 70-minute game, which we really haven't seen Gaming play. So either Spirit will be able to force Gaming to play this really long game, which I would say favors them, or will Gaming just destroy the average game time for Spirit, make it really low, and just kind of crush 3 games in a row.
Hey, we kind of heard when Ace had his winners interview that they're going to keep playing it their game. Maybe it's going to be that tempo. But right now, we do have to close out this series. We want to hear from one of the LGD players. We have our exit interview. It's Tsunami and Why You Smile.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am standing by with Why You Smile, and Jin will be helping me translate. Smile, it's kind of strange to think that you're now very much a veteran, and for a squad like this with so many players that are kind of new to an experience like this, what was it like guiding them through such a high-intensity tournament here at the International?
มีพัฒนาการให้คน4ให้โหดไหมต้องดูสไตล์ตัวเองเหรอตัวเองแบบพวกทำเกมเยอะหรือฟาร์มเยอะ
就想问你带了这么多新人吧新血液来到这一届比赛然后整个过程是对你来说是什么样的一种感受呢
对于我来说可能整个过程也是更多也是唤醒自己就是因为看着他们比较年轻然后比较有冲劲然后也更多是对 TI 的冲劲吧
It's more of it feels like a wake-up call to myself as well because just watching these younger players seeing the drive seeing the motivation it kind of it's like a wake-up call for me it reminds me of what kind of mentality I should be having as well
เชื่อหรอกว่าเห็นเพลเยอร์ที่เด็กกว่าแบบมีไฟแล้วรู้สึกเหมือนเป็นการตบหน้าให้ตื่นว่าตัวเองควรเป็นคนแบบไหน
You must have some very fond memories so was there any experiences that you had with the fans or just the being back in Seattle sensation that you're hoping to remember as you leave this event
就想问这次来到西雅图相信你也是有很多回忆啊包括有很多让你怀旧的一些情景和经验然后包括这次来到场面上看到这么多粉丝在支持你们看到整个比赛的过程你有没有什么就是关于怀旧这方面的感受呢
现在可能这方面感受比较少吧因为但有一点是线上观众特别多并且支持我们的观众也特别多然后在西雅图毕竟是他国嘛然后这种感触特别深吧然后现在可能更多是比较难过吧因为最后的决赛并没有杀进去然后就是并没办法继续听到他们为我们呐喊嘛
I don't really feel much of those emotions at this very moment because we just lost our series. I'm feeling pretty sad right now. However, it is very touching to see so many fans, so many Chinese fans and international fans here at the arena cheering for us. I think one of the biggest sense of loss I feel right now is just not being able to get into the grand finals, not being able to hear them cheer for us once more.
Well, I'm sure there's no doubt that we will be cheering for you no matter what happens in the future. Shesha, appreciate it. And back to the panel.
Such a beautiful interview, Tsunami. Thank you so much, and Why You Smile as well. There were a lot of fans every time LGD was playing. This crowd was louder than I felt it could go, and it just keeps pushing itself more and more. So why you smile, there's a lot of fans here, and I'm sure that they'll be cheering for you. Maybe even later today if they see you around, you know, they'll be having a lot of fun. But for now, Gaming Gladiators have got a little bit over an hour, Rezo, to reset themselves, look towards the grand final. You were in a very similar position not that long ago. What did you do with your hour? What do you think they're doing?
I mean, to me, it has been really tough because the series that we played before was like three games, and it was like really like up and go. Like, you know, you don't really know if you're gonna win or not. But for gaming this time around, like they're very confidently taking those 2 games, so they don't really. I think they don't really waste it on all their energy, so they don't really need to do anything other than just like, you know, prepare themselves for taking the Spirit and like think about what kind of heroes they wanna.
ตอนนี้ GG กำลังเตรียมแผนสู้ Spirit อยู่
Yeah, you don't want to like phase yourself too much. You still have another game. You can feel good, but at some point you have to just reset. Just, all right, start of the new game, so let's play the new game.
Well, look, they're going to have their time. We're going to have some time as well. And to help us fill in the time, there's going to be some more content. We have a very exciting video that we're going to get to watch right now.
เฮ้ยมาว่าวิดีโอมาแล้ว
Please, this is not how heroes act.
โอ้มีมด้วยว่ะใช่
You both think it's in your nature to fight, but your first and only answer can't always be violence. Your sisters.
Violence is never my first choice.
Never my first choice. We know it's why you lose.
Lena.
I'm just saying.
Lena,
sometimes you gotta burn shit down if you want to win.
Except you don't just burn people or things. She starts emotional fires. She knows her stupid real fires can't touch me.
Are you kidding me? Emotional damage doesn't even work on you.
It hurts my feelings.
You don't have feelings. Seen warmer eyes on a shark.
We should really,
And nobody's buying your cute little smile, by the way. You look more like a hell bear.
หน้าเหมือนหมีแดงในป่า
felt when mom and dad sent you to live in that desert.
Remember.
แต่ตอนที่แม่ส่งเธอไปอยู่ในทะเลทรายอะ
Be fair, Riley.
ไล่
Let's listen. Lena, can we talk more?
เราคุยกันได้ไหมว่าทำไมคุณต้องออกมาจากบ้านน่ะ What the fuck?
Because she burned home down 9 times.
That's a lie.
Everything you say is a lie.
The 9th one wasn't me.
เนี่ยครั้งที่9ไม่ใช่ฉัน
It was my last chance, and I wasn't gonna blow it.
You're right.
I was innocent, and no one
พ่อกับ
believed
แม่บอกว่าอ้าว
It's funny. I was scared at first.
เผาบ้านตัวเอง9 รอบ
Now it's my happiest memory.
แต่รอบที่9ไม่ใช่ฝีมือมันนะ
Watching you cry.
You cold-hearted bitch.
อยู่อีโมอยู่หน้าห้อง
I'm so sorry about her. She's been that way
since you were born. Before you came around, I was
enough. I see a lot of dysfunction walk through that door. Believe me, your co-workers are all a mess. But somehow, you two, you take the Aegis and the cheese. The good news, there's still hope.
ยังมีความหวังอยู่
You just have to be honest with
คุณ
yourself.
แค่ต้องพูดตรงๆกับตัวเองและกับคนอื่น
Move forward for a change.
เราก็ต้องเดินต่อไปข้างหน้า คุณน่าจะพูดถูกนะ
Lena.
ลีน่า
There is something
มีอะไรบางอย่างที่ฉันไม่เคยบอกเธอนะ
about house number 9.
เกี่ยวกับครั้งที่
It's me.
9 ฉันเองยังไงล่ะ แล้วทำไมบ้านมึงมี TNT อยู่ในบ้านวะ Highly flammable water มันมีด้วยเหรอวะ กิ้ง
I was the one who started the fire.
ฉันเองที่เผาบ้าน
And when they asked me who did it,
ตอนที่ถามว่าใครทำฉันเลยโกหก
you got sent away because of me. And
โดนไล่ไปอยู่ทะเลทรายเพราะว่าฉันยังไงนะ
I would do it again in a heartbeat.
ถ้ามีโอกาสจะทำมันอีกครั้งหนึ่ง
Alina.
Shut up. I really respect that.
Huh?
You wait. You what?
That doesn't sound like you.
ฟังดูไม่เหมือนเธอเลย
Okay, maybe I don't respect it, but I'm proud.
ฉันภูมิใจนะ
You solved a problem with fire and
เธอแก้ปัญหา
lies.
ด้วยไฟและการโกหก
That's my playbook.
แต่มันวิธีฉัน
You learned that from me.
เธอได้รู้จากฉันละสิ
I didn't think you were that smart.
ฉันไม่ได้คิดว่าเธอฉลาดขนาดนั้น
You need to work on your problems.
แล้วไม่ใช่วิธีแก้ปัญหาหน่อย
Arson. That's insane. I mean, it's not insane, right? What is sane anyway?
You know what, Doc? I think we're just about out of time.
So that's what happened with our last counselor.
But I doubt we'll have a problem with you.
That's not a compliment.
What are you writing down? Say something.
Yeah. You don't want to make my sister mad.
เรียนดีหน้าไปเล่นบ้านทั้งคู่เลยดูอะไรอยู่เนี่ย
Leader and Crystal Maiden, definitely some twisted sisterly love going on there. I would not want to be in that counselor seat at all.
Dude, I was laughing the entire time.
เย้นี่คือเซอร์ไพรส์ของปีแล้วครับ ก็คือสกิทนี้หมดแล้ว โอเค เดี๋ยวเจอกันปีหน้าครับผม TI13
TNT, but the highly flammable water.
จริงปะเนี่ย
Some old like TF2 type stuff, man.
ตัวใหม่มา
That's humor that I love Valve for.
Yeah, it's the regular thing to hold that thing in your house, right? Like at
Yeah,
night.
is that not what your house looks like?
Yeah, yeah.
Just to have everything lying around, fire,
Stacks
no
of
gate.
TNT in your lounge room.
You don't?
Silly me, I put it elsewhere.
We're in the USA.
True, that's the difference. Being in Australia, you have to hide it. You have to stock it away. But look, speaking of being in the USA, we're enjoying TI12 here in the arena. There's a lot of fans still sitting around, and there's a lot of fans elsewhere around the world. So we're not just watching TI12 in the United States. There's fans everywhere, Sheep.
Oh my god, but none in England. We have no Dota players.
Whoa. TSM will take offense to that one.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, it's great to see all the fans all around the world enjoying it. It's like the time zones, right? It's like some of these people are just going to be up at like 5 a.m., 4 a.m. It's like, yes, we're here for the Dota. We care. We love it. And shout out to you guys.
I was going to say, I know a lot of my friends back home in Australia, they're all sitting in Discord. They're watching it together. It's an ungodly hour. I think it's actually 4 a.m. for them. So there's probably not any places for them to watch it
นึกว่าจะแบบ
out
ที่จริงเรามีพี่สาวอีก
but
หนึ่ง
they're
คน
at home. I know they're enjoying
Oh,
it.
surprise,
I'm sure a lot of
motherfucker.
SEA fans are doing the same as well from the comfort of their home.
And hopefully it's a long night for them. I'm hoping for a really long best of 5, some fun games. So if it's a late night for you already, I'm sorry about that, but I'm hoping for more.
We're all hoping for that one. Isn't that so, Rosso?
I mean, TI finals is always where you stay up till the very end and like you cheer and you get the energy from like just watching purely. It's just an insane journey.
You know, 5 games would be phenomenal.
จบ TI ผมไม่อยู่นะผมหนีไปเที่ยวต่างจังหวัดแล้ว
Do you guys know how else we're going to be filling in the time?
Perhaps with
The
some
film contest?
Okay, that.
Yeah, that's
maybe
one of them.
Cosplay.
Yeah, a little bit of cosplay.
Oh,
Do you
cosplay.
have a favorite hero that you would like to be seeing on the stage in cosplay?
ขอวิดีโอเซอร์ไพรส์อันหนึงตัวใหม่ขอร้อง please
That was so silly.
please
Invoker?
Alchemist.
Alchemist, that would be a pretty difficult
I know
one.
something. I know something.
You can't spoil anything. Yeah, I would want to see a Witch Doctor one. That's the cosplay I would like to see. Have you guys
With
seen?
like that monkey on the shoulder.
Yeah,
poking
but
out?
an actual monkey.
Oh.
I don't want it like paper mache or anything like that. I want a real monkey. Hey, we'll see if it's gonna happen. We're gonna see a lot of costumes though. The cosplay contest is happening. We got Tsunami on this stage.
เย้ประกวดคอสเพลย์เย้
And there's a very special thing happening on the stage because if you notice, I am flanked by some cosplayers because we have a tradition around here. It's time for the International 2023 Cosplay Competition presented by Steel Series. Are you guys ready?
ปักหน้า AM Voice Spirit
Lovely. Well, I already have some judges joining me, so I would like to take this
เย้
opportunity. Fairy fingers as a Crystal Maiden. Fairy fingers, wave to the crowd. And then, how long have you been cosplaying for?
I've been cosplaying for 28 years.
ฮะคอสเพย์มา28 ปีแล้ว
of experience, and it shows with this outfit, as well as joined by me. It's Anahi from Seattle Cosplay, where I suppose like how about we just like I know, right? I totally agree. I can't wait for grand finals also, but I want to do this cosplay competition first. And lastly, it's Abbycat Cosplay joining me as a nature's prophet. And this isn't your first time here, is it?
No, I've been competing on this stage before.
Ooh, and now you're ready to judge our contestants. Well, let's get started then. May I present Styro Girls as alchemists. You may remember Styro Girls from a few years ago, because in 2018 Vancouver, the Styro Girls were ogre magi, and here they are treating us to an alchemist. That's our first contestant. Next up, we've got Makabaka as a Marcy.
Now this Marcy took over 200 hours to complete, and she specifically added all the bling to her costume to make it really pop on stage.
And boy, does it look that way. Next up, we've got Sunray as Anti-Mage, or Waze.
ลิงก์หน่อยครับลิงก์หน่อย
So this Anti-Mage is a really new skin. It's only 1 month old, and she designed all the lights that are programmed in C++ using Arduino.
We got the tech over here.
แต่เซฟมันใหม่
Doesn't use magic, but he does use
ทำเร็วอยู่แล้ว
technology. Next up, we've got Chronos Chick as Pugna.
ฝั่งหน้าพี่ท็อป
has these beautiful vibrant colors, and all of that was done with
ฝั่งหน้าพี่ท็อป
And it pops on the stage for sure. Moving on, we've got
โอ้ยเชี่ยนี่เหมือนอยู่
as a vengeful spirit.
So this
When stop feeding
on this costume alone took 250 hours, and it was all hand dremeled feathers.
The intricacies are amazing. Moving on, we've got Tyrant as a void spirit.
His cosplay completed within a month. It is a really
อาวุธเหมือนอยู่
impressive
นะ
first ever cosplay.
Shout out to the anniversary set. It looks incredible, as well as the poses. Next up, we've got Chiyuneko as a Skyrath mage.
Yeah.
With almost 4-meter wingspan, the 6-inch heel with clear makes it look like she's floating in the air.
ไม่มีทีเด็ดเลย
Sometimes looks a bit like a chicken. Sometimes you gotta get the.
ไม่เคยพูดเหี้ยอะไรกัน
We've got YMR as
เชี่ยโดรนที่พี่ถอกอยากได้ที่บ้าน
Drown Ranger took 7 months to complete. Using household items, her arrows are actually chopsticks.
ฮะทำจากตะเกียบเหรอ
You at home can find things to cosplay with, but it takes a lot of hours to look at this intricate. After that, we've got Not in My House.
เชี่ยพี่เอว่ะ
Assassin.
This cosplay took 130 hours of work. 30-hour work is on the blade alone.
เชี่ย
And last but certainly not least, we've got Dawn as Crystal Maiden.
Her staff is 3D printed out of dual color filament that makes it look like different in various lighting.
ไม่มีใครคอสเพย์ OD แล้วบินได้เลยเหรอ
10 finalists, but we've got a handful of awards to give out. So let's
หมดแล้วเหรอ
start off with the best technique is Crystal Maiden Dawn.
เทคนิคดีสุด
Next
แต่
up,
อันนี้สีมันไอ้นี่อยู่นะ
transformation. Could we get
คือ
some
บิน
eyes on the Skyrath
โอ้
Mage
จบละ
Chiyuneko?
แล้วคือมันจะไม่ได้จริงเหรอวะ
Now we've got a thing called Judge's Choice. Abbycat, what is Judge's Choice exactly?
Judge's Choice was the cosplay that we were very impressed with, that we really liked the finishing on, and that just had great stage presence.
Well,
Okay,
we
mate.
can go ahead and hand that to Fuevo on the vengeful spirit.
Yeah, that's a choice. ท่าไก่
Seattle, could I get a little drum roll going as we get ready for Best in Show?
Yeah.
The anticipation's killing me. It's almost like a unstable concoction because it's Alchemist.
อ๋ออันนี้ชนะ เย้อันนี้คนชนะแหละทำโคตรดีเลยอยากให้ก๊อปปี้มันปาขวด
ถ้าคอสเพลย์ริกิแล้วเป็นช่องว่างๆได้ปะ
ได้อยู่แต่ว่าวิกิ เฮ้ยโอ้ยแค่บอกว่าช็อตฟิล์มใครชนะกูปิดเสียงนะบอกไว้ก่อนช็อตฟิล์ม
As impressive as the cosplays are, one of the most creative moments that our community has are our short film contest every single year. And today, our top 3 are some of the best that we've ever seen. So, to start things off, may I please present to you the 3rd place, who was a 2nd place winner at TI10. Let's go on a journey and see our 3rd place contestant finally get their prize as they travel across all the Valve universes in Game Breakers.
ขออนุญาตปิดเสียงแล้วจ้ะแต่นี้มันทำดีอยู่มันไปข้ามเกมอย่าขู่ลูกไม่เอาครับไม่เอาไม่ตีกันลูกไม่ตีกันแล้วไม่ได้กินงานรักกันลูกวอร์ดมันจะตีกับสโมกตลอดเลยนี้3เมลบอกฮีโร่ใหม่อยู่ไหนวะอะไรนะGGN please พี่หนึ่งพี่หญิงสเมลไม่ใช่ครับ นั่นมันยาวาเปอร์เซ็นต์ได้ไหมไม่ได้เพราะกูจะโดนลิขสิทธิ์อันไหนได้ที่1วะอ๋ออันนี้ใช่อันนี้เท่อันนี้เท่อันนี้เท่อย่าฟันแบบน้ำแข็งแตกกันเท่สัตว์น้ำแข็งแตกดูแตกค่าเพื่อนหมดเลยจ้าเย้หมดแล้ว
participated. So many of our community members submit short films, and every year they get better. So please, if you didn't win this year, try again, because we love watching them, and they are such a absolute little joy. All right, anyway, there's one more video I think you guys might want to see.
เฮ้ยมีอีกอันนึง
Perhaps you might want to look at this.
เชี่ยมาแล้ว What the fuck เขาเป็นบัตเตอร์เหรอเฮียฮีโร่ใหม่ปิงมาสเตอร์อ๋อลิงมาสเตอร์สัตว์เลย2024ไอ้สัตว์บอก coming soon
I'm left here thinking in honor of North America, of course they would add a hero for a circus. It has to be representative of our entire region. My friend, you know the question that's in everyone's mind. What kind of hero is it? We got a support, we got an offlane, we got a mid, we got a carry. What's happening?
It looked like it has some kind of catch. So I would say like support, like a position 4.
Okay. Traps. The Dota community kind of has a troubled history with heroes that make traps.
ไม่แครี่กับนักเวทอ่ะ
You miss old techies at all?
Not at all.
I hate old tendencies. Yeah. I really hate old tendencies.
How about? Is it Puppet Master? What was that? Did I take over Heroes? That was sick as hell. What do you feel? You're playing a literal game right now. That's good.
เล่นเกมมือถืออยู่
Dota Underlords. What the hell? What do you think about that hero reveal? The hero. You were playing Underlords. Did you even say it?
Yeah, they Dota Underlords.
Okay, great. What do you guys think about the new hero? Look, yeah. Thank you. That looks hype as hell. Good lord, baby. The circus is canon. It's canon. Thank you, Tsunami.
What is with you and the lore, Slacks? What, are you gonna do another loregasm for this hero? Ringmaster loregasm?
No self-advertisement on the stream. Thank you very much for watching.
Very generous of you. All right. We can revel in that, but we got a grand finals to get to. We've got a little bit of time for it. What do you think of that lower bracket final, my friend?
It's gonna be amazing, but I hope Quinn doesn't win.
Boo this man. Listen, he's trying to improve his entire image right now, all right? We know we all had troubled past. Do you not believe in second chances?
It's been a while and his persona has been the same, so I don't know if he's gonna recover from the mentality or not, but...
What's on your mind, friend?
Quinn will win! Yay!
You think being a TI winner will change someone's personality for the better or for the worse?
Better?
I mean, you can talk to S4.
เดี๋ยวไม่อยากให้ควินชนะทีไออะ
Better than that. Who are your expectations as we look forward to this grand final?
Just a good final. I don't care who wins. I just want good Dota.
Who doesn't want some good Dota? But before we get to the grand finals, we have a little bit of another treat for you guys. Obviously, in the grand finals, you got some champions. Let me show you some champions on the floor.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. The enjoyment, the content never stops. And I have one of the most decorated panels I think I've ever seen in my eyes. We're just going to introduce this for a while. Jerax, you're joining us. Owie, Fia,
รวมแชมป์ว่ะ
you guys all have one massive thing in common. You guys have won a TI. 2 TIs in some cases, maybe different ways too. And there's 10 players sitting out the back right now. They're about to come on stage. They're about to have their grand final and hopefully win a TI, whichever team it is. I want to start all the way down the end with Dendi. You were at the beginning of this. You won your TI so many years ago. Did you expect TI12 to happen, to be in Seattle, to have a crowd like this and the history and the legacy that it would create?
Of course not. Like it's hard to expect something like this, but yeah, back in my days, it was a long time ago, and different stories were around. Overall, I love it. Like STI is great. Competition is super high level. Watching those teams is amazing. Good feelings.
Do you think you'd have nerves if you were going into this grand final, either as Gaming Gladiators or Team Spirit, with the crowd?
No nerves at all. Come on, look at this crowd. What kind of nerves can it be? No way. Everyone is cheerful, so yeah, it's easy peasy.
For sure. Jerax, we'll move up here because 2-time TI winner, Team Spirit, going into the grand finals, they could be joining you in the ranks of a 2-time TI winner. You're like, oh, I don't want to share that title with anyone, or are you hoping that another team is able to do it too?
I think there's some anxiety about it, but in the end of the day, I feel like we're all cheering for the best Dota, and if that happens here, then it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter at the end.
ไม่สนว่าจะมีแชมป์ที่2 สมัยเหมือนกันหรือเปล่าแค่อยากเห็นโดต้าดีๆ
You're like, no one else has done this, no one's won too, or was it more, we've been here before and we've done it, we can win a grand finals?
I think the emotion that I had the most is I think we kind of ran out of the game, so that was frustrating.
ตัวใหม่มีคนวิเคราะห์ถูกแผนที่ใหม่มีของที่มาจากละครสดใช่เหรอ
qualifiers all the way, and I think as a player you really cherish these moments when you really get to play the highest competitive environment, and yeah, maybe frustrated
Oh, that's an interesting emotion to feel. But Howie, you've been in 2 grand finals as well. One as a coach, one as a player. Is it hard being a coach, seeing the grand finals? Like, what would Silent and CY be feeling out there, seeing their 5 players about to walk on?
I think as a coach at this point, you're mostly just proud of what your players have done, what they've come through. You've watched them work hard for so long. I think mostly what you want is for them to be able to enjoy the moment. The best Dota's played when you're having fun.
And Fia, you shared your win with Howie. Do you want to, any stories, any feelings that you had? Because you're a very stoic man.
I think any like finals experience is gonna be different for everyone, right? But when I went into it most, I was
คู่
thinking
ชิงแข่ง
there's
มัน
always gonna be nerves.
ไม่น่าเกินตี
But I
4
always told myself going
น่าจะ
into
ใกล้
it,
เริ่ม
just
แล้ว
like as long as I choke less than the other team or less nervous than the other team, that's good enough. You know what I mean? Because every single time you're gonna be a little bit nervous.
What was the main feeling then? Jurex, you were saying frustrated. Was that the second time round or the first time you were saying?
That was the second time, so just the lack of games. I feel like when it goes really fast, then you don't really get to prove yourself as to the same level. I don't know.
I think that's fair. That's a very valid thing to be able to say. Yeah, of course.
I have no idea. That's how I felt.
So the first win meant just a little bit more even than
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Interesting. What was your main feeling, Howie?
For TI11?
Either one, you can tell me.
I mean, I think TI5 is definitely more nervous, like as a player than a coach. I think it's just so much happening. You feel the vibration of the crowd. You don't really know what's going on. I hadn't really experienced anything like that before. For TI11, it was a lot more calm. We worked a lot on like controlling our emotions to make sure that we were in the best performance state.
GG ชนะ
I think
GD
it
ใช่ครับ
was honestly sort of similar to Jerax. Like we wanted to show off our Dota, and I mean TI11 may be similar to TI9, not the best for that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't really speak for you, but that's my own experience, yeah.
What advice would you give to those 10 players out there right now? What is something that you wish you had have heard when you were in the tunnels, when you were building up to walk out, when you either had the lower bracket 1 hour wait, or when you were coming in from the upper bracket? If you want to start, Denny.
Sure. Simple advice. Play the best Dota of your life.
นั่นแหละไม่ง่ายเลยเล่นให้ดีที่สุดในชีวิต
I mean, it's gonna be similar for me. Like you just don't get this opportunity very often. Who knows the next time you'll be in this position? This is like going to be your opportunity to potentially win a TI. In Spirit's case, win another TI against Laurels first. Cherish it and take advantage of this moment and do the best you possibly can.
Yeah, no, same for me. I think just make sure that like the main thing you have here is making these memories. I think that's the most important thing. No matter what happens, win or lose, you want to be proud of what you've accomplished in Dota.
Personally, for me, I feel there's when the nerves really get to you, you start to really look outside. But I think if you really tune into yourself and give opportunities to those thoughts of like, okay, we have this crazy idea, we don't really feel like pulling it here in the TI finals. But I think if you commit to that, I think that goes very well.
How much internal pressure did you guys place on yourself, and who was trying to help you pull that out of you, that you weren't getting too caught up in your head?
Is that for me?
Yeah, all of you guys.
Johan was the very big part of our energy, our flower. I definitely felt that I was very supported in the team, and if that wasn't the case, I don't think I would have enjoyed as much.
I think also in Q5 it was Fear. Like he was always a solid rock. I feel like Fear actually has a Dota superpower. Like he makes all his teammates feel super comfortable and able to play at their best because he's so reliable. And that TI11 is supposed to be me, I think, but. Just I don't know.
บอกว่าตอน TI5 เฟียมันทำให้ทุกคนมันเล่นได้แบบสบาย
I say that about Fear for panels as well. He definitely calms the nerves for all of us.
Well, I guess for me then I kind of felt like on EG there it was an unspoken rule that everyone kind of just had to play their part, and just be confident in what we're doing and just believe. And I didn't really feel like anyone looked up to anyone, personally speaking. And I thought we just like were just going at it together, and we all knew what we needed to do and just had to get it done.
I had an amazing team, and I was very unconfident coming to the TI actually, but they all cheered me up through the entire tournament. And coming to the grand finals, I had the feeling we cannot lose. That's the feeling I got. That's very weird. I don't know if I would.
เชี่ยตอนเข้ารอบชิงคิดว่าเราไม่สามารถแพ้ได้วะ
When was the shift for each of you then that you felt you cannot lose this? At what point in the tournament, if you were coming in nervous, what point was that changing?
I mean, for me, it's if Curtis ever got techies or Naga. I just knew we couldn't lose, It was a guaranteed win.
So yours is in the draft. All right. I
ทีม
see,
ส
I
ปิริต
see.
กับ GG ผมชอบสปิริต
Like,
ว่ะ
we were so confident, but we even pick like in one of the games we picked Patch just because we wanted to have some fun, you know, like to play it.
Yeah.
So it was kind of crazy back in the days.
Yeah, honestly, I think as soon as like Boba found out they don't play Leshrac.
That too, yeah.
Yeah, and Sumail was like, okay, free win. that was good.
I didn't really think if we gonna win or lose. I really just played. I don't know. I just had a lot of fun myself. I didn't really get to think that if we're gonna win or lose. I didn't. Yeah.
Do you guys want to show off your rings, by the way? I don't know if everyone in the audience has seen these before, but I mean, you got two, Jarak, so we'll start with you. We'll show off both of yours. Do you wear it often? What was the feeling when you picked it up as well? Because there's going to be 5 players and a coach getting to pick up theirs in, you know, after this one.
I think they're getting dusty most of the time. And, I guess I don't really have a
แหวน TI ว่ะ
place to show them except these. Yeah.
You come to TI and you're like, oh, hey guys, check out the rings, by the way.
I don't. I don't really live off right now. I wish I could do that, but I don't really. I don't seem to do that very well.
All right. Then you guys want to quickly answer because I know there's more questions circulating around the arena.
No, I don't leave home without it.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I've seen you all the time, Fear. He's polishing it in the back room, in the green room. He's just making sure that that is shiny as. We've got Slacks in the crowd. We wanted to ask some more questions out there. There's going to be some fan questions. Hey, Slacks, give us the first one.
Yes, I've spent a lot of time finding someone with a real question that was not trolling. Thank you. One person in this entire area, but we did get a wasn't it?
Sahil.
All right, fantastic. What would you like to ask these folks?
คุณละสายหิวอุ้ยแม่งมองกับเบียร์เลย ชื่อเหมือน Universe.
What does it take to be a TI champion?
What does it take, TI champions, to be a TI champion besides just being one of these Archon, Herald, Crusader scrubs? No offense to 90% of the audience.
Do you want to go first, Jerax? Because you've had to do it twice in 2 very different ways.
A lot of emotional damage in your public matchmaking.
Yeah มันเจอกับ emotional damage เยอะมากๆก่อนจะเป็นแชมป์ TI.
TI champion. All right.
I don't think you can make the step from being Archon Herald to TI champion. That can be your dream, your aspirations, but I think the only advice I can give is just play a lot of Dota. Just keep playing, and eventually you'll play with better players, and then you'll play with pros, and then from there you'll get on teams, and then it's a slow process, but it will happen.
เชี่ยบอกว่าถ้าจะเป็นไปไม่ได้เลยถ้ามาจาก
It's a lot of luck, a lot of things.
Hero อะไรแต่ถ้าทำจริงๆคือต้องเล่นเยอะมาก
I think it's a lot of luck, honestly, but I think it's you have to like put yourself in the position to get lucky. Think if, as Fear said, like if you just keep grinding at it, like that's gonna open the opportunities for you.
Do you want to add anything else, Danny?
Oh yeah, I completely agree to that. You need to love the game and try to not get frustrated in your pub games.
คุณต้องรักเกมนี้แล้วก็เล่น Public แล้วไม่ร้อน
Yeah, then maybe not so much emotional damage would have occurred for poor Jerax here. So now he's also out there. Here's another fan with another question.
That's right. My friend, introduce yourself.
My name is Seth.
And you got a question for one of our panelists.
Of course, for Fear. So my friends got inspired to play Dota 2 because the North American representation. So how does it feel, Fear, to be the North American representative of Dota 2? Free to play, I mean, you were the main guy for us. How does that feel?
I just feel honored to give them the opportunity to like be represented in free to play. Like they could have chose a lot of different people. They chose me. I just love Dota overall, and I'm just very fortunate. I
รู้สึก
feel
ในการ
blessed
ที่
that
เป็น
I
ตัว
was
แท
just
น
given this opportunity, and I just
นอร์ทอเมริกา
for as long as I can because I
เขา
just
บอกว่า
love Dota, so
รู้
I'm
สึก
just
ภูมิ
happy
ใจ
to be here.
รู้สึกเป็นเกียรติมากที่ได้เป็นตัวแทนทั้งที่เลือกคนอื่นได้เยอะแยะ
That's also made me think about another question.
ก็ให้ย้อนหลัง
At the end
ให้ย้อนหลัง
of the grand finals, I'm sure you guys had a lot of elation, a lot of joy, maybe even relief. But when did it really set in? Where were you like, oh, I wish I had spent more time in the moment? Was it a couple months after, or it still really hasn't? Every time you come back to TI, you're taking it back to what has happened in your past, in your history.
I think thinking years back, I feel like now it's maybe coming more than before. Personally, after especially the first TI, I think it took me like 2 weeks to even understand what happened. Because I was so much in the moment, and I guess that kind of carried over, that you're just not really thinking what had happened.
Yeah, honestly, I think the same. Like when you're there, like there's just lights everywhere. There's fireworks. You're just like
the confetti coming
yeah,
down.
you don't know what's happening.
You're like, oh, I guess we lifted this now.
But I think as soon as you have some time and you think about like these are the memories you'll never forget. Like you always remember these moments.
It's so sweet.
Yeah, it took a very long time for me as well. Like, there's a lot of people cheering for you. You win. There's confetti you talk about. You get back home, and I'm like, all I've been doing is playing Dota for years and years. So what did I do when I got back home? I just queued it up and just played more Dota. So it just felt like
ชนะที่ไอกับบ้านไปก็เล่นดอทอยู่ดี
later
More
on,
emotional damage.
once you start
ก็เดี๋ยวกลายเป็นมีนัก
playing
แข่งหลาย
less
อย่าง
Dota, you're not playing as competitive anymore, then you really look back and how special these moments really are.
I had euphoria for like a week, I think, and I was looking in the sky and like, oh my god, so good. Like, that happened a lot of times through that week, and trying to work through the information in my head. We actually won TI. Wow. And yeah, after a week, I get back to normal and just keep going.
Such a surreal feeling that sometimes it's like it never really will set in. But we're going to keep asking some more questions. We got Slacks out there. Another fan, another question. Let's hear what it is.
Thank you, thank you. Now, I did have a question, by the way. I managed to catch up with a guy who has an ORT sign earlier, and I said, what the hell is that? And he said, quote, I don't know, I just think it's funny. So thanks a lot. All day this guy is about ORT. He's a goddamn madman. Anyway, a real question, what's your name? Dylan, what do you have for these legends of Dota 2?
Legends of Dota 2, what advice would you give to the teams that have been vanquished from TI? Do you disband?
แนะนำอะไรให้กับทีมที่ตกรอบไปแล้ว
How do you move forward as an org?
Yeah, good luck with this one, Howie.
Me?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a tough question even when you do win TI, what you do with the roster after that one.
I don't know. I think honestly, if you attended TI, you watch the finals, you watch them win, and it doesn't motivate you, then maybe you take a break. But I think for like 99% of Dota players, they watch that like this is the fire that burns. This is what keeps you going through the emotional damage and trauma. So yeah, just keep going.
It's tough being a spectator at an event that you were a part of. You wanted to win. You had that drive, motivation, and passion, but you just couldn't get there in the end. Then you're not in your head.
Yeah, it's very tough sometimes. But it's good to live in the moment and enjoy, because this is also a great experience to watch it from crowd and have a lot of fun, for sure.
Do you want to add fear, Jerax?
Advice for teams that have gotten knocked out?
Yeah, you're pretty normally brutally honest.
Sure. I mean, look, for a lot of the teams that have got knocked out, they're still young. Like, I didn't even win until I was 27. So just keep at it, keep grinding. Like, it's good to feel sad, in my opinion. It's good to feel that's motivation, right? So as long as you don't give up and you still have the passion, as long as you think you can still win and just don't give up entirely, that's good enough.
Did you know you're not the oldest TI winner anymore?
I know Snaking is by a few months.
By a few months. Were you devastated when you heard the news?
I mean, he's taken everything from me. That's all I had left.
That was it. That's the only thing that was keeping you going, was being the oldest TI winner. Look, I'm going to move on to another question. I do know Tsunami has one out there, so let's quickly hear what it is.
That's right, my friend. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Abhishek, and I've been playing Dota for around 5 years.
คล้ายๆเป็นคนมาจากชาติไหน
Some specific fond memories
ชื่อ
from
Abhishek
Jared specifically. What were you hoping to ask him?
I've been like astonished with the tiny lands in the TI. It's so good. And I just wanted to know, like, what's your reaction when Samuel did the tiny lands to the RTG in the base?
Wait,
and yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question. Yeah.
Tsunami, can you please repeat it?
Whenever, obviously you're very famous for some tiny airlines plays, Jerax. You're tiny in general. Does it ever warm your heart a little to see that play be pulled off on a high-stakes stage, such as previous TIs when maybe Sumail did it to RTZ or something?
Yeah, sure. Make it trend, you know.
I'm gonna have to start getting all the clips and then just put
แนะนำผู้เล่นโพสต์4ใส่ฟาร์ม
Tiny
คิว
Airlines next to it instead.
I'm happy to see it
อิน
anytime.
เดียฟังยากจัดอันนี้ถือว่าเบสิกนะ
I love it. Look,
มียากกว่านี้
we're nearing the grand finals now, okay? We're only a couple minutes away, so I want to go back to the teams that we want to focus on. Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators here. Fear and Jokes, this is mainly for you two because they're such similar things, and actually you as well, Aoi, because that TI5 win for you both. It was, you were in the upper bracket, you came to that lower bracket, and one day you had to go lower bracket into grand finals, and you won it. So your advice for Gaming Gladiators, what would it be? How do you contain these emotions, and how do you persevere through a potential best of 5?
I guess I'll start, I suppose.
Yeah.
So we got knocked down by CDEC and went into the lower bracket.
ไปพักก่อน
We won that match
รอมา
and then
นานเกินนี่ฮะ
I
นึ
think
กว่า
we
จะมาไว
Sure, we lost to the team before.
มันยื้อเวลาให้คน
better. We just
คน
had to
แข่ง
make
ไม่
a
คนแข่งมัน
couple
จะได้พัก
adjustments,
ตอนนี้
and if we just made those adjustments, we knew we had to take to win. So it was just confidence, really, and good preparation.
Do you have anything else that you want to add on into that one, Aoi?
No, not really. I think that sounds right. Like, you just go in. I think Gladiators, they had a long run this TI. You know, they started lower bracket after losing to Talon. They've come all this way. I think it's time, like, you put all this work in, you got all this experience in the tournament, they've grown a lot. If they feel confident, they can just execute that. They should feel really good about the series.
So there weren't actually that many nerves for you both when you were about to walk out after even having played a series earlier. Do you think the earlier series actually helped you and could help Gaming Gladiators?
I thought it was good to play, honestly. Like, you're all warmed up, you have the momentum going. I feel like as long as it's not like some, I don't know, like 2 80-minute games that you just played, it's going to be really good for you.
That's true, where it's more as the 40 minutes that we just previously saw, it's a bit better.
Yeah, this is where I say like every finals is going to be different for everyone because we had a unique situation where we scrimmed CDEC a lot. We always beat them. We lost them that one time, and then we had the right strategy. We had this one idea that we went into, and it worked, and from there it just felt easy.
Okay. And my one for you, Jarex, is around Team Spirit, winning it a second time. I already asked you how you felt. There was that little bit of frustration when you went through the upper bracket. So do you think their drive right now is going to be higher than it was in any other day to be able to win Dota right now?
I would imagine it's actually harder to have drive now. And I think it's because the first time it just feels so much more. And I think if they can really tune into what they felt back then and try to like channel that same kind of environment as a team, I think that's what you're looking for here.
Just put it out of your mind. Just think this is a redo of TI10 if you're Team Spirit?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, just repeat.
That's pretty much it. Then for you as well, I like that you're very aware of everything else that's going around you, of this environment, of the arena, of the crowd. I know that you love it. I know that they love you. So for Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit, again, I ask you, what would you want to hear if you were back there, if you were going to be in front of this massive arena and this crowd, knowing everyone was watching?
I think sticking to your game plan, sticking to your confidence, to your comfort, like just give it all in your games. So I don't think I need to hear much. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the guys know their stuff too, what we're gonna do. We're pretty focused on what it's coming up to. Yeah.
Look, it's building up. I want to show the rings again for you guys. I want to thank you guys for coming on. It was so invaluable to have you all talking about. I like it. It is a bit cringe, but it happens. We got our grand finals. We're building it up. Our teams, Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit. Let's enjoy the grand finals.
Look at all that fresh meat! Sorry, I got carried away. Okay. Who's that handsome devil? Trick question, it's me. I'm that handsome devil. But I want to remind you of one thing. There are many Earths, but only one Earth Shaker. Okay, I gotta stop screwing around, get to work. Okay. Welcome, Dota fans. From around the house, around the town, around the block, and around the world. To the International Grand Finals! This is the ultimate proving ground. And together we bear witness as the Aegis of Champions hangs in the balance. Please welcome to the stage our worthy contenders, battling all the way through the lower bracket. Gaming Gladiator! Please welcome Duracho! Give it up one more time for Gaming Gladiator! And continuing their march through the upper bracket, Team Spirit! Sound off for Team Spirit!
เดี๋ยวพอโลกโกนหัวอีกแล้ว
Two teams remain standing. Only one can claim immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The final battle begins! The final proving ground, where 16 teams once stood. All but two have fallen. Both have outlasted the finest adversaries the world could offer.
Buybacks now from Liquid side. Mega creeps in their favor, and now it's a 5 versus 3.
They're in it! Toronto, Tokyo, and Sigim! And with that, bet boom! Oh, Azure Ray takes them down bit by bit, building by building.
Both have fans still eager for one more reason to cheer. One will join a pantheon of greatness. The other can hope for better luck next year. The final showdown for the Aegis is upon us. Two teams remain standing.
เฮียเท่สัตว์
Can seize immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The battle begins.
The grand finals of the International 2023 just moments away from happening here in the Climate Pledge Arena, and I am so ready for this best of five together with my panel. I'm joined by Lacoste, by T-Guff, by Effie, and I gotta say it, Effie, he did it again. TI10, he did it. We see it right now as well. Yatoro has sacrificed his hair for the Dota gods.
The second I saw
กำลังในกันรางวัล3 ล้าน
he shaved his head. He sacrificed his hair. That is how he won TI10. He started the trend of going bald for TI, and he came to win today. I would be worried if I were Gaming Gladiators.
Yes. Others have tried to copy him. Others have tried to go bald to win a TI. They failed. But this morning, when I was leaving the hotel, I saw him, and I just looked. I was like, bald? And he just gave me that cheeky little look, and I was like, oh, this is a guy who wants to win this TI.
Oh, and they have done it before. Slight change, of course, with now Lara on the middle lane, but they're looking so good. Their opponents look fantastic as well, though. The whole year, Lacoste, Gaming Gladiators, they've had a fantastic one.
Absolutely. This is the team that got the top 12 in the previous year. Something was missing. Two missing pieces were Quinn and CY, their coach. I think we've got to give them huge credit for what they managed to do with the team, because they managed to win 3 majors, all upper bracket runs, and suddenly they're in the lower bracket. And we had an interview yesterday with Celery, who talked about the importance of the series, the seeding match against Talon, how much they learned from it. Ever since that, they're just speeding things up. This is the team that can beat you in 19 minutes. We saw a flawless performance yesterday against Azure Ray. They were playing turbo mode pretty much.
Yeah, they really were. And we must not forget, a grand finals like these is not a crowning of a tournament, not even of the year. It is a crown of a career, and we have seen most of these faces lift the Aegis already. T for Lara will be the first time, but they have tried so many times.
They have, and for Lara at least, last year he played on BetBoom, he came last place, and now this time around he's in the grand finals, of course surrounded by 4 TI winners as well. If they are to lift this Aegis, first time for Lara's second attempt, 2-time winners potentially for the other 4 players. It is an incredibly storyline, and of course for Poshko, he's attempted this 8 times already. Sure, he's lifted the Aegis once, but Ace as well, he's attempted 8 times, but yet to lift the Aegis, can he do it himself this time?
And Quinn, let's not forget to talk about Quinn. 7 attempts, 5 TI attempts. Everyone thought that Quinn, was just hanging around the NA Dota scene, wasn't going to make it very far, but he joined Gaming Gladiators. Something clicked, and he proved to the world the kind of caliber of player he is. He is world class. He has been destroying everyone in his way, and he's here for the Aegis lift.
He is here for it. We'll see which team will come out victorious. Of course, on one side, we have a chance of 4 fresh 2-time champions on the side of Team Spirit. But Gaming Gladiators, they could be having 2 crowning achievements in their finals if they were to lift the Aegis. First one coming all the way, starting off in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I think so. TI9 Liquid, they got all the way to the finals, but weren't able to win it. But if Gaming Gladiators are to win this TI, it'll be the first time a team starts in the lower bracket and lifts the Aegis. That's 6 lower bracket games that they have to win back time and time again and not drop a single one. And they could do it. That's an incredible. And then also the fact they won 3 majors, like that's so many things going their way.
Yeah, I think Lacoste, we've heard a lot about the majors.
ฮีโร่ใหม่ใช้แนวประเภทจากคนป่ะผมว่าน่าจะเหมือนนะทรงมันได้
Fair in the lower bracket, everything's different over there. There's so much more pressure, but this team, they thrive under it.
Absolutely. This is a team that powered up the most, I would say, throughout the whole tournament, because this team is not really familiar with the lower bracket, especially when it comes down to the DPC and the tournament. So really glad that they're showing what they're really made of. They're going to their own, like how they started to dominate the year with these like strength heroes, these aura buyers, grouping up as 5 and just complete domination from start to finish. I think coming into this, because they just played 2 games, I think they have advantage.
And let's not forget, Gaming Gladiators, because of their dominance this year, they are the team that shaped the meta. They are the team that got the meta nerfed and changed to the way that it is today. So when the initial patch happened, they were the team that was hit the hardest by it, and it took them so long to adjust. Everyone thought that, okay, it's the TI curse. If you're dominant the entire year, there's no way you win. There's no way you get this far. But they said, what meta? We are the meta. And they proved to everybody that they're not just a patch team.
Yes.
Strong. They're a strong team, and they're here to compete.
And they have played the most games out of everybody here going through the lower bracket. So it's not like they're saving strats. Everybody knows what's coming. The question is, how are you going to answer that if you're Team Spirit? I hope they have something very special cooked up for this. And this series, there's a little bit of a change compared to all the series we saw before. It's a best of 5. And normally you've got one team coming in thinking, oh, maybe they don't have a lot of experience with best of 5s and actually taking them in the end. But both of these teams, T, have shown that the adaptation that is needed in a series like this, they got it.
Yeah, and not only do they have adaptation, but the kind of play styles mirror it as well. Like Spirit, they're a team that have been behind quite a lot to come back into their games. And then for Gaming Gladiators, you mentioned that they played the most games, 24 games. Their average win time is 36 minutes. That's 10 minutes quicker than Team Spirit. So it really feels like this whole series will be, can Spirit survive the onslaught of gaming? Can they find those moments of collapse brilliance to get back into their games and then close it out? Like, this is just 2 so different teams. It's like a beautiful finals.
2 different styles, because Gaming Gladiators, they've been so dominating, and everybody was focused on them, starting from the laning stage, one of the best. You know, everybody was also talking about the Bet Boom as a strong laning stage team. But Team Spirit, when it comes down to late game decision making, the way they're making their plays, they're just top notch. I think when it comes down to super late game, Team Spirit is the best team in the world.
But they gotta get there first, though. A lot of teams have failed to do so against Gaming Gladiators. I think that one thing that I've noticed over the last few days is that there has been a lot of talk about the offlaners, Effie. I feel like we're seeing them be put in the role to be the star player for their squad.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Gaming Gladiators offlaner, Ace, he is the rock of this team. He is their stable player. He is the one that they can depend on, the one that they build around. He's the player that enables Duraccio to play in the hyper-aggressive, sometimes very risky, sometimes very dangerous way that he plays, but he makes it work because their offlane, the offlane of Tofu plus Ace, is so strong. They're dominant. He picks heroes that rallies his team into the game, and he never disappoints. I've hardly ever seen Ace have a bad game. Whereas Collapse, he also fits that role in a similar way, where he is the playmaker of this team, and him and Mira have been playing together for as long as Tofu and Ace have.
Yeah.
But the special thing to me about Collapse is, regardless of what situation you put him in, even if he has a bad net worth lead, even if his lane goes poorly, he finds the initiation. I mean, I think Collapse is the best initiator Dota 2 has ever seen.
Yeah, Collapse has been showing fantastic work. He brought the Magnus out again. I think it must be, it's at this point, T, it's a mental story for the Magnus to be played by Collapse.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to see Collapse at least once in this finals. I want to see at least one Axe in this finals.
Mars.
Is it unpicked still? Yeah,
it's unpicked, but it has been banned a couple times.
If we get to see that as well. But like, there's so many specialties, and I think that Effie mentioned is beautiful. It's like Collapse is the initiator. He's the one that always needs to start the fight. But Ace, he plays quite different in his offlane style, where he wants people to group around him.
So
literally initiating. It's just more like, I'm going to be in a position where I'll force the fight, and that kind of differences could be something that they try to exploit between the 2 offlaners in this series.
Yeah, and in this series, we're going to see Gaming Gladiators go up against Team Spirit, and that means that throughout this entire series, we wanna learn more and more about all 10 players and their coaches on stage, and we're going to start right now by learning a little bit more about Team Spirit.
Best understanding of
เปิดได้วะ
really sit and wait and be patient, and all of a sudden they
ทรายบอกว่าทีมสปิริตแม่งต่อให้แบบแม่งตามหลังอยู่10-20-30 นาทีถ้าเกิดมันหาจังหวะชนะได้แม่งจะจู่โจมเข้าไปเลยแล้วก็ทีมไฟท์เถื่อนมาก
And I think against.
ไม่บอกว่าเก่งทั้งทีม แต่ทีมมันเก่งทั้งทีมจริงๆเลยเสียมาแล้ว
Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators. Grand Finals, Game 1.
It's big brain time, everybody.
เรียก
Welcome
ว่าเตอร์
to
คือ
the
ตัวใหม่
draft
ใช่ค
panel
รับ
for the grand finals. You heard AUI, you heard Dendi, you heard Fear earlier talk about, previous experience with TI finals. Now it's time to get into the nitty-gritty of this one. You guys, you've been there before. You know what the stakes are. You know what to do. So let's get going. These two teams have had very different styles, as was pointed out by the panel going into this grand finals. What are you guys looking for? Who's going to throw the first curveball?
That's a good question. I think the one thing that you do really have to look out for is going to be the Magnus, right? It's Collapse Magnus. He only just showed it yesterday, his first time playing it, and this is what they won TI10 off. This is something you've got to be afraid of.
Man,
do you have the
BB
confidence if you're gaming gliders to leave it in the pool? That's what I'm mainly looking for in this
CK
series.
Band 10
I'm looking at how
Bullock
both
look.
styles gonna collide and meet each other in terms of like
แล้วแบนแม็กนัทเลยว่ะโอเค ไม่ปล่อยครับ
on all stages of game, especially starting from early.
ขนาดยิ้มเลยบอกว่าเสียแบนฟรีไปซะ
tempo drafts and as Panel said, like Team Spirit, we have longer games when I win. So I'm curious if we come up with some ideas, some plan how to stop it, how we're gonna deal with
ตัวโกงหมดนะ
on lanes.
แบนหมดเลยทุกตัว
Yeah, I think Team Spirit, they have a lot of info on gaming gliders. They watch so many of the games. They have a lot of data there. I think, honestly, going into the best of 5, you have a lot of games. You have some room for, not experimentation, but to test your limits. I think they should sort of try to pick a gaming glider strategy that they want to play against. Whereas Ents, Chen, Pangolier, Necro, they should try to break that early in the best of 5. I think that's what gives them the best shot of, like, sort of getting a draft advantage in the series.
It sounds like a lot of the heroes you're talking about overlap with are healing-based. Ancient Apparition still in the pool. Is that a potential overall first pick for Team Spirit? Do you think that's an angle to try to target what game is running?
I would really like the A. I think Maposhko was actually the first player to start playing A. I think he was playing a bit before we had clubs, and they even ran a couple of officials. They actually go with the Weaver, which... I mean, it's a bit flexible, but honestly, I'm a bit surprised. I thought this Weaver, it's a bit weak.
ถ้าเราไม่คิดตัวไหนจริงๆเหรอก็ GG แพ้ถ้าเราทีมเดียว
If you get ahead of these ball lineups in the lanes, oftentimes they can't group up in this way that they want to.
Yeah, the way I look at this Weaver a little bit is Team Spirit's, they're playing against Gaming Gladiators, right? And what I've noticed a lot from Gaming Gladiators right now is you want Dirachu on the CK or Weaver, so they ban the CK, they take the Weaver away, and Dirachu, he's really good at playing these aggressive style carries. That's mainly because we see Ace playing a little bit greedy too, right? So Dirachu can play a little bit faster, so I think this is very targeted to just take it away from Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, both teams have very similar three cores idea, which all three cores getting big, but compared, for example, to Gaming Gladiators, Dirachu is doing the more space creating stuff, and in Team Spirit it's Laurel, so it's a little bit different for both teams. So it's very interesting that Team Spirit stealing this Weaver away, like from Gladiators, and yeah, Toro played an amazing Weaver like a few days ago. Like it was very strong.
I think we might be seeing a Toro on the Weaver. Cubano heroes like Bloodseeker. I think the support Weaver, like, I mean, you care about Rupture, but then you're disrupting a support. I think you would only ban this type of hero if you want to play the Weaver on core. Tofu is also getting like his 89th Morta game of the tournament, so I think that's, like, Gaming Gladiators, they should actually feel really comfortable right now with this opening.
I guess another thing about the Bloodseeker ban is that it kind of feeds into Gaming Gladiators' general approach to the game in terms of pace, right? This is a very aggressive carry that wants to fight and bring that pressure early. It doesn't mind diving towers, which I would would say Gaming Gladiators have done more than any team this tournament. So it's very clear here that the teams are targeting different players. You pointed out you're banning carries when you're Spirit here and you're stealing one away, whereas
เลือกเฟกไปก่อนใช่ครับมันได้ทั้งแครี่ทั้ง4แต่ว่ามันเลือกที่จะแบนปัสซี่เงี้ยอาจจะเป็นแครี่เยอะเพราะว่าถ้าเล่นเป็นซับมันไม่น่าแบน
try to match that idea, so to speak, by targeting Laurel as much as Spirit are targeting Duracho here?
I think the best idea would be to pick an extremely strong laner for Queen, which usually Gaming Gladiators do in every game, and it's working perfectly because Queen is one of the best laners out there for sure, without doubt. So I think this is a part of the plan, which should be to lock down a little bit on Laurel so he doesn't have a good game. Yeah.
I think if they go with that plan, they can probably look for the Enchantress here. I'm honestly surprised that they're giving it to Gladiators on the second phase. I think both Ench and Chen are two heroes that if you have the winning mid, you can snowball the matchup really hard.
Yeah, it's one of the best heroes to rotate for 5 minutes siege and create insane amount of pressure. And we saw how Gaming Gladiators took taking towers from their enemies. Like if you look almost every game, like minute 10, 12, there is no tier 1 towers on all 3 lanes. So it's crazy.
Yeah, I think just going to the series in general, Gaming Gladiators, they like Tofu playing this Morta because gives Ace a good game. They can get that way they can snowball the game. It's very clear how Gaming wants to play. They're going to want to play fast. If you be greedy, they want to punish it. They seem a bit more flexible on what they want to do in their draft, and they kind of want to just take strategies away, and they're versatile enough to do it.
มันแย่งอ่ะเพราะแบนปรับไปแล้ว
I think Pango in this slot is very early on in the draft. As much as I'm sure all the meme enjoyers out there are happy to see Quinn play the Pango for the nth time this tournament, you're effectively offering Team Spirit the possibility of truly counterpicking mid here. We've seen Laurel and a hero such as Dazzle destroy mid melee heroes. Is that a good matchup against Pango, or is he one of the heroes that can kind of float that lane?
It's pretty good. Dazzle is destroying almost every melee hero on lane, but I don't think that Team Spirit want to go for that path because that will switch them from the more of a comfort strategy. Even though I'm pretty sure they can make it, but yeah, like they putting Waro in a situation where I think we will need to decide with more limited like hero pool against this Pango because you want to punish this hero, but at the same time, what kind of heroes left here to punish it from the Waro comfort zone?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit different because like if I'm Weaver in this situation, I don't find Pango to be an issue for me, right? Like you can get away
Weaver should be good versus Pango for sure.
Yeah, and then now you get the tree to lock down the Pango in these earlier fights, and also you get a counter pick in the laning stage, so it's already not a good Pango game by any means, but they're just showing super confident on this hero, and that's about it for me on this pick.
Okay, here I can talk a lot, or I can just be quiet. I played around 80 games last month of PAC, and I enjoy this hero a lot, and I really like how Waro played, even though he have a bit different interesting ideas on it. Like it's he's switching to physical carry later, and it's actually a pretty good answer to Pango, because for PAC you cannot win your lane, but if you do 50-50, you're very happy. Pango one of those heroes that you can do actually 50-50 nowadays. So I believe it's a great answer. In addition to against Pango, against Muerte is tricky, but yeah.
Well, honestly, I'm a bit worried for the lane. I feel like Quinn has played this matchup like every single pub since he picks Pango every single game. But I think Puck, he has like 0 armor, right? Once you get level 3 on Pango, you start spamming him. I think it's a very, very skill dependent matchup. And Team Spirit strat, what I'm looking for from is I think they went to Liquid series that Gladiators played. And that's the series where Gladiators looked the most vulnerable. And Liquid strategy coming into that was picking as strong a safe lane as you can. So that's why they picked the tree. I'm not too sure the matchup against Lone Druid at all, but Lone Druid's sort of a scary laner. But I'm not too sure if like Puck fits into that well, because if you're shutting down the safe lane, generally like I don't know, like I'm not the biggest fan of the Puck hero. I think he sort of lacks some damage, and I feel like he's a hero that can actually get run over on mid.
Absolutely, that can happen. This hero cannot is not very effective into helping side lanes, so you really need to make sure your side lanes are extremely strong, because he's just himself. And actually Puck is getting strong now more late game, so I also agree that it's kind of like might be a problem to stop Gaming Gladiators like pressure with a Puck, because it's not the hero that's stopping pressure for sure.
So for a lot of teams, I feel like this Lone Druid could be considered a flex here between carry and offlane. I don't think we've seen Duracho play Lone Druid this tournament at all, right?
No, not
right saying that. So Does that mean, what angle could Team Spirit take here? Are you trying to now specifically counter an offlane lone druid because you could put the Weaver on support like AUI was pointing out, or are you kind of committed at this point to putting a carry? Because in reality, is there a safe lane hero that can truly challenge lone druid in the lane together with Treant? Is that possible?
I think Weaver's fine, and I think you just pick the strongest offlaner here, most likely, because they're going to target it next. So, like, the Weaver tree matchup versus lone druid, it should be perfectly fine, because one rotation, or if you manage to get on top of the lone druid's real hero and you Sakuchi in with bugs, he could die pretty easily. But lone druid, no one's gonna like just straight out CS this hero. That's why he's so strong in the laning stage. But there's definitely a threat to kill him, and Weaver doesn't have problems like CSing because you have the Gymnade attack, you also have like the Sakuchi. You're gonna get CSing just fine against the lone druid, at least go even with kill threat. So I think it should be good enough.
Where did this hero go? He was pretty much top tier a couple of weeks ago, and we've barely seen him on the main stage at all. So what makes this a good Beastmaster game?
And the hero got some pretty significant nerfs. I think the Hawk, especially level 1, it used to be completely OP and now it's sort of pathetic early. I think it's a really good pick here though. I think generally when if you just look at Gliders Limes in general, but also this one, a lot of times you can run out of damage. We've heard from the Quinn clips, like something they talk a lot about is like keeping the formation. And when you play Dota in that style, the enemy tends to, you try to burst one guy, they save him, and then you run out of damage, you don't have enough to keep going. But Beastmaster is sort of like one of those unlimited damage heroes. You can keep the fight going, you keep throwing these axes, your damage keeps ramping up, your summons. It's also like sort of a classic counter to Silencer, just because if you get to the levels on Beastmaster, Silencer doesn't really do anything to your summons. Curse doesn't do much damage, it's too much mana. And once you kick out a sort of weak laner like Silencer and Beastmaster, it's one of the offlaners that really snowball really hard, take over the map.
I think Willow would Phoenix be a good ban here too? I know Silencer's good versus Phoenix, but I know Lone Druid hates playing this side hero. And I think Spirit's looking for a position 4 here as well to lane with that Beastmaster most likely.
Do you even feel like part of the Silencer pick here was a protection pick, so to speak, against a potential Phoenix coming out when they picked it on Game In?
Hard to say, because like, yeah, you can silence them, but at the same time,
ทีมสปิริตบอก TI10 ได้18ล้านยังใช้ไม่หมดเลยบวกปีนี้ที่1ริยาด5ล้านก็อิ่มแล้วรอบนี้3ล้านเป็นโบนัสแล้วกัน
โบนัส
I don't think they have enough, but they're going to leave it anyway, so we'll see what Team Spirit wants to pick up.
I feel like Team Spirit need a partner for Puck to make some plays on the map because with Trent it's going to be complicated and
บอกว่าดูเกมแรกก็จะตื่น
happening for sure. Maybe we don't need to do anything and Gladiator's just going to run at him and
เกือบหลับยางหลับตายเลย
I can see Scarf working. I think the number one priority for Team Spirit right now is making sure the Beastmaster is a good lane. If Beastmaster does not have a good lane against Silencer, then oftentimes it can be hard to fight into, especially versus Pangolier, another matchup where, yes, you can roar his role, but if you cannot like burst him in that, then Pangolier becomes very good against Beastmaster in the fights. So I think the lane comes first, and then they can look at options after that.
ผมว่าปวกมันไม่แครี่แน่เลยมันน่าจะเอาปวกไป4เล่นกับ BM แล้วเลือกตัวท้ายตัวสู้หมี
This looks interesting.
I guess we'll see if the Weaver will be on that position 4 or not here, if they're going to go for a carry, because that option does still exist if they want to go it.
I wouldn't mind a Weaver carry at all. I think the lane would be pretty strong for Silencer. Weaver doesn't have to like commit. I mean, I think it might depend what carry they're predicting Gladiators to pick, but I'm just not too sure like what carry they're looking at. Honestly, in my head, I'm like some Drow Ranger, but that hero's not very strong right now. I just see Yatoro, and I'm like, oh, TI, Yatoro, Drow Ranger, it might come back.
Nobody's been picking that hero though, right? But it is a really good game for it.
Unpicked.
It's super good versus Pango. It's so annoying for Lone Druid.
I feel like it's probably not good enough of a hero, but if they were to pick a new carry, like I want something like that with really high damage.
Oh, toss.
Oh.
Okay.
Toss.
Is this
punishing the silencer, right?
So on Team Spirit, I think they've been playing Nebushka on the Tusk more so than Mira, if I'm not mistaken. Is there a world that this is a 4 Treant, or do you think you just have to put the Tusk 4 here with Beastmaster? And how good is that lane against what you're supposedly facing here?
น่าจะเทียนเลนแบบ BM
carry so far.
เปล่าวะ
I mean, I wouldn't mind a Treant on 4. I think, like honestly, committing really hard into the Beastmaster's lane, making sure he secures it and he can take over the game is a good idea. But I think it's like, ooh, Gyrocopter.
That's an old.
Yeah, they're low.
Really good versus Beastmaster too.
Yeah.
His summons just die. The Hawk is free gold in EXP.
Double melee versus double range. That's scary.
Don't you guys just love when you go into the finals and there's like multiple heroes that you haven't seen for a week that come out in the very first game? Amazing stuff. So.
ฟาร์มเดียวแค่เกมนี้
dare I say, is their first appearances on the main stage.
ผมรู้สึกว่าฮีโร่สปิริตแอบโดนหน่อยๆนะสู้ยากอยู่เจอหมีกับแทงโกกดดันหนักเลย
He's back. Awesome.
ไม่คนมันค่อยเล่นไกโลกันเพราะว่าเมตาตัวแทงไงแต่นี่มันแบน
Do you feel
ตัว
like
แทง
there's
ออกหม
any
ดแล้ว
sort of advantage that you can infer from specific lanes, or what you've seen from the team so far in the tournament that makes you lean one way or the other?
I think this game's going to be completely decided in Spirit safe lane.
แกนี่ไกโลเล่นได้
They picked this Weaver and Treant just to be strong, and Lone Druid is honestly sort of the same. Like this hero really wants to win this
ก็คือ
lane.
จีดับดีกว่าอยู่
Depending on which
แต่ว่า
lane goes, I
อะไร
think
ก็เกิดขึ้นได้
it'll determine the tempo for the post lane phase.
I also feel the same about Gaming Gladiator's safe lane as well. If it doesn't go well and Gyro doesn't have a good laning stage, and Collapse can manage to get kills with Mira, that could change Spirit's momentum a lot with this beast.
แต่ว่าเกมก็เปลี่ยนได้อยู่เพราะว่าบีมัตเตอร์คอลแลบถ้าเกิดมันได้ฆ่ามันได้ถล่มยาวแน่นอนดูทรงละทำไมฮีโร่ไม่เหมือนเดิมเพราะว่ามันดูดาร์ฟหมดแล้วไงสมมติบอกเฟิร์สนะใครปักวอร์ดเยอะสุดหัวขวาได้โหลใครปักวอร์ดเยอะสุดบลิงกี่อันพัก1 2หรือเยอะกว่า2วะมีปาร์กอีก2แล้วมารอบชิงละใจเฮลิคอปเตอร์ฮีโร่กากไบโยโทโร่แต่เกมนี้มันดีอะดิโบ5ครับโบ5 โดนเฟิร์สไปเนี่ยตายเรียบร้อยแจกเฟิร์สเป็น1เฮ้ย320มาดิโอ้แล้วรอดเชี่ยเอาจัดเอากลับเจอหมีตึงๆเลยดิเอามีดมาขวานไปเข้าเลนแบบเลือดไม่เต็มอันนี้เขาแลบเซ็งอยู่ระวังสวนครับสบายวีเวอร์โดนเซนที่อ่ะดิออสการ์ซื้อไปยังซื้อมาแล้วครับลากคีปไปเรนเจอร์ฮัลโลก็จะตึงๆหน่อยนะเจอกับเบอร์ต้า4 ส่วนรายการควินโดนราลี่อยู่หน่อยๆเอาอยู่เลนเอาอยู่โอ้โหผู้จบแม่งลาคลิปบึ้นเลย2 ตัวเห็นยับอย่าบอกว่าเลนมันโอเคมันจัดเลยว่ะเรียบร้อยครับวอสกาแตกเจอหมีจู่โจมเลนบิเบอร์ดูไม่ดีอย่างที่คิดว่ะปักก็โดนไม่คุ้มเลยว่ะหมีมันดูอะไรอย่างเงี้ยดูดิหมีมันจะออกเอาโคโลชั่นอีกแล้วเลนแพ้ได้อย่างเงี้ยโอ้โหแล้วโดนรูทเอาดิต่อยสู้หมีแล้วยังไงโอ้โห300ครับฟื้นละมาละฟื้นละตายไปเมื่อกี้คือได้เงินคืนเลยอันนี้เหมือนได้ค่าฮีโร่อะโดยเลยจ้าคลิปแม่นครับล็อกหน้าโดนครับตายก็เนี่ยตายไปเลยครับอุ้ยแล้วตีไม่ติดโอ้โหมาดิแต่ยาโฮโร่ตายเนี่ยแต่ปวกมันทำงานอยู่อะไม่ตายจ้าเอ้ยปวกแรงนะโอเคโดนดีนายยับเลยว่ะเลมไม่ตลกเลยว่ะแต่แลกกันบัตรต่อบัตรนะไม่มีใครเสียฟรีเลยกลับมาแล้วครับฟอร์คอนเบดจากที่เลนดูไม่ดีนะเดลโลทำให้เลนดูดีได้ครับแล้วหม่วงมาแล้วเจโลกดยากกันนะตอนนี้ทำหมูนำหมีตายปะเนี่ยเหมือนจะใช่วะโชเข้าไปโอ้โห300ครับเฮ้ยมันรวยไปหรือเปล่าเฮียหมีเองจะไม่เท่าไหร่ดิว่าเจอทีเด็ดของจริงไปดิเฮียปวกไม่ตบหมีได้วะโอ้ย5เลยนั่นแหละบิเบอร์เงิน 3,000 ตั้งแต่5 นาทีโอ้ดิชิตโดนแน่เจอเจโรบิเบอร์แน่ยิงยับออกไปครับแล้วก็หมูใส่ไป3 คนครับแต่ว่าหูสโลบอลมาครับแล้วเรียบร้อยตายหรือเปล่าไม่ตายว่ะถึกเกินครับสกิล2เบอร์ต้ามันเกินไปว่ะสโลหนักเกินฆ่าไม่ได้แล้วสกายแอบโรเทตมาอย่างสวยๆแต่ไม่ได้คิวสร้างสเปซเฉยๆครับติดเลือดไปวิลาบอกขอด้วยเพื่อนปักกระสุน4 แพงโกบอกเลยว่าอย่างนี้ GG ตึงนะครับชนเรื่อยๆแอบตอดเลือดนะถ้าดูดีแก๊งต่อครับแต่ว่าเจอแพงโกไม่ไหววะโกนมาเนี่ย2 ซับตายไปแล้วนี่มันเฮี้ยเกินในคอลลิ่งเนี่ยฮัลโหลเวล 6ก็เทรดเลือดไปนะเรียนติ เจอนี่ไงเฮ้ยมันแซ่บว่ะได้เฟดบูทแล้วนะหนีเพนโกเกนเพนโก all day all night เฮ้ยทันปะไม่ทันปะเจ๊เอ๋บอกกับถือว่าทำเกมดีอยู่นะทำเป็นเล่นดีนายครับเชี่ยไม่หลบด้วยแอบเจ็บอยู่จะได้เฮมแล้วรอกันเถอะมึงโดนเต็มข้อโดนเต็มข้อไม่หมูแล้วสโนว์บอล2ตัวครับแดงโยยังไงเสียดายพี่มานาบกลายเป็นวิเวอร์เงิน1แบบปีศาจร้ายเลยเพราะว่าได้ฆ่าหมี2ตัวลูกหมีนะคือตัวพ่อมันไม่ได้ตายแต่ว่าลูกหมีตายมันก็แพงอยู่นะแล้วไปเรเดียนครับหมีเริ่มหนักแล้ววะเริ่มมีพอยไม่นับมันติเราเพิ่งเรียกหมีมาด้วยโอ้โหมันไม่เอามันติอ่ะเนี่ยหมีเอสแม่งเริ่มไม่ใช่ทางแล้วว่ะเอาตรงเพราะดูของเยโรตอนนี้จะดักก็แลนด์ละ9 ทีฟอลคอนเบดเพราะว่าเทรดดักก็แลนด์ไม่ปกติด้วยมันเวอร์ไปหน่อยนะเรียบ้าไปแล้ว9 ทีเกิน 5,000เดี๋ยวมันเดโซไวมันยิงกระจุยแน่พวกซับอะเนี่ยยิงเซนเซอร์ยิงเมอร์ต้าตัวขาดหมดอะโคตรรวยผมขึ้นตามด้วยโหจะได้ไม่6ฆ่าได้ตัวหนึ่งไม่6แล้วอันตีผมไม่มีอันตีนิดนึงโหแต่แค่นี้ก็หนักแล้วโถมครับโถมเข้าไปเรียบร้อยครับยาโฮโร่ไปก็คิวสู้ไม่ได้เลยครับโหเรียบร้อยอันสตอปเปเบิลตั้งแต่10 นาทียาโฮโร่ก๊อตไม่มีใครหยุดเขาได้จริงวะไฟสู้ไม่ได้เลยครับจีจีนี่ขนาดเราควินมาสู้เนี่ย6,600แล้วหมีเอสก็หมีเอสเถอะโดนไปดิเวอร์จัดดูเงินไปดิโอ้ยโกโบโอเคเรียบร้อยเลยเฮียเจอใบโทฟูเฮียวางใบดีสัตว์โอ้กำลังเพลินเลยแต่ไม่เป็นไรนะไม่ได้เสียตังค์แต่แค่เอสแม่งได้ค่าแม่งเลยโอ้โหเงินเด้ง
Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
ยืนฟาร์มเป็นชิวเลยฟาร์มเป็นชิวปลาขวานฟาร์มเรื่อยๆครับ โคตรสบายปล่อยเพื่อนสู้ไปเพื่อนสู้เหรอช่างแม่งดิโอ้โหแล้วเปิดวิชั่นนะให้เพื่อนสโนว์บอลมาไฮกราวด์ด้วยตามล่าหาเทรียนเฮ้ยแล้วหมีเอ้าหมีตายไปเลยโอ้เหม็นจัดโอ้แล้วไม่ตายตัวเดียวด้วยพาเพื่อนมาตายด้วยโอ้เดี๋ยวฮัลโหลมันเอาอีกแล้วอ้าวแต่ปักตายพี่ฮัลโหลจะเดโซแล้ว14 นาที
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Got it.
Bounty.
โคโค่เลยวะตายโคโค่ก็ไม่ช่วยเดี๋ยวขลับมันจู่โจมแล้วประหลาดแล้วยังไม่แย่แย่โดนต้นเกมแบบยับ
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Radiant's bottom tower.
หนีได้ลิลิกแล้ว
Radiant
เอาเรื่องอยู่
one of them bottom towers.
ไม่แต่ทามิ่งมันไวมันเอาโลไวด้วย
Radiant's bottom tower.
มันเอาโลเขาแบบมดเดโซ
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
เข็มใหญ่แล้วจ้า15 นาทียังเจอไดโลนะ
The Dire might want to mine their top tower.
เราสู้ได้จริงๆใช่ไหมเพื่อทำไมวันนี้กินยาแล้วจามไม่หยุดเหรอ
Dire's mid tower is having
เดโซมาแล้วเดี๋ยวดึงพอยครับไม่ตายนะสเปซเฉยๆความลากแปลว่าซัดบนต้องฟรี
one last top tower for the Radiant.
Invisibility.
ใครซื้อเบเกอร์วะอ๋อฟัก เข้าโลแล้วครับพลังเข้มใหญ่เพราะก็ไดโนเสาร์
Radiant mid towers coming apart.
รอบไหนอ่ะเป็นซี่เป็น1 ดอกอย่าให้ปวกตายอย่าให้ปวกตายนี่พลังเข้มใหญ่ไวเรียบร้อยเลยมันไม่มี BKB ออกหลังคีย์มันออกคีย์เล็กไปคิงบาร์หนีเลยโดนสวน
Radiant bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
ชาร์จแล้วพาโคตรไวอ่ะเจอ2
Trouble brewing
โอ้
at
โห
Radiant's bottom tower.
ดูดิแม่งชนแล้วยิงคีปปึ้ง
Radiant's gone and fortified their structures. Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
3 คนครับอ้าวเรียบร้อยกดวาร์ปไปกดอันติตายไปเลย
Radiant's bottom tower seen better days.
หมีด้วยมันหมีนุ่มจังวะชาร์ดิเวอร์ทำงานยังไงถ้าเกิดเรากดท่า2โดนตัวอะไรอะครับสกิล3ที่ทำงานครั้งหน้ามันจะโดนตัวที่เราสกิล2โดนด้วยเร่งฟาร์มดีแต่บางเกมมันไม่ได้รวยขนาดนี้ไงนี้มันรวยมากมันออกฉาดเร่งเงินต่อหายไปเลยเสีย
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
อ้าว
Radiant's mid tower's in trouble.
ยังไงเดี๋ยวเซนเซอร์เกมโดนโถมอย่างนี้หนักเลย
Radiant's bottom tower's done for. Radiant's mid tower's
เล่น
coming.
ทุกแผนมีเอสซึ่งมีเรเดียนเองยังไม่เกิดเลยเริ่มกันดีกว่าไหมอันนี้ได้ดีกว่าความไปวะตีสวยครับแต่ว่าจะสู้ตรงๆไหวหรือเปล่ายิงหนีก่อนเลยเขาพยายามจะหามุมเข้าเอาไม่ได้ครับยังไม่ง่ายขนาดนั้นนี่บอกต้องเรียกหมีกันแล้วปะเนี่ยเดี๋ยวเข้าบ้านเลยหมีคนต่อเลือดหนักมากโอ้โหแล้วเรียบร้อยเจอดักสอยอยู่ไฮกราวครับควินตัวระเบิดอย่าโทโร่ยังไงอย่าโทโร่ได้แล้วครับอย่าโทโร่ได้สโนว์บอลเข้ามาห้องกับโพกแล้วเรียบร้อยผมโดนซัดเข้าไปเต็มๆเรียบร้อยเอจิทำงานแตกพ่ายหมดครับเหลือแค่ใจโลคนเดียวใจโลพยายามไล่คอนแลบแต่คอนแลบบอกชิวๆน้องชิวๆน้องชิวๆได้ลักโยได้ลักโย ไหวหรือเปล่าโอ้โหตีกลับไปได้ครับเหล็กทีหนึ่งเหลือ40นี่ไปดูดเลือดโถมไม่หยุดเลยวะวอเตอร์เฟกยิงสายลุงมาจากพื้นมันครับเห็นพื้นน้ำเงินไหมจะปวดมันโหดจริงว่ะสมมติที่เขาแย่งกันเล่นเซอร์มันทำอะไรไม่ได้เจอบีบัตเตอร์โถม
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help. Dyer's top tower's getting beat down.
เนี่ยหมีไม่มีของเลยหมีซื้อเลยมาอันนี้มาคิงบาร์คนหลับแม่งอยู่ใกล้ๆอ่ะคนดังครับเรียบร้อยครับสโมกแตกครับแล้วโดนดีพอยแบบทั้งตีเรียบร้อยไหมโอ้โหไปก่อนครับยาโฮโร่ยืนซอยแบบเน้นนะดิเรียบร้อยสู้ไม่ได้เลยครับโดนดักอีกเทียนพอสก้ามันดีแพ็กไปหรือเปล่ากดสโมกทีจบเลยกดสโมกแล้วแบบไม่หายตัวคือรู้แล้วครับโดนโนโกทันทีแยกเอาโพสเขาเลยไม่เอาโพสแยกคอมพิวเตอร์โอ้โหแล้วฉาดปั๊บยิ้มเลยปั๊บไม่ฉาดเร็วนี้ต้องใส่ฟ้าเสร็จแล้วก็ดิมจบเดินไปเล่นกองก็หรอไม่นะครับ
โยโทโร่บอกมดเป็นฮีโร่ขยะหมายความว่าใช้ฮีโร่ขยะก็ชนะได้จีอ่ะ
ไม่โยโทโร่บอกใจโลขยะโยโทโร่ไม่ได้บอกมดขยะผิดแล้วไอ้นี่จำผิดแล้วชกมั่วเลยเขาบอกว่าใจโลฮีโร่ขยะแผ่นนี้เพราะมันเจอตัวถึกเอซีต่อเลยครับเล่งดาเมจพาร์ทนี้ต้องเติมซื้ออะไรที่เป็นลิมิเต็ดไหมครับพาร์ทนี้สว่างครับไม่ต้องซื้ออะไรเลยผมก็ไปซื้อใครจะซื้อก็ซื้อโอ้ยว่าโกไม่โดนเหรอเกือบตายรอโรชานหน้าแต่นี้ใจโลมันมีสิทธิ์สู้ได้ด้วยถ้าของมันถึงนะถ้าถึงนะวันนี้มีฮีโร่ใหม่เปิดตัวไหมครับเปิดตัวไปแล้วครับ ตอนนี้ผมเติม3,000ได้โลคุณเติมเลย3,000เพราะผมไม่เติมกล้าแตกเก็บตกเงินรางวัลเหลือเท่าไหร่3 ล้านเหรียญครับดูโลตายโคตรไวกดกล้องจะกดด้วยผมแม่งชิวๆแล้วเจอสกาดี้แล้วมดมา3มันไม่โผล่เลยตัวมันกากไปไม่ค่อยมีจุดเด่นตัวในการที่เรามีแข่งน่าจะแข่งคัดกัวลาลัมเปอร์วันที่12-15แหละแป๊บเดียวโดนอ้อมมาแล้วโอ้โหหมีชิบหายแล้วหมีแตกแล้วตายไปเลยแบบไม่ได้อันติโอ้ยควีนตายไปเลยดับเบิลดาเมจปวกเจอแล้วปวกมีเซตเทคคิวเลยนี่คือโดนแบบสกิดคือต้องกดแบ็คคีบาร์สวนเลยโอ้โหตายพอดีเชี่ยดีละจบแล้วเจอพโลแม่งวิ่งไปสเต็กฟิวเวอร์2 ดอกตายจบแล้วเกมแรกแบบนิ่งเนี่ยพโลมันเวอร์ไหมเกมนี้ไม่มีใครเข้าได้มีเอสที่ว่าดุๆตึงๆยับชิ้นใหญ่ขึ้นไหม1 นาทีโอ้โหเดี๋ยวรันละเชี่ยซื้อบิงด้วยอ๋อไปเอาบิงให้เพื่อน ยังไม่คว้ากลับบ้านเอาบิงให้เพื่อนแล้วเอาอันตีกลับมาใช่เซนเซอร์มันกลายเป็นตัวฟรีไปเลยเกมนี้แม่งดราม่าแบบนี้แค่โดนดิมคอยอย่างเดียวก็เกือบตายแล้วดิมคอยอากานิมโดนตีฟรีมีบียิงเลยครับหายไปเลยโอ้โหยิงโอ้โหลูกหมีดิลูกหมียู่เลยโอ้โหอะไรวะน่าจีเลยครับจีน่าใจโลอ่ะนะบ้าหรือเปล่าที่เราถูกหมดเลยวะเนี่ยคุณแม่งเก่งวะยู่เกินยับยู่อะถ้าพูดตรงๆ
You're gonna go home empty-handed.
And Game Gladiators, like they had such a good run leading up to this, right? They lost one game in this playoff run of theirs, and that was against Team Liquid. The only team who managed to take it until they run into Team Spirit.
And they kind of look shook, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what they want their opponents to feel. A 30-minute high ground GG, make it look easy, just run away with the lanes. You had a couple power runes go Quinn's way, but he couldn't find anything on these side lanes. The mid-clash didn't work. The side lane pressure mounted way too quickly. You had Ancients to fall back on for collapse. Yatoro is just slaying people. Ends this game 18-2. This man's just padding his legacy stats at this point. I mean,
seriously. He's trying to make a name for himself here, as he already did once before at TI10, but if he can become a two-time alongside his team, it would be something magical. But that game one, that might have been convincing. We've seen plenty of convincing games in TI. It's a best of 5 for a reason, right, Avery?
Absolutely.
And there's some changes we can make strategy-wise in particular. What was one thing you would point for Gaming Gladiators that you would like to see heading forward in the series?
I mean, you have to think about the lanes going a bit better who you're going to play around right now, because it felt like they left Ace on an island for a lot of that off-lane early game, and Team Spirit just abused it, especially with this Weaver pick. It's basically the most aggressive carry. You give Yatoro a start like that, he's just going to pop off on it and never look back. He's the best carry of the tournament so far, showing why.
Absolutely, showing why, and the panel will sure to be able to talk more about that as we head into Game 2.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. Team Spirit take game number 1 here in the grand finals of the International 2023, and it was almost as if Team Spirit just taken a page out of Gaming Gladiators book and basically was the oppressor in this game. I'm joined by Effie, by Tiga, but we also had a change on the panel as we now have Insania weighing in for the insight. And you said this is oppressive gameplay coming out from Team Spirit here.
Yeah, I feel like normally when you play against Gladiators, they tend to corner you into taking a lot of bad fights. I'm sure anyone that's watched this play are like, why are you guys fighting them? Like, it's so obvious you're going to lose this fight. But I feel like what Spirit did this game was they brought the numbers really early on and made sure that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, it happened at the 9-minute 50 mark for me when they take this fight bottom. Mirror, he holds a snowball, he kind of baits Game in to take this fight. Meanwhile, Ace is in the mid lane playing Lone Druid. Like, how does he rotate to his bot fight and contribute to these quick early engagements? And that was the story of the game for Spirit, just constantly dodge, take away the fights away from LD, but also when he's by himself trying to recover, you kill him as well. He had 8 deaths by the 30-minute mark. It was the most times Ace has died on Lone Druid so far. He was just completely shut down.
Yeah, and on the topic of that Lone Druid, that game felt impossible for Lone Druid to ever recover, because I think that Spirit had a genius lane versus Lone Druid, and that came after it. That's the interesting thing. They picked Lone Druid after they saw Weaver and Treant. I mean, conceptually, when you have these very high damage output heroes like Weaver and Treant on the lane, you should be able to kill the bear over and over again. And that's what happened. They killed the bear a couple of times on lane. They were able to constantly pressure and dive the Lone Druid, and it made it so that because that lane went so poorly, there was no way for Quinn on the Pango to rotate top and correct it in any way.
Yeah, it was a strong performance, and it definitely looked like Team Spirit was very well prepared for what Gaming Gladiators was gonna bring to the table in the first game of the best of 5. Insania, you've been against these two teams in the grand finals several times this year.
Yeah, unsuccessfully so.
What makes these two teams be the grand finals raid boss, if you will?
I think they're both teams that have pretty strong identities, and usually by the time that they get to grand finals, they've really figured out what makes their identity work. So they're not really, I would say, like the most adaptive teams, but they're really good at figuring out how can we enable ourselves to play our own game. So it wouldn't surprise me if Gladiators, you know, they swap up some heroes and then they go look to do the same thing again. It's probably going to be a battle of like two very specific styles, and if Gladiators can take control of the map and really like force you into a corner, then they'll probably be victorious. And if Spirit's able to like hold that away, hold the aggression off, then I think they'll have the edge.
Yeah, I feel like as well for Team Spirit, they come into this series, they pick Beastmaster. They hear that we haven't seen them play at the International so far. Of course, they do play it multiple times before, but it's the fact that Spirit, they look at gaming, they read them and go, you know what, rather than trying to be defensive, let's just overwhelm you as well with our own level of pressure. A lot of teams have tried to delay, prolong, and survive that onslaught, but it was refreshing to see Spirit just change up the style and go, no, this is how you beat gaming.
Yeah, and they closed out their second phase with that Beastmaster, right? And back when Beastmaster was very broken, that was the most difficult part of drafting, is you're very concerned for those gotcha team picks, the Beastmasters or the Storm Spirits. And they picked that Beastmaster when they saw the Silencer and the Muerta, two supports that can't do anything versus the Zoo. So not only was that pick genius, but I really feel that having this Weaver in the first phase for Yatoro is going to be something to look out for in this series, because if they can bring the aggression to Gaming Gladiators from their safe lane early on, Gaming might not be able to ever play for the tempo that they're looking for.
Yeah, we mentioned that the offlaners were going to play a big role here today. Insania, I don't know if you've noticed that as well. I mean, for us on the panel, we talk about the best looking stats, if that makes sense. And it's been very often this international, the offlaner. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so I feel like there's been like multiple metas. Yeah. Like the group stage, it was one meta, now it's another. But the offlane seemed to be like the general place where you get a lot of pressure. And with how the portals now work on the map, where you can like kind of portal around and you kind of want one lane to go to, the offlane seems to be like the easier place to connect to and then like get that thing going. So having strong offlanes sets up for like your position 5 to rotate and like everybody to come in and create a lot of pressure. And both these teams are very like offlane heavy teams, you know, like Collapse and Ace. They're two-star players for these teams.
Very much so, and we heard our draft panel at the end there as well. At the end of the draft, they mentioned how important that top lane was going to be, and I feel that's where we saw the Weaver just pop off. Yatoro had a fantastic game.
Yeah, there was nothing really to stop that Weaver, like I mentioned before, and pairing it up with the Treant made it so that not only was it a strong kill threat lane, but it worked perfectly in playing against the Lone Druid that they didn't even have to prepare for or think about. Or maybe they did it in the preparation, knowing that Lone Druid might be run by Gaiman because of their series yesterday. But if Lone Druid can't have a good start in the lane, and his mid laner cannot enable him by maybe getting some cleanup kills after he's fed a couple of bears, then where do you go from there? Because T was mentioning there's no way for Lone Druid to rotate bottom when there's a team fight going on. He's too busy recovering in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Recover Gaming Gladiators never really did do that, so they're now one game down in a best of 5 grand finals. They have some time to reset, and while they do that, we are going to check in with Casey, who's somewhere in the crowd.
Yeah, oh yeah, what up? Wow. Grandma's here trying to look hip. Sorry about that, everybody. All right, we are coming in to talk to some crowd. Get away from me.
Oh, hi, I'm sitting down.
Oh my God, you're making me nervous. Sir, I'm talking to you. I have several questions for you. I'm not sure whether I should put the microphone in front of your face, but I'll give you one chance.
Hey, I'm sorry. I lost my voice from screaming at the game so loud. Team Spirit LGD.
Well, luckily, you're drinking tea and getting better. All right. What was the... Hello? Do you really think I can't see you?
Why you always pick the drunkest people? Why you do that?
What was the best part of that first game?
Yatoro just deleting everybody. Oh!
You know, Yatoro, it's funny you say that. That is what we call a sexy transition to what Slacks was going to talk
Absolutely. I asked these peeps up here who was the biggest Yatoro
ใช่ต้องแบ่งตัวสเต็งโก
You
ง
guys said you were Yatoro fans, right? Oh, yeah. He's getting me all my fantasy points right now. Oh, the fantasy points. Thank you, thank you. And you especially, when I said, is anyone a Yatoro fan? This guy ran up on 3 levels up and he just started sprinting. Why do you like Yatoro?
Yatoro is the best carry ever. Goat.
Let's go, Yatoro. Ame is watching it. Let's go. Ame is watching it.
Yes, that's right. Poor Ame. We're so sorry, Yatoro, about Ame. Keep trying, my friend. Nothing is forever.
Okay, wait. What thick-haired beast said that they were the biggest Yatoro fan?
Yes, we have to find some way to find out who is the biggest Yatoro fan. Now, if you know the Yatoro lore, he does one thing before he goes in the grand finals. Now, you guys
What the fuck?
Biggest fans. Who's willing to shave their head for Yatoro? I'll do it. Fuck. What? No, no. Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. Wherever you want. No. However you want it. However you want it. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. We got it. All right. Right here. Oh. Just a little bit. Love you, Yatoro!
ดีเดี๋ยวก็ไปจะไถ่ทั้งหัวเลย
Back to you.
Thank you very much, Casey and Slacks. Zany, have you ever tried that? You know, maybe something's lacking with the squad.
We had this last year. You know, our coach said, if we get top 4 at TI, I will shave my head. William looked us in our eyes and said, I promise you guys, if we get top 4, I will shave my head. Yeah, okay. So we got top 4, and then we're like, all right, William, you know, we got 4 days.
Where is it?
Let's shave it. Yeah. And he's like, no, I said top 3. But we had vlog footage, so we went back and watched the vlog, and it's very clearly top 4.
But you guys also got top 3.
And then we got top 3, and we're like, William, shave your head. And he's like, you know, like, he Williams out of it. And then, yeah, no, shaving your head, I think probably is the reason we didn't do better at this TI.
Yeah, I mean, next year. There's always a chance. So maybe, you know, there's a 15-minute break in the meantime. Maybe Game of Gladiators is finding a razor as we speak. For their head, that is. And that was very grim. That's not why I wanted to go with that. What I do want to say is, I mean, we've got some very dedicated fans. I am sure that if Slacks pushed it, that there would have been a bald head behind us. And while we have very dedicated fans all around the world, there are venues packed with dedicated fans watching the Dota 2 from afar. You guys are all with us here in spirit in the Climate Pledge Arena. And with Spirit, we saw a lot of cheers there where Team Spirit take the first game of this best of 5 grand finals. And we got to talk about adaptations because it's a best of 5. Both of these teams have been here before. Both of these teams have shown that they have what it takes to be able to adapt on the fly in the break that they get. The question is, where are they going to go with the adaptations? I have to address a little bit, it's not really an elephant, it's more like horse size in the room. I want to talk about the gyrocopter that came out as the overall last pick, Effie. It's not a hero that we've seen do very well, or it has been very popular over these last few weeks. Why was this attempted and why didn't it work out?
I mean, it was just a response to the Beastmaster, right? It's like, at that point, what do? You're playing against a summons hero, you don't have anything to address it. Your Pangolier is going to be a little bit busy because he's playing against the puck. Pango alone isn't enough. You go for Gyro, who's typically the AoE clear type of carry. But this hero fell out of meta for many reasons. I feel like he plays a little bit too slowly. If the aggression is brought to you in the way Team Spirit brought it with that Weaver, Gyro does not have enough time to respond to that. He needs to sit in his Ancients, needs to farm up like 2 or 3 items, and they couldn't reach that point.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the main question for me is going to be Lone Druid. I don't think gaming will pick it so openly now, knowing that Spirit are going to be able to play such a high-paced game, kind of abuse the fact that he's on one side of the map, you can only bring 4. And then on top of that, like Effie was mentioning, if you have a Gyrocopter as well, who also wants to hit Ancients, like Lone Druid wants a lane, Gyro wants Ancients, what, 3 heroes going to do everything else for you? So I think for gaming LD, that's going to be the big question mark for me. Maybe they pick it on like 18 or kind of like a closing part of the phase rather than so openly.
Yeah, with LD and Lone Druid there, indeed, the offlaner for Ace. Didn't have a great game, and overall, it felt like then the plan, Insania, that Gaming Gladiators had, it was very different from the style that we've seen them play, because if they are playing for the later stages of the game, they're not going to be able to do their aggression ball that we've seen them be very dominant with.
I think the idea was to try to set up like the same thing, where they have this Lone Druid and Omerta do very well in the offlane, and then you have Tofu running mid. We call it cringing in our team. It's like when the 2 supports show up mid, and they just cringe the mid laner. So I think they wanted to like cringe Laurel, make sure his game is terrible, but it kind of relies on the laning phase going well. And I think the gyrocopter in many ways is picked to enable that. You want the safe lane to be strong. You just want the lane to go well, to free up Celery, free up Tofu to then go pressure mid lane and enable Quinn to then, get the ball rolling. But in this game, I don't think the lanes really played out the way they expected them to.
No, I do think we should mention the mid lane a little bit, because we've talked a lot about Pango this entire weekend and this entire event so far. In other people's hands, other than Quinn, the hero's not looked great. Overall, he's had a fantastic win rate with it this time around, T-Gov. This game, though, he wasn't able to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, no, he kind of fell flat.
Yeah, thank you.
Audible sigh. But no, I think the early game for Quinn, he was able to make a couple of those moves. He was punishing the supports from Spirit, but then it got to the point where he was making so many rotations that eventually Spirit knew which one to capitalize on, which one to punish. So I think they shouldn't be deterred from picking this hero. It is a matter of just so many other factors laying into it. But yeah, the Quinn Pangolier is probably a hero that he would want to play a couple more times if he's going to try and secure this Aegis.
I mean, the issue was he couldn't rotate on the lane that he needed to rotate to, which was the Weaver lane. Right? If he's consistently putting all of his efforts in playing on the Beastmaster lane, you're not really solving the crux of the problem, because even if you can get a couple of kills on that lane, Beastmaster is just going to sit in the jungle and farm for a little bit, while the Weaver is playing a supremely aggressive game versus your Lone Druid and not allowing him to come back. But when Quinn has looked good with the Pango this tournament, it's usually come out later in the draft, right? Yesterday, they had it close out their second phase versus Azure Ray when they saw the Enchantress and the Naga, and it looked great there. Today, they brought it out after the Weaver, and is seeing a Weaver enough to pick a Pangolier that early?
No, I don't think so. I also like the fact that they picked...
With
the Weaver, you have a tusk and a tree, so when things are going kind of chaotic, whatever of these melee heroes wants to go to the Weaver, it's going to be a kill lane, right? It's like you can use that twin gate, get a kill, so it's a bit difficult for that.
It's a bit difficult indeed, and you see a lot of thoughtful faces there for Gaming Gladiators. And we have a lot of data on them. They've played a lot of games, the most games played here at the International, making it all the way through a full best-of-3 lower bracket. It means that Team Spirit has a lot of data to go off of as well, Insania. How much in a best-of-5 do you really put stock into the game that has been played, not just today, this morning, but throughout the entire tournament? Because I know a best-of-5 generally also has like its own meta developing.
Yeah, I mean, usually what's going to end up happening is you kind of get a good understanding for what it is the other team's trying to accomplish in the draft, and then how to adjust to it is usually at least for us, I think it's been a trickier part throughout the year. So yeah, you definitely develop your own meta. You kind of understand, usually game one is like a feel your opponent out kind of the game, and you get an understanding of this is the idea I had prepared, this is the idea you had prepared, how do these two clash? So now Gladiators kind of have to, show their hand. They have to kind of mix something up. Probably won't be seeing gyro again, might see some adjustments to the bans, so they don't feel like they're in a position where they need to force the gyro. Yeah, as a gyro enthusiast myself, I don't mind seeing the hero. It's nice.
Do you think they misclicked this one, or?
No, I think they wanted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you have chosen the same cosmetic?
I'm not really sure what gyro cosmetics he had.
The cosmetic that he had was the one that makes Flak Cannon incredibly visible. Like, it was disco show out there.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
All right, awesome.
Why not?
But I am actually curious, Aiden. So when we're talking about this Pangolier coming out early, and when it doesn't look good, how much stock did you guys put into thinking about this Pangolier? Because obviously you're going to consider it is Gaming Gladiators, but you did let it through a few times.
I think we've been letting it through all year long. I remember I had a conversation with, I think, Tundra at some point, and they were like, just ban Pango and you win against Quinn. But it's like the hero doesn't feel that good. So when you play it yourself and it doesn't seem to work, you're kind of surprised, because every time you play against it, you're like, oh, this is, free lane for Nisha. And then somehow he makes it makes magic happen. But I think the point about the Weaver is true. Like, it's very difficult for Pango to like run to Weaver's lane, roll up, and then look to do something. And then that I feel like every time when they make the Pango layer work, usually they manage to bring the two supports mid, snowball the game, and then like you're scared on both side lanes.
Well, we're going to find out what is happening in game number 2 as the draft for it is right around the corner. Climate Pledge Arena, Dota fans around the world, get ready.
Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators. Grand Finals, Game 2.
Welcome back to the draft panel, everybody. This is going to be game number 2 between Spirit and Gaming Gladiators. Game 1, Team Spirit kind of ran them over, I think is fair to say. So that begs the question, you know, the teams are feeling each other out. It's a best of 5. What is the adjustment going to be for Gaming? What would you like to see them do first?
Honestly, I would really like them to not target collapse as much in the bans. I think that they should play more to their strengths than what I felt was like a little bit of fear of the opponent. I feel like the Magnus ban was maybe a bit overboard. I'm not too sure. Maybe they'd have some scrimming experience first or something. But I think Gaming's strength has always been playing through Quinn in the mid lane. And the way that you have to do that is that you need stronger side lane supports. They target their bans towards maybe a bit of Laurel, maybe a bit of the Spirit safe lane. I think they would rotate on mid a lot easier.
To me, it looked actually pretty decent at the beginning for Gaming Gladiators. Like, their lanes were not that bad, and as soon as Spirits start rotating super hard, like, and being super active, especially on carry Weaver, like this 10-minute rotation, like, kind of break the game apart for Gaming Gladiators at that point. Maybe they should have not react to that at some point or ignore or something and find a better like fight a bit later on, like, so they don't lose the phase of the game.
Yeah, I think my theory so far of like what Team Spirit's trying to do looks true with these bans. Like, they don't want Duracho to play CK, they don't want him to play Weaver. He has played other heroes like Alchemist, Razor, but those are much later picks. And if they are on the first pick, by the way, Gaming Gladiators, they chose first pick this game, so they wanted to change just the draft order up just a little bit here. And it's pretty clear, Toro's going to be like, I will take these away from you. These heroes, I don't play a lot of them, but I'll play them just as good as you, if not better, which is getting into your head for sure. But now you're in a situation where Duracho, he's been playing a bunch of Weaver, a bunch of CK, and then later on the draft, this Alch gets banned. It has to be a perfect Razor game. I think Duracho's hero's been very key for Gaming Gladiators' success here, and Team Spirit's really focusing it down.
This opening pick from Gaming Gladiators, we've seen quite a lot. It's been respect banned against them a ton of games in this tournament, but obviously at some point it will make its way through. This is not the first time they get to play it on the main stage, and you know, that's usually what happens when teams get all the way to the grand finals, is they just have so many good strategies that you pick your poison, right? And you see here Ace with a 3-1 scoreline on the Primal Beast, and you know, Spirit probably feeling pretty good about breaking his 0 loss streak on the Lone Druid. It was 4-0 before the last game. They took that one out. Now it's time to take out arguably maybe his second best hero of the tournament.
Yeah, I think that just speaks to the confidence of Team Spirit. I think last game they left the Pangolier in, they left the Lone Druid in. They will have something prepared for each of the heroes. Something to know is like, they've sort of been chilling for a bit, you know, to get to watch Gladiators play a lot of games. They're going to have the time to develop a counter strat for each one of these picks. I think what Fear said was right on the mark, like making sure that Duracho doesn't play these aggressive carries and keeping off the Weaver and CK, it looks really good for him. So I think they'll continue to want to do the same line of thought, like just make sure that your Duracho's game's a bit more slowed down. Ooh.
And this was definitely a change
กลับมาแล้ว
that they made in the
พร้อมกับ
draft.
จมูกที่ดีขึ้น
The Collapse Magnus will let it through. They played it only one single time at this TI, and that was in their last series. And Collapse was an absolute madman in that series, doing what he was doing at TI10, just getting all the skew
Magnus.
world tier. He didn't have the strongest early game, and I think if you do put this in the off lane, correct me if I'm wrong, probably not the strongest offlaner right now with the way he builds, but they played with a Shadow Demon last time. They just got a lot of stacks up, so maybe we can look for them to ban out the Shadow Demon so Mag doesn't have that recovery option.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is one of the best heroes to counter Primal builds. Primal Beast also, it's like it's countering him on all stages of the game. Like, it doesn't let him get stacks, it's cancelling his ulti, you can hide him, when he gets BKB you hide your teammate. It's actually an amazing hero against this. I think it's probably one of the best support counters to Primal.
Is there anything else you think Gaming are debating here that could be an even more important ban? Like, you know, the classic, if you haven't watched Dota for a bit, you're like, oh, Magnus, now there's going to be an Empower carry. Is there anything that is a really strong Empower carry that's also good against Primal? No, it's going to be the Shadow Demons, right on point there. What are you thinking for Spirit here? Are you saving your Tauros hero until the very end, or is there something valuable you could grab now against the Primal? And on top of that, do you expect this to go offlane even? Quinn has played Primal as well.
I would probably think they want to wait just because there is that potential of the flex. I think when you play with Magnus, you actually don't need to think about it too much. For example, when you play some PA with Magnus, usually you actually still buy the Battle Fury, just because Dota's, there's just a lot of camps. You don't want to make one of your other cores run to another core in order just to empower you. I think right now they should think that they've given them the Primal Beast. Right now they need something that does enough damage to kill it. I think probably, do you know if A was banned last game, or is it just unpicked unbanned? I think that's sort of rare for this tournament, honestly. I think it was picked and banned pretty much first phase in like most of the other games I've seen. I think they could look at something like an AA. You see Phoenix is already out, and the Shadow Demon's out. So I think they want to make sure that they get a support who can deal with this Primal.
A looks pretty interesting, like, but it's also need a good partner on lane because it's not the strongest laner, I guess, on easy lane. But Miposhka plays it very, very good, like on next level. Enchantress.
That's a 5 that is strong in lane, I've heard.
We're gonna do a cringy mid.
They're gonna cringe the mid this one with him.
For
sure. This is one of Makosha's like signature heroes. He's really good at this, and I think when you do play a hero like Magnus, who will take a little more time, might be a little bit slower, having that early game pressure can help a lot. And we'll have to see. Like, I believe Borrow probably still can play the Magnus if they want to go that route, but normally when you do see it on Spirit, you'll have to automatically think collapse. But will Game and also automatically think collapse as well, or are they gonna respect it and think that it could be a potential mid laner?
Yeah, I think Enchantress is also one of the supports that eventually you're actually the one who can kill the tanky heroes. In the Poshka, he pretty much always plays for the Hurricane Pike plus Moonshard and BKB. Like, I saw sometimes Seller, he's playing for like the Solar Crest Pipe, but I usually don't see Poshka go for that type of build.
Something interesting to that point is I was reading over a breakdown of team farm distribution, and for Team Spirit, I think Miposhka has a higher average gold per game than Mira does, right? So it's clearly by design that they're giving Miposhka a lot of space in the game as a position 5, and obviously this, as you guys pointed out, can turn into a carry. Do you think there's like a specific type of 4 that is perfect for that mindset? That, okay, if Ench needs to take some space at some point in the game and get strong, this is the type of 4 you want to pair it with, or is it kind of not really that relevant, just counterpicking specific heroes rather than making a duo?
I think it's mostly Mira playstyle, like we both share the responsibilities of 4 and 5 in a way, so it kind of looks like we're both playing 4 and 5 and even sharing warding a lot of times, so I think any hero Mira gonna play is gonna fit the role.
แต่มันอาจจะไม่เลือกตอนนี้นะมันไม่ดี
อาจจะเลือกที่หลัง damage that just follows up. He plays a lot of Dark Willow. He plays the Phoenix as well with the Grimstroke, Skywrath, these types of heroes that don't farm very fast, but they do go for kills. And of course, Enchantress, you know how fast this hero can farm as well. So Poshka just gets more gold by nature of the heroes he plays. But I do like how Gaming Gladiators, they're sticking to their guns quite literally here with the Morta yet again for Tofu here. And I like this combination a lot with the Nature's Prophet as well. You just come in, you sprout them, you get a free deadshot target on the sprout, and you just push them back. So a lot of synergy there.
Do you think there is going to be the necessity for Nature's Prophet maybe even to rotate? Like, how does this lane matchup go between what we're assuming is a 5-position Ench playing in the safe lane versus a Formware to off lane? Is that one of the matchups that Morta will struggle with, or can she hold her own?
I think it's a pretty stable lane for Morta. It always depends a little bit for Ench. There's a little bit element of RNG. Sometimes you want the hard camp to spawn even if you're playing as an Ench because you think you control the side, but then it spawns Wildkins and you're just like, oh, I guess I lost a lane. But I think especially with a Faceless Void who's like a more stable laner that you don't harass as much, you can actually use this to your advantage on the Morta side. I think most likely this is going to be Ace Primal. If you have Morta and Primal Beast together, you can like, Poshka has to be really careful on the edge. He can get 100 to 0 really quickly in the lane.
And there's the Grimstroke that you were mentioning, Fear coming out. To be expected on Mira.
Great partner for Magnus, and overall it's pretty good hero against Primal Beast too. Overall, Void and Magnus is one of the best like partners, and this is looking scary if the game get delayed a bit because we have insane amount of AoE, BKB control, AoE.
And I think if you're Gaming Gladiators here, if you're fitting the bill of like needing a Duracho as hero, the hero that kind of stands out the most that they're successful with this would be an Alchemist around this point. And a lot of the other heroes that he might want to go for, like the Razor, you're not going to pick that versus a Faceless Void. Potentially, if they want to, it could be an okay Wraith King game to carry. It would be a bit faster, so...
I really like the Wraith King, actually. I think it'd be really stable in lane. right now I think they should want something that they
Yeah,
can leave
พูดถึง
alone
ไม่
in
คิ
the
งไม่
safe
คิงมาเลย
lane. If you have the Wraith King in the safe
ตอนแรก
lane,
นึกว่าจะเล่น
if
อะเควิน
your lanes start to go slightly bad, you can just go to the back camps, and this allows Firon to make the plays. I think right now their number one priority is making sure that their supports are freed up to rotate onto mid.
Will this fit the bill, though, for how Duracho has been playing in your face, hitting these really fast timings and running at you? Definitely the same style as like an Alchemist, but probably comes on a little bit slower because you don't get that blink as early. But if he has good laning stage, it could do what they need him to do.
Are we getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here? Is this guaranteed to be carry Wraith King? We're seeing Gaming Gladiators
it's not.
Off lane, and they could put the primal mid. I feel like the flex is still there. What would you guys rather like to see if you were in their shoes right now? Do you think the Wraith King 1 or the 3 fits the bill better here?
I'd be really happy with the Primal Beast on 3 and Wraith King on 1, but they definitely
We
could
len
do it.
Primal
They could
one,
switch it
len.
up if they, even like at the end of the draft, they could pick another hero that's flexible to another role and just keep Spirit guessing. It wouldn't be a bad idea. I think personally though, like the only other hero I can see sort of slotting into the safe lane would be the Alchemist that Fear mentioned, and I'm not too sure like if he does that job better than Wraith King. I think he's a bit more susceptible.
They did ban
pressure,
so they are keeping.
So they are
รู้
thinking
มากอะดิ
that
แมน
they
นัก
can
วิน
be
เอง
an offlane Wraith King in mid primal.
Yeah, we can still pick a carry hero too, but we are not really flexing that much because last pick is still on Team Spirit.
I'm just looking at what carry heroes are left that if they get banned here, that's going to be good versus Void. Is Wraith King going to be the most punishing hero for a faceless Void in the laning stage as well? These are all the decisions that they need to come up with, because Wraith King is already really greedy if it's an offlaner, which would give you more space technically as a carry to make things happen, but a lot of the good ones that can be faster are probably just going to get removed.
This is quite a rare sight in the last phase, right? To see a team ban 1 carry and 1 offlaner. I think most of the time you kind of commit to the one idea, okay, this is the biggest threat, is that they put the heroes in this way. But the way Spirit seems to be approaching this is these are the 2 specific heroes that cause the most problem for our faceless Void, it seems like. Do you guys think this Lone Druid ban would have been, or this Lone Druid would have been a really big problem for their safe lane to deal with?
I feel like that should have been a Spectre maybe, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I also watching a Spectre and I thought to point it out, like it might give the tempo what we needed, because this hero now like is really aggressive and it cannot add up to the Furion global pressure.
Can't really get chronoed either, right? Like Magnus initiations kind of get ruined by this hero. It's a little bit different. You don't have the global until you get the Aghanims, but it's still, whenever you think about playing versus a Faceless Void, you want to play a hero that just doesn't show up to the fights with illusions or has 2 lives, or can just have infinite jump from like anywhere on the map. So that could be a good choice if they do want to put this Primal into the mid lane.
These actually are 2 pretty decent mid bans for Primal as well. Both Necrovolts and Evoker I think have pretty good matchups for Sim, so I think they might be looking to get a new carry here.
Just the Invoker ban protecting against the EMP for the Wraith King regardless of role?
I think it's there of course. Okay, Morphling.
Well, this hero is like pretty decent in lane versus Magnus because you can match his humongous base damage. There's really no kill threat as well with a Magnus against the Morphling, so that does help a lot. And of course, it will help if you get Chronosphered. But this hero is slow, and this is not how Gaimin has been winning most of their games, by Duracho just sitting back and hitting timings. They've been in your face, so it looks like Gaimin's adapting to the series.
They might sort of have a read because they have a
สู้เฟลเลตบอยไป
which
ปะ
I think is a very
เชี่ย
favorable
เล่นแทงโกใส่วะ
Coming full circle here.
But I think if Morphling wins his lane, then he could actually be a hero that's sort of impossible to kill on the map, and he's actually pressuring a safe lane, but you have to win your lane in order for that to happen.
I believe this matchup, the Morphling against Magnus, was the exact one that Spirit played against LGD in the upper bracket. Is that correct? I think that was how they tried to solve nothing to say Magnus.
Yeah.
Do you think the conditions here are equally good? Obviously, Spirit did come out ahead in that game with the Toro and the Morph. Or is there something to be worried about for Duracho?
It's a different type of game, I would say, because in the last game, like Collapse was playing CK, just crushing the lanes, which allowed Yatoro to get the farm, and Spirit has proven that in late game, they're that type of team to take it.
That's going to conclude the draft for us here. We are going to go over to a coach interview with CY from Gaming Gladiators.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by CY of Gaming Gladiators. A tough game 1, but whenever these post-game discussions happen, you're obviously being able to say everything that we see, the entire game. Your players only have half the information. So whenever you're debriefing, do you spend much time telling them this is why things went wrong based off of all the information I have? Or do you mainly focus on, forget about it, here's what we're going to do for game 2?
It depends a bit. Sometimes you need to readjust like how you value certain heroes, for example in the draft. but it also depends a bit on lanes. Let's say the lanes go bad. Okay, it's reset, go next game, right? You don't want to be too affected by it. It also depends, like this tournament I can hear the communication. So I can hear it's like chill still, like we're like not stressed or anything like that. So I don't really need to do any work in that
ก็เคย
regard.
ได้ยินเสียงคนอื่นด้วย
So
ก็
I kind
รู้
of
ว่า
consider what I have to say,
ทีม
what
ไม่
I
ได้
don't
เครียด
have to
มาก
say.
ตอนที่กำลังแพ้อยู่ก็ถือว่าโอเคแล้ว
How about the lanes
ไม่ทิ้ว
for this game? We got good expectations on how the first 7 minutes are going to go for you.
I have good expectations. So I hope
เกม
my
นี้
boys live up
เล
to
น
it.
หวังว่าจะดีครับ
I hope you guys are up for it also, because we're getting ready for game number 2.
This game needs to start off very well for Gaming Gladiators because while this may be a best of 5,
ก็ทะเลก็โดนยาโฮโร่ทุบตายหมดอะแครี่ตัว
Places, everyone.
ลิงก์กี่อัน1 2 3บ่15ดีนายวะเลือกคอนแลบแม่งเลยแล้วกันแบบกวนตีนเฮี้ยไปวะ15ดีนายคอนแลบน่าจะแย่ไป
30 seconds to showtime.
ดูเกมทายไม่อยู่อยากดูซิมิลิตตอนแรกง่วงนะตอนนี้หายง่วงแล้วแต่ว่าน้ำมูกไหลแทนหลอนอยู่มันนัดคอลแลปส์ตีตัวตีไกลจ้าอ๋อไม่บอกคิวเข้าป้อมทราบรับเรื่อง3 ล่างว่ะ3 บนว่ะวอยยิงคนเดียวครับแต่เหงาเบรกคิงเบอร์ต้าก็โหดอยู่นะเลนครับกระดูกด้วยกระดูก2 ตัวครับเน้นเกมน่านานเกมนี้น่าจะนานชัวร์ต้องมารอเลยทำสวยเลยเห็นช้ามันสตาร์ทบนเลยเรื่อยๆนะเล่นแบบไม่รีบเลนสปิริตอาจจะโดนกดหน่อยๆแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวมันก็ไหวอยู่ดีน่าจะวางกันที่เลนกลาง ก็แลบออกเป็นเซอร์วะออกเป็นแบนเป็นแบนเดี๋ยวโกคีแบบปีศาจแล้วเลนแม็กนัทที่มันตบบ๊อบอะถ่ายเบอร์2นะจ๊ะแม่พี่โมคิดบอกเลยว่า85เธอสมองไปหวยใช่เหรอรีบซื้อเลยเดี๋ยววันที่1ซื้อแบบเต็มข้อไปโดนวาร์ปตัดรูมไหมเนี่ยไปตัดไปจริงๆมันต้องมาวาร์ปตัดรูมนะไม่ตัดต้องไปเลนบอยเหมือนสบายเลยวะทั้งที่เลนเวทคิงมันต้องไอ้นี่กว่าเนี่ยโอ้ยตายเชี่ยเจอวาร์ปซ้อนนะดิโอ้โหแค่จริงๆมันต้องโซโล่คิวไปแล้วเว้ยแม่งโดนกริมวาร์ปซ้อนเพราะ2 คนดีอะในแรงมึงไม่มีทางมีคนวาร์ปซ้อนเนี่ยคนละจุกๆที่ต้องมาทันเวลาพอดีอย่างนั้นรู้ใจอ่ะดูดิโอ้ยตายดิใช่ไหมคนเอาอ่ะอิมแพคมันเยอะมากเดินมาจังหวะพอดีเป๊ะเกินน่ารู้แล้วรู้ว่ามี NP ตายโอ้โหแค่เป็นไพมอลไม่ได้ฆ่าเลย
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
เนี่ยฮัลโหลไม่รัดป่ะไปที่เบอร์เซิร์ฟแต่เมื่อกี้ยังไงมันก็ต้องตายปะไม่เข้าใจเหมือนกันไป วอสกาก็ฟาร์มคุ้มเลยแต่คอลแลบจนได้คอลแลบไม่วับนั่นแหละสร้างสเปซเพื่อนรวยนวลแพงโกเลยทำชิวๆจ้าเจอเทโร่บาวโหมดโคตรโหดอ่ะเมื่อกี้วิเวอร์แบบปีศาจรับสามนำเหรอมันไม่คิดว่าต้องหลบอะไรมั้งเกมเนี้ยคือเบอร์ต้ามันไม่ค่อยกดดันมันเท่าไหร่นี่ครับสามนำมาฟาร์มท่าน
The Radiant's courier didn't make it.
เที่ยโอ้โหซ้อนแบบไวมากจะหยุดทำไมวะสวยครับโคโน่สวยครับเป็นร้อยวงแตกแต่ลักโยมานะไม่พอไถเข้าป้อมอีกโถโถโอ้โหที่ทีมไฟสู้ไม่ได้เลยไม่แต่นิดเดียวใช้คนสู้นะแต่ว่าไม่ไหวโอ้โหโอ้โหยับแล้วทีนี้เนี่ยมุมนี้โดนซ้อนหมดเลยคือแพงโกมันกิ้งรอเลยเว้ยตอนที่ไทบอลมาทุบอะคือมันอ่านขาดหมดเลยไม่ตายหรอดูที่แพงโกมันโหดสัตว์เฮียแฟนคลับเรียกว่า CCNC hater ยิ้มแล้วบอกว่าฮ่า CCNC โดนแพงโกเฮียแม่งอ่านขาดมากนะครับมันอยู่ก่อนตีไก่วอยอีกปะลองดูดินี่มันวิ่งมาเลยมันวาร์ปปะวะมันวาร์ปมานี่มันวาร์ปมานี่มันวาร์ปมาก่อนตีไก่วอยอีกนี่ดูมันต้องออกแล้วไอ้เหี้ยควินแม่งหยุดทำไมก็ไม่รู้จบเลยเรื่องอะไรนี้ฟังกันแบบมันขนลุกฟังกันเพลินๆนะทีนี้มาแล้วครับบิงครับคอลแลบเชี่ยทามมิ่งทีมแม่งแบบปีศาจสัตว์แม่งโดนลีดเลยอะบุ๊กNP ที่จะเล่นแบบกดดันหนักทำไม่ได้เห็นชาร์จมันเริ่มฟาร์มไปแล้วแม่กันติด้วยนะ
Dire's top tower, you know the drill. Them Dire buildings are tough as nails for now. The Dire might want to mine their top tower. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now. Dire's top tower, you know Radiant lost one of them bottom towers. Dire's lost the top tower.
ถ้าเหมือนได้เบนมาขาดต้นเกมมันต้องเบอร์เซิร์กแทนไม่ดัด
Dire's mid tower won't last much longer. Dire couldn't hang on to that mid tower.
ตายนะตายเดี๋ยวฮัลโหลก็ตายได้
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
บอยเริ่มเข้าโซนฟาร์มแล้ว Empower ฟาร์มโอเค Empower หมดคนแลบไม่ได้อัพเหรอไม่ได้อัพ10 วิเจ็บอยู่นะเอาไม่ไหว No Empower
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
คนแลบมาแล้วบอกไป Empower หน่อย
My reflection.
รอบนี้เพื่อนมึงไม่บล็อกกล่องกูไปเลยเหรอ
Where are you watching? That's how it's done.
โอ้ยตายไปเลย2 นัดตีครับแดงก็โย่แตกถ้าเป็นน้องคนนั้นนะว่าตายเหมือนกันไม่ไงกับโคโน่เงินไม่นำนะจะดูดีร้อยผมก็ส่องเป็นต้าหลบใครวะเงินต้าคอนแต่ฟ้าสกาดี้ใจของเลยแล้วไม่ใช่ดิโอ้ตายวะเอาว่าพี่ใดจู่โจมปะพี่ใดเอาคืนนะสลับโดนมั่ง
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? The Radiant got one less top tower. The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Precious treasure.
ลิงก์ไปครับโอ้โหแล้วยังไงฝั่งนี้ม็อบตายไหมม็อบตายว่ะโอ้โหเรียบร้อยเลยฝั่งนี้นิดหน่อยไม่ได้นะต้องถอยมีอาร์พีอยู่แต่ว่าเป็นลิมเคนแล้วอ่ะให้โคตรรวยเลยแต่พอเป็นเบอร์เซิร์กมันโซโล่คิวได้
The Dire gave up the bottom tower. Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
ปับโซโล่คิวหรือเปล่าไม่โซโล่คิวคุณเด็กยังไม่พอ
Guess what's happening? Dire winning fortified their structures.
โอ้ยคุยก่อนเรียบร้อยเอาว่ะเดโยมาแล้วอาร์พีไหมครับแต่ช็อตนี้โดนโยกว่ะเฮียเดโยม็อบมันเอาอยู่เนี่ยเกมเนี้ยมันกำลังเพอร์ฟอร์มเฮียมันเอาว่ะมันเมคเพย์ว่ะม็อบถ้ามีเบนต้านะรอดไปแล้วสูสีป่ะแต่เดี๋ยวของอีกสักชิ้นพอแล้วอุ้ยโอ้ยเฮียแล้วบอยได้ฉาดเฮียโกงสัตว์เขาพอร์ตแม่งซื้อฉาดเองไงโอ้ยเฮียมากเฮียทอมเปนเตอร์20 นาทีแครี่ได้ฉาดโคตรโกงดีตาย
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Something bad's happened to the Radiant's courier. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Radiant's toughened up their structures. Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up.
จริงๆมันไม่ได้ดำเลยต้องปิดเกมให้ได้อะเอ็นพีมันรวยอยู่เอ็นพียังกระดิ่งโดดออก ท็อปออกเซอร์เบตเน้นไปที่โซโลคิววันนั้นเขาหลับ5 ปูนแล้ว
Radiant's top tower's hurting.
เดี๋ยว power หน่อยไหมเท่าไหร่วะ power ลาลี่ไม่ใช่เขาลดหน่อยจ้าไม่เอาโลยเอาเองได้หรอวะไม่น่าได้ตีโลตายแล้วเนี่ยเอ็มพาวเวอร์กับแพงโกดูหน่อยจ้าดูหน่อยจ้าบอกให้ power บอยโอเคไปถึงบาลันบวกไว้แล้วบวกไว้แล้วอุ้ยอุ้ยโหบ๊อบมึงมาทำไมอะบ๊อบเรียบร้อยโอ้โหจบเลยโอ้ยนี่ไงไดลักโยบ๊อบโดนอาพีตายหาไปเลย What the fuck แพ้เลยแพ้เลยเจอช็อตนี้นี่ไงภาพนี่ มาใหม่วะเนี่ยแหละภาพที่ทุกคนเคยจำได้อยู่ดีแม่งตายหาไปเลย The fuck กูยอมให้ดูอะดูนะตายไปเลยเบิร์ดแมงนัทไม่ทันเลยแต่ถ้าแมงนัทตายไปเลยก็อีกภาพหนึ่งเลยนะเขามาเขาเวฟเขาโดนอาพีเขาไป เดี๋ยวแต่ว่ามันได้โลอะโดนมูไปเลยมันแค่โดนรู้ไปโดนรู้ก็เครียดแล้วมันโดนอาพีมันโดนอาพีตาย
Dire's mid tower's having technical difficulties.
หมายถึงแม่นัดโดนแค่รูนแม่นัดเครียดอะไรโดนแค่รูนแม่นัดโดนเวทคิงบิงมาตัน
Bottom tower's seen better days.
อะไรคือโดนแค่รูนมันโดนรู้จักอะไรไอ้เคียเอ็นพีอะนะมันโดนบิงมาตันนี่แม่นัดโดนใครรูทแม่นัดโดนเวทคิงบิงมาตันแล้วมันนาพีสวน ไม่สตาร์ติดลินเคนแพงโกไม่ได้ยืนอยู่ข้างแมกนัทคนมีลินเคนมีแค่นี้ไม่เหรอ NP อะอากาดิมรูทแมกนัทอะใช่แต่เบรกคิงมันบิงมาตันอ๋อคือไอ้เหี้ยนี่บิงมาตันต่อติดลิงเคนแล้วเดโยนึกว่าโดนตันมันเลยเวฟอินเข้ามาเหรอโอเคแล้วแต่มันก็เหี้ยอยู่ดีอ่ะมันก็ตายไปเลยไงมันไม่ได้กดรีเลือดเลยไม่ตายเหี้ยฮาร์ดไม่เป็นไรฆ่าเอ็นพีโอ้โหเอ็นพีมีกระโดดเอ็นพีมีกระโดดคืออะไรวะม็อบโนมานากูโดดทันเจอสวนสัตว์ใครอยู่ที่ตีไม่โดนเลยยังมีโคโน่อยู่ครับจะไถเข้ามาไอ้เจ้านี่กระโดดอ่อยแล้วอุ้ยแล้วโคโน่อย่างงี้ปับเรียบร้อยเอจิแตกโอ้โหแต่เกินใหม่ต้องหนีแล้วอ่ะโอ้ยอย่าทะเลาะรุนเกาะเบต้าโอ้โหไม่ไหววะขอปีลังบอลไปก่อนโอ้ยเราเปิดสวนแล้วยังไงถ่ายสู้โอ้บอลมันไหวอะดิไฟเนี่ยต้องฆ่าที่ก่อนฆ่ามันก่อนเรียบร้อยไปอีกหนึ่งใครบ๊อบธรรมดาโดนแทงอีกทีแล้วจบเรียบร้อยไปเรียบร้อยครับโอ้โหเลื่อนเหลือนิดเดียวติ่งไฟนี่เหมือนแพ้ว่ะแต่จริงเป็นไฟเอจิสเลยดิได้อยู่ตายไปครับ4-2แต่คุ้มนี่4-3นี่หว่า NP บายแบ็คไม่ได้เสียหายหนักเลยนะถือว่าเฉยสรุปพอยต์มันคืออะไรนะตัวหนึ่งนะก็โดนไปลองวอลจัดมั่วไปครับปืนมันหลอกพี่ใดมันแค่โดนรู้ไม่ติดตันมันบอกว่ามันแค่โดนรู้ไม่ติดตันดีหลอนแล้วคือกูอยากรู้ว่าหลอนอะไรวะโอเคเดี๋ยวคลิปเข้าย้อนด่วน25โดนรูทกูผิดแล้ววะมันก็โดนตันดิมึงอะหลอนไอ้สัตว์มันก็โดนรูทก่อนแล้วมันก็โดนตันไอ้เหี้ยบ๊อบก็เลยเวฟอินเข้ามาคิดว่าจะฆ่าได้แล้วมันฆ่าไม่ได้โดนพีส่วนหลอนได้เลยวะไม่เห็นมีลิงโคนลิงแค่เหี้ยอะไรเลยพวกมึงอะหลอนสัตว์ไม่เข้าใจวะงงหลอนอะไรวะมันก็โดนเบรกคิงตันอยู่มึงไม่เห็นเหรอ ไม่มันเวฟอินไงแล้วมันไม่ดีเต็งไงเลยหายไปเลยเฮ้ยคิงของมันแน่นเกินนะไปคิงไม่เงิน1แล้วกันมีอะไรเทมที่เก่งที่สุดในเกมวินวอล์กค่ายแค่นี้ไม่คุ้มเลยแต่ว่าโนบายแบ็คก็เลยฟาร์มไปโลไม่เกิดภาวนาให้โลเกิดนานๆแบบโคโนมาทัน2 นาทีถ้าโลเกิด2 นาทีบวกก็คือคุ้มคือมันไม่ได้หาว่าเดลโยหลอนมันบอกว่ากูหลอนไอ้เฮียว่าไอ้นี่ไม่ได้โดนสตันตามปะทันปะทันสวยเรียบร้อยปืนจัดแบบนี้โอ้จากระดิมอยู่แล้วเฮียถ้ากระดิมนี่ได้เรื่องเลยอุ้ยอุ้ยอุ้ยโดดทันไอ้เหี้ยมีกริมแล้วยังไงม็อบช็อตนี้ยังไงขออนุญาตRPเข้าไปเต็มข้อแล้วทุบเรียบร้อยครับเกิดใหม่กดไปคิดว่าแต่ว่าหนีได้ไหมเหมือนจะไม่ได้เจอวอยดำโดดเข้าไปเรียบร้อยจบแล้วเกมนี้เด็ดละเดี๋ยวฮัลโหลวาร์ประเบิดเดี๋ยวคอลแลบเพื่อนคอลแลบกูจะตายโอ้ยว่าแล้วเฮียนี่เมื่อไหร่ได้เรื่องเลยเฮียพโลตาย800บวก400ไอ้เฮียมากแคลรี่ที่เก่งที่สุดกูเฮียถ้าเป็นน้องคนนั้นนะโดนแน่ไหนบอกว่าเก่งที่สุดไงครับทำไมตีทอปเปนเตอร์แล้วตายเน็ตแม่ใครได้ชาร์จปะคอลแลบได้ชาร์จเนี่ยทำไมคุ้มเลยที่ยาโฮโร่ตายเนี่ยไม่เป็นไรยังไงไปวัดต้องโลดิเครื่องแต่งที่ไม่เคยทำผิดแต่มันก็คำนวณดาเมจเป๊ะจริงนะมันแค่มีดาเมจจากภายนอกเข้ามาโลก็ไม่เกิดนาทีที่ดวงโคตรไม่ดีถ้าโลเกิดไปวันนี้นิดเดียวคือคัมแบ็กเลยโลยังไม่เกิดที่เดียวเสาฮาร์ดเนี่ยยังดุ้งเลยเอาติดมีคนติด ไอ้มีคนติดเยอะมากโอ้แล้วนี่ครับคนแลบแมกนัสลงมือแล้วดิโอ้ยมีบอลก้าโอ้ตายไปเลยวะบอลก้ามาแบ็คครับเอาแล้วโคโดอย่างงี้ไปแล้วไม่ได้รีเลือดไม่ได้เล่นไม่ต้องทำอะไรทั้งนั้นโอ้ยมาครับไถเข้าไปโอ้โหแล้วสเก็ตของกริมโดนครับเรียบร้อยมันจบแล้วเพื่อนมันจบแล้วเห็นสังรอดไปได้อยู่วะแต่โรชานมันหนีไม่ได้เลยไม่เคยได้รีเลือดอ่ะกูบอกเลยซื้อฉาดไปเฮียต้องซื้อแล้วเฮียมึงไม่ใช่23จริงๆนะไม่งั้นมันโดนเรื่อยๆ มันต้องซื้อจริงด้วยเกมนี้มันโดนโคโน่กับ RP อ่ะมันต้องมีวะฮะไม่งั้นมันตายไปเลยมันเหี้ยไหมหิวแสงก็ดีมันไม่สนแล้วมันต้องหิวแสงแล้วช็อตเนี้ยไม่ใช่บอสไปทีมันไม่ซื้อเองหรอกซื้อไหมวิชาไหมเรามันเริ่มเล่นเลือดเยอะขึ้นเรื่อยๆแล้ว ตอนแรกเล่น800สักพัก1,200ตอนนี้1,500มันเริ่มแหย่งแล้ววอยไม่สนิทเหรอมันไม่ซื้อเลยแค่กิมวอยมันเคี้ยอยู่นะเว้ยมันไม่ตายอ่ะคือยังไงกริมมันก็ฮาร์ดดิสเปลวอยมันก็กระโดดได้โอ้โหเหี้ยมากถึงที่เกิดขึ้นถ้าเป็นน้องคนนั้นนะกูบอกเลยกระทู้แน่นๆนะเหี้ยมึงเล่นม็อบเป็นปะวะเหี้ยมึงม็อบอันดับ1ของโลกเหี้ยอะไรไปตายกันวะสัตว์มาแน่ประมาณ20 หน้าบอกเก่งนะให้พวก MY ตายอย่างโง่เนี่ยโชคจัดอันนี้ตายไปกี่ตัวแล้วไม่รู้ตาย8แล้วแครี่กลุ่มเซียนโดโต้แห่งประเทศไทยยังดีกว่ากระทรวงวัฒนธรรมคีย์บอร์ดแห่งประเทศไทยอันนั้นตัวหนักเลยอ้าวจะโดนดึงออกมาเรื่อยๆมีแมนต้านี่โอ๊ยกูจะไม่พูดนะว่าแพ้เพราะใครกูจะไม่พูดนะซื้อฉาดแล้วแต่ตายแล้วนะมันจบแล้วจีน้ำเพจไหมของจริงวะทั้ง2คนเลยฮะทั้งคนโดนคนเล่นเลยแต่คนแลบมันก็แบ่งกันเอาจริงนะไม่เสียจินเลยไม่เสียเคี้ยเลยแพ้ไปเลย
Faceless void in a meta where no one else was really willing.
He got you on the Weaver, he got you on the Faceless Void. Team Spirit got you on the Pango on both sides. They defeated the Pango. Laurel took it into his own hands. I mean, there was so much in that early game where Laurel, he was controlling so much of the tempo, and he knows it too. And the crowd knows it too. They're going to thank Team Spirit for an excellent performance in this game too, but it might be a fast closeout to the ninth the way Team Spirit looks utterly unstoppable.
They are speed running this grand final right now, and the scary part is at 30 minutes, Gaiman had a lead in that game. That game was not some super one-sided net worth stomp, even with a Magnus Void farming it up. It's just, it felt inevitable, right? Like, how are you taking these late game fights, even with Wraith King Ags, you're respawning just to watch the corpses of your teammates fall right where you were. There's no real burst. There's no real push tempo
ทำไม GG ไม่ค่อยยิ้มแล้ววันนี้โดนอย่างนี้มึงยิ้มออกไหม
I mean, they at least were able to even out the net worth a little bit. There have to be small things that went the way of Gaming Gladiators. Are there any highlights you can point to?
I mean, I think the laning phase was a bit better for them, but the point in their laning phase that they wanted
จะ
to
ยิ้ม
work
ก็
the
ยิ้มไป
most
สัตว์
all year has been Quinn on mid. And that lane was the one that felt a little lackluster to me, right? The Primal Beast had a very slow start. He didn't get to use the power rune.
สู้ได้อยู่ GG สู้ได้หมดเลยแต่ว่าผมว่าแครี่ดิฟ
In a grand final at TI.
เดี๋ยวโลมันเกินไป
All of your tricks, get all the cylinders firing, and make it synergize at its peak.
They have played so many games, having to go through the lower bracket the entire time. Does Gaming Gladiators have anything left in the tank? Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. We'll find that answer in game number 3 because right now, Team Spirit is on match point, one more game away from being crowned
เฮ้ยแต่มันเล่นดีมากเลยนะเว้ยทั้งทีมอะ
TI champion.
เอสก็เล่นดีเอสมันดึงนู่นดึงนี่ไอ้นี่ควินมันก็ทำตามทามมิ่งมาแล้วแต่แค่ไฟแบบต้นเกมมันโดนดักไว้บุกไม่เข้าคือแพ้ลงโลมันก็ไปเอาเอจิสมาทำเพย์ถูกต้องหมดแต่เนี่ยมันเริ่มจากอันนี้ไหมตายไปเลยอ่ะ
I think there was some really cool plays coming out from both sides. I think Law played exceptionally well.
เดี๋ยวควินมันนิ่งมากเลย
There was like some situation
ควินมันเล่นดีมากเลยด้วยเอา
three heroes and he just barely got out. I think he carried the game on this the team on his back for quite some time until the Arturo caught up. But yeah, well, definitely a treat to watch.
Yeah, I mean, for Lau at least, in regards to net worth, I think I saw a tweet from Noxel where it's like it's the 5th highest net worth of any Pangolier on land, and it's like he had Diffusal, he had links like pre-20 minutes, and just it was just an incredible start. He was so far. Yeah, so far.
โดนทุกช็อตเลย
Top the net worth leaderboards as a Pangolier, right? You usually never see that happen, but it's also due to the Magnus that they were able to play around. They had 3 melee cores with a Magnus, and once the game stagnated, they were just collecting that. Every time that Gaming weren't making any moves or any plays, that benefited Team Spirit entirely. So if you're playing this game to scale, all of a sudden, Team Spirit, they've got the superior team fight, right? They've got the Chronosphere, they've got the Rolling Thunder, they've got the...
ไม่มีใครเล่นม็อกชนะเลย
so
เว้ย
it
นอก
made
จาก
it
จะ
so
โล
that Gaming Gladiators couldn't ever really look for those fights later on as the net worth lead was built up.
Yeah, it felt like at some point both teams wanted to look for the fights. Both teams were ready to fight, but you only want to really fight when you know you have the advantage. And I think, that led to
คือ
some
มันชนะมันก็ชนะไม่ขาดมันไม่ได้ป้อมไม่ได้ถีบเลยจะนี่ยังไป
quite cool. But it led to some pretty surprising locations where fights
แต่
were
โทฟู
actually
แม่งเว
happening
ฟเพย์
because
อยู่
we had both
แต่มันยัง
teams
ไม่
trying
ยิ้ม
to
เลยขนาดได้ฆ่า
surprise
อย่าง
the
เงี้ย
enemy team in final locations.
Yeah, it happened a lot. You had in the bot side of the map, you had like this awkward Roshan where Spirit started it, but they weren't strong enough, and then they baited out with the fight. And then we had a pick-off onto Primal, and then it's near a Tormentor where Baposhka's just free-farming top lane, hitting a tower, and then the rest of Spirit's just slaughtering the entirety of Gaming Gladiators. I feel like this entire game was Gaming trying to construct a fight where they could survive the big spells, while Spirit was always chasing, oh look, we have our spells available, let's just win every single fight, because we know if we have the Chrono, if we have the RP, we're going to hit these big spells and just...
อันนี้คือมันเล่นเหมือนมันไม่มีม็อบแบบมันเล่นเหมือนไม่มีแค
They
รี่
didn't
ห
really
รือ
have
สู้
that
แล้ว
overwhelming team fight ability on Gaming because even when they did have that Aegis on Morphling, they couldn't really ever make anything happen. The fight that they finally managed to force versus Spirit when Morphling had the Aegis, then they tried to burst the Faceless Void, they couldn't, he time walks away, he Chronos, they end up killing the Void in the end, but they didn't really get much in return. I mean, they traded off one of their heroes, everyone else disengaged, and they couldn't turn that winning fight when they got the Void down into anything because they committed too much and they didn't get enough back, and that really was the story of the game.
Yeah, it really was, and I feel like we saw Team Spirit. Okay, so for people that have been following their vlogs, they have a lot of them. They show a lot of their in-game communication of their vlogs, and those fights that we see them take here on the TI stage, They seem very calm
ดูทรงหน้า
and
3-0 นะถ้า
collected.
อย่างนี้
Stormer, there's like, oh,
มันจะเป็น
guys, I killed
TI
that
2 ที่
dude.
3-0
No, I got stunned. Used my ultimate. Oh, he used his. It's like they're, like you're walking in the park. It's like, oh, bird. Nice tree. It's literally very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely what you want to stray for as well. I think it's also something that Team Tundra was exceptionally good at when they won TI last year. It just shows that you're confident in what you're saying. You're not over emotional about things. And also, but I think what I love about this team is that even if they die, you can see smiles in their face.
Yeah.
Like this Yatoro, he's dying at the Tormentor. You might think like, oh, I just fed 2k cold to Tofu, but then he's just smiling, And all the team, like I think they're having such a great time right now, which makes it look even scarier to beat this team. And I think it's worth so much that like no matter what is happening, they're keeping a calm head. And this calm communication that you said, like I think is really, really good to point out because it just shows that they're really focused, really in zone about the most important things. You don't over communicate. You don't talk louder to make sure your voice is being heard. Everybody's on the same level.
Yeah, and combine that with the fun. They are happening at the same time, and that is a skill.
I think they have like the perfect balance, honestly. And together that with how good they play Dota right now, this team is just really scary.
It is really scary. I bet the whole team was having a lot of fun actually in one particular moment, and we talked about it a couple times already. You've seen it in the highlights as well. The great escape from Laurel. Purge is going to talk about it now too.
Thank you, Shiva. Yeah, the Pango survive was very, very important for Gaming Gladiator or for Team Spirit because he had the most net worth on his team. If he gets killed, it's a big comeback momentum potential for Gaming Gladiators. They spotted him farming up above. They saw his invis rune, so they placed the sentry now, and they are looking to chain disable him here. Now, the AoE, the remnant here for Tofu, it does a little circular thing, and every ghost that passes through him is going to silence him. And if they can chain disable him, it's a really, really crucial kill here. But unfortunately, the Primal Beast charge is going to push him back outside of the radius of this next coming ghost. That means the second silence doesn't hit. The pushback does, but he's disabled still in this very moment, and he gets pushed slightly to the left here by the fear. Now, before Pango's ability here, this one, the roll thing, whatever it's called, it used to give damage reduction. Now it gives you a barrier. So because there's 3 heroes, he gets 600 HP from this, which buys him time to survive. And one other moment that was really, really cool here, because he was in trouble and Mir was on the right, he puts Inkswell on him. It's this little animation. I know there's a lot of stuff going on in this clip. The Inkswell on him, he pops this the moment before he dies. If he doesn't do this, Celery here on the Nature's Prophet attacks him one time. A second auto attack would have killed him. But because these two guys were stunned, he ends up surviving. All these things going together to keep Laura alive, keep his net worth high, and waste Gaming Gladiators time.
มันไม่ตายไปเนี่ย
Just an incredibly important moment.
เวอร์มาก
An incredibly important moment for sure, and I bet there were a lot of people in the crowd cheering. I know in the green room people are like, oh my god, he got away from that one, and I think a lot of people around the world and all the different versions that people are watching Dota, we have had people cheering them on. This is from Chicago, where the vibes and the atmosphere is definitely very high. We'll see if we can get a punch on stage. I don't know, maybe not today here, but we can only hope. It was very dominant towards the end, of course, from Team Spirit, but it was at the start of the game incredibly back and forth. We heard our drafting panel say the first 7 minutes are going to be really important. That's what the coach said as well, and Gaming Gladiator survived that, and it looked okay. They couldn't get that final push to get the advantage, and that is something that they're surely going to work on for the next game, which is coming your way very soon. This particular point, though, it's all or nothing right now. They're 2 games down. Gaming Gladiators has been in this situation before, but that was an online tournament. This is very different.
It is.
I
would just say, I don't see waffling. This hero
แค่เฮีย VP เกมนึง
Partisi got eliminated with it. Nightfall got eliminated with it.
OG แม่งโพสต์
wants to play it and
enjoying our last moment
it's the bane of these low bracket teams.
บอกว่าเฮีย
Unfortunately, I don't
เป็น
think
ช่วงสุดท้ายแล้วที่เรากำลังจะเป็นแชมป์2 สมัยคนเดียวเดี๋ยวสปิริตแม่งจะมาแล้ว
I can only imagine they're going to have something different planned that they have to have. And while they're planning that, we are going to see where Casey is hiding. I think she's in the crowd somewhere. Where are you, Casey?
I'm way up here. I'm sorry, I'm turning away from the camera. I'm way up here. How's everybody doing? Okay, so usually, as I move my cord out, I'm such a professional. Usually when we ask people, is this your first TI? We get a lot of, yeah, it's my first TI. I got a very different answer when I came up here. How many have you been to?
I'm not sure. 14, 15, 16. Went to Canada was the last one, and now I'm back, so I'm super excited.
And the 3 of you have been to most of those together? A couple?
I would say like half of them, all the Seattle ones.
I soloed in Canada.
I've been to 2. This one in I think 2017.
And we were talking just a few minutes ago about the way that this grand final is going, and you heard Shiver say, like, this is do or die, game 3. How is everybody feeling? You, sir, are feeling very well. Want to tell everybody why?
I bet on Team Spirit on the compendium. So.
I'm sorry, what is wrong with this crowd? That, like, 3 of you are like, yay. Okay, I want to hear from the Gaming Gladiators. Wow. I think this section can do better. All right, I want to hear you as loud. Do you see? Now, this is what Slack should do when he starts talking louder. You hold the microphone further away, like this. All right, come on up the rafters. Let's hear it. I'm going to have my amazing photographer, Phil, spin around and show you how great this view is from up here. You were saying this is like the best seats in the house, right?
Been here for 3 days.
Best seats in the house.
Nice. Oh, I hear a cheer starting. 3 people. All right.
Thank you very much, Casey. I mean, that does look magical. I will say that is definitely one of the better seats in the house, although I must say, there's a lot of good seats. The screens are fantastic. The Dota has been fantastic, but I'm going to show a little bias here. I would really like this series to not be a 3-0, so I'm rooting for Gaming Gladiators in the next one. And I know all of you want more Dota 2 coming into the Climate Pledge Arena here tonight. And I want to know from my panel, Stormstormer, what does Gaming Gladiators need to do?
I mean, I think, first of all, don't let it get to your head. I think they are respecting Team Spirit maybe a little bit too much as well. They're not showing the same Gaming Gladiators so far that they showed the entire lower bracket run. You have to remember, this team started in lower bracket and now beat how many teams? 6, 7 teams in a row to get here. I just think they have to get Spirit out of their head and just focus on their own Dota again. Maybe adjust the drafting a little bit and then just, keep the ball rolling again. Get back to your seat.
Get back to your seat. I think everybody should get back to their seats right about now because, ladies and gentlemen, we want some more Dota to be played. We have got Team Spirit 2 games up. Can Gaming Gladiators push them back? Ladies and gentlemen, Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators, game number 3 of this best of 5 grand finals here. But Team Spirit, 2 games up. Gaming Gladiators need all the help they can get right now, and that means every single person in this Climate Pledge Arena. We need you to be extra loud. I know you've been saving your voice for game number 5,
ตึงไปหมด
but come on, you need to get there first. So I want to have no voices left by the end of this one. I know a lot of people have already spent everything they had, but I know we got to need a little bit more coming out for game number 3. We know they can do it. They've been in grand finals so many times. Every single LAN event this year in the DPC, Gaming Gladiators has come out on top. Team Spirit, they started really clicking at Re-Up Masters, and they have not dropped the ball since.
And the fact that they're coming into this grand finals, that like each draft is completely different. In game 1, Weaver, Beastmaster, they swarmed the map, they're the aggressors. Game 2, they got big cooldowns, Magnus, Void, like being the team down 2-0 and having to try and work out how do we deal with aggression, how do we deal with the scaling. Like, you don't know what's going to come at you in this third game. So for gaming, it's not about Team Spirit at this point, it's about what can they bring themselves, what is their draft to get them through the laning phase and set themselves up a game that they can actually dictate. Because right now, they're just victim to Team Spirit 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
But also, I just want to have Storm elaborate a little bit more on what he was talking about when he said they need to get Spirit out of their heads. And how do you feel like that What does that mean when you say that the enemy team is in your head? Are you drafting differently? Are you playing differently? Can you speak to it from your personal experience?
Yes, I think both of it. I think first of all their gaming players should just play the heroes that they're most comfortable with. That they don't for example, draft heroes because they want to block pick them from the enemy team or stuff like that. They should just play their own game, regardless of who they're playing against. And I know that some players on gaming, it is good to have healthy respect towards the enemy team on Team Spirit, but I don't think it should affect your own gameplay too much. You should respect what the enemy team is doing. You should know their strengths and weaknesses, but it should not cause yourself to have more weaknesses, if that makes sense. Just basically reset. Don't care who you play against. Remember all the games that got you to this point, got you through the entire lower bracket to this game 3, and make it a home run again. Gotta remember as well, Team Spirit, when they won TI10 back then, right, they were also 2 games ahead, and then it still went to a 5-game series against PSG LGD back then. So this is not over yet whatsoever, and I hope Gaming Gladiators also have that in their head right now, that it's maybe a longer day for them as well. They also have to play the lower bracket finals against I forgot just now. I have bad memory.
LGD.
LGD? Okay, let's talk about LGD, right? And now they're here again, so it is a longer day for them, but I all just hope they, whatever it was, they got the energy running again, and they just go into it right now.
Yeah, we're gonna find out, can Gaming Gladiators force out the next game, or will Team Spirit be the 2-time champion? Now let's hear it for Game 3!
Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators. Grand Finals. Game 3.
ตึงไปหรือเปล่า
Welcome back to the draft panel for game number 3, everybody. This is everything on the line for Gaming Gladiators. Down 0-2. Team Spirit have been crushing so far. Seems like they have all the answers. They have all the strategies that they need to become champions once again, just like back 2 years ago. What do you guys want to see Gaming Gladiators? I feel like I'm repeating myself after game number 1, but it really is the story here. How can Gaming Gladiators dig themselves out of this strategical hold they found themselves in?
Honestly, I thought their draft last game, they had a really good shot. I think they identified that they want to target a little bit more of non-Collapse heroes. They let Collapse go as Magnus, and I thought that it was not a bad idea. I don't think Collapse had the usual Magnus impact. Maybe he didn't need it, maybe he didn't get there. Tofu was able to pick up an early Yule Scepter, but I think I just want them to do that, but there was a time where they had the triple wave with Quinn. I want them to play even more for the mid pressure, because Laurel I don't know, the guy's too good. He had too good a game.
I would like Gladiators get back to the idea of super pressure, super tempo, crazy, super fast, super strong lanes. I think that potentially might work. Yeah, something like this. You need to risk at some point, right? They definitely have it. They definitely gave a very good fight in both games. Both games they actually gave good fights. Yeah, but this last game was rough to play after some point because Void Magnus is just too strong when it's come to late game. So I hope this time maybe we just go super tempo.
I definitely agree with Dendy on that one. The way Gaming Gladiators got here was with that tempo, pushing the high ground. It felt like in that last game they kind of fell back. We don't really want to do that. Instead, we're going to try and match you in the late game, pick up a Duraccio Morphling. And he played pretty amazing for the most part. Had a couple bad deaths, but overall, you're playing into how Team Spirit wants to play at that point. You're not really playing the game that got you into this grand finals in particular. So we'll see if they go ahead and do that. But the problem is, I think when you play against Team Spirit right now, there's a triple threat here. It's you have to deal with Collapse, which they've been trying to do through bans. And then I think what really leveled up Spirit is Laurel. He's just playing so good every game. And you see Quinn, he's normally taking control of the map. He's making moves. He hasn't been able to in these last 2 games. Laurel's having a great laning stage. And of course, there's always Yatoro, who's going to pick the CK, but you don't even know if it's his. He's strategically taking away a lot of Duracio's heroes, making them feel a bit uncomfortable. So there's a lot of things they're doing at a strategic level and in game that it's just really hard for gaming to address.
So what do you think, Gaming, if we want to see this early aggression from them, what is the first pick of the game? Do you just go for the celery end chair and you're okay, full focus on early laning stage and putting that pressure? Your Chen was obviously banned that you've had a great success with in that macro strategy. Is the Enchi into CK even appealing to start off?
I think it's normally a decent matchup for CK because he's actually one of the heroes that can kill Ench pretty easily when you bring her out of position. But honestly, I sort of like that line of thought. I think at this tournament, they usually pick Ench with Weaver, just because it gives the Entra really strong lane. Once you give Entra strong lane, you can snowball to other lanes, you can leave it alone. But I don't mind that if they pick another strong carry with it.
Okay, there's the area we were looking for in both of the previous games, and this time Gaming are going to bring it out. Does this fit the bill for you guys? Not a strong laner.
Not a strong laner, not a fast tempo hero, but it can buff really well like other heroes that you can have in a draft. Vortex is extremely strong, also shut down a lot of like fat heroes that buy and Heart of Jurassic and stuff, so might see something. If you build up a strong like, carry that fits A on lane, it can still be pretty strong lane.
Yeah, I think the hero, he just has a lot of range, so he keeps clicking, right? If the lane is stable and you get to just keep clicking your opponent, his lane's like not weak or anything. He's going to constantly harass on the region. I think generally what AA picks mean is that they want to play with their mid. Generally when you pick A, you pick some high damage mid and they just sort of run around together. You get stacks and then they play together. You get stacks, you get play together. And I think that's also something that we saw a lot from Gladiators in this tournament is they would play a lot off these stacks. I think the AA could be a good start for that.
Look at that stat. This is their first time playing the hero this tournament. They haven't brought out the AA a single time, so really digging deep here in the final game, or I say the final game, what could be the final game for them.
To look at it from the other perspective, Team Spirit, this is probably a surprise for them, given the circumstances that there hasn't been a single AA from Gladiators. Do you change any sort of approach on the Spirit side? I guess like you guys said, maybe you want to keep the CK flex. What are your next two go-to picks to make this AA feel bad?
Laning stage, I think the last time they ran this, they're probably looking at a Dark Willow for Spirit to lane it. That lane seemed incredibly strong. I'm not sure who's going to play the CK. They might keep it open for a while. It is a little annoying to play CK versus A in some ways because the armlet issue, you can't really toggle that. So that could be annoying. But then again, the Phantasm does delete AA pretty quickly. So I could see this being an offlane CK if Yatoro finds a better pick for himself. But I think the Dark Willow is definitely something they're looking at.
I would really like if they pick Dark Willow. I think what you said about the 3 CK sounds good as well because AA can keep clicking the CK, but as soon as it's level 3 or 4, these clicks aren't going to do anything to him at all.
Yeah, A afraid of mobile heroes and heroes who are very fast and can jump backlines and stuff like this. So we can see already Primal and Pac bans, and CK is one of those heroes. Actually, it's pretty, like fast hero. It gets into backlines pretty fast. So heroes who doesn't afraid A, in some sense, maybe TB can work again for Team Spirit, because you always can swap HP, like even if you're under A ulti. Yeah.
I think they're going to pick 18 Spectre. Like, they should start to look at it. I don't know if they will for sure, but I like what you said about like getting these backline jumpers. I think Yatoro, he played a lot of Spectre. I mean, he played some at this tournament, but he was playing a lot of Spectre in pubs. He always goes for some really high damage builds. He'll go like Bloodthorn, Manta. Like, he never goes for some like tanky build at all. He just looks to kill the backline. I guess Grimstroke does something similar that you were saying as well, right? Just giving you a really high kill threat lane. You want to make sure that the CK is at least open as a flex or the 18 pick.
Yeah, I think they go for that because it's a lot better versus the Pango than the Willow would be, right? You can get the leash on him and then he can get stuck. So same thing in the laning stage, though. It's really strong, get on top of him, lots of damage. Just Grim is better for this particular game.
Trant is in again. This was a hero Spirit ran against Pango last time, but they are going to go for the Tusk.
Tusky.
Oh, are we committed here to a 5 Tusk for this reason? Has Mira been playing Grim? He has, right? They've both played both of these heroes. So this for Team Spirit, I believe, is a complete flex among their support players.
Mira has not played Tusk yet, so it's most like 100% in Poshka so far.
Did he not play Tusk in game 1? Am I?
Oh, he played it in the last game, but outside of that, I suppose.
Right, outside of this series. Okay, got it. Yeah, yeah.
My notes are outdated from the last.
I'm sure they can flex it perfectly well. I think. Actually, Morta's not banned in this series, which is sort of surprising because, I mean, they broke Gamon's confidence in the hero a bit because I think Tofu played literally every game on this hero before that.
You just go back for it, yeah, because it does what they need him to do, right? I feel like you just have so many issues with Gamon's other heroes that you feel like you don't have to ban it because you have to ban so many other things in this game, like the Necro, the Phoenix, the Chen, all these heals, and this is really good banning, I think, by Team Spirit, even the Kunkka. These lineups where you see them group up, be able to push, they're not being able to get them because you have to deal with the heroes that you see in front of you, and some of your best heroes to do these pushes are Brewmaster. The only question I do have, yet again, is this Pango too early? Is it too early of a Pango game? Will he have a game? Right now it looks like they only have one answer for him, but I expect more to come. Is there any mid laners potentially, Dindy, that can punish that's left in the pool?
Oh, for sure. There is a bunch. Like this hero become not as strong as it used to be. It's actually pretty strong lane still. Like
there's the dazzle.
Here we go, the lane punisher. If I decide to put it mid, I can still think about it. It's weird to see sometimes healers picked into A, but I think the purpose is especially like having these insanely strong lanes. They can still do plus 3 dazzle if we decide, or I don't know, like if Collapse gonna play it or not. I'm curious because one hero that comes to my mind that both teams ignoring, second I think all games, is Spirit Breaker, right? We all talked how imbalanced and broken this hero is, and now we don't see it much because even here I saw, okay, we have Grimstroke, maybe potentially, who knows? There is not so many heroes to stop it if you think about it.
Yeah, I can see the Spirit Breaker, especially since I think there's like a mechanic with Brewmaster where the Brewlings take the creep damage from the charge, so you actually kill like over half their HP even after Brewmaster's 20 time. One interaction with the Dazzle versus A that I think swings the matchup a little bit is you can actually permagrave someone if they get A ulted. As soon as you hit 18 on Dazzle, so it's not as much of like a, oh, they can all in no matter what with this AAL on one target.
What do you guys make of Spirit's approach to dealing with Gaming Gladiators, which, I mean, if you look at the Gaming lineup, it seems very teamfight centric, right? You've got Pango, you've got Brewmaster ult. Are you a little concerned for Gaming Gladiators having downtime when they have cooldown on this? You look at Spirit's lineup, it seems very fast, very low cooldown. It can play in duos, trios. Do you think by design this Dazzle fits that playstyle really well?
For sure, and I would add up here that both previous game and this game so far, what bothers me in Gaming Gladiators draft is they don't really have saves in their lineup. If you look at Team Spirit lineup, they already have 2, and usually on like middle game, late game, this is one of the most important things that you have in your lineups. So not only like big cooldowns like on Brew or something like this, but also like saves. I think it's often can be like game changer.
Speaking of saves, I think Gaiman probably needs to ban Centaur in this game. This could be a really good hero. Like you see the roll come out, you see the split come out. Some Centaur Stampede could disengage that really well. I think they need another hero that I'm just kind of looking at Yatoro's hero pool. I'm not seeing anything much better versus the Brewmaster than the CK right now. Potentially it was like a Morphling, but then you're playing versus AA, Weaver's Band.
Just like a Night Stalker.
Carry?
Yeah, I think Nightfall pulled that out a couple hits. I could actually see Yatoro playing in a game like this. It's actually a really good Night Stalker carry game.
Agree on that. That looks amazing if they go for it. It's very hard to play with this lineup so far against Night Stalker carry. You don't have so many reliable stuns, I would say, on Gladiators yet. Like you have a lot of some skill shots that you need to aim, so it can create a problem. Yeah, also by the way, Grim is also safe if you think about it, right? Like his shard is used so efficiently at TI so far.
Yeah, we saw it in the last game as well. Like, I guess the only question is like, they probably are wanting a ranged hero because you have Tusk potentially 5, and I don't know if CK Tusk lane is gonna cut it. I guess they could do it.
I think just because they see the AA, they might feel like they can greed it out. Like they have a 5 that doesn't really prevent the carry from getting all in, and that can't protect themselves. So you can like play for the kills in lane with something like a CK Tusk. I could see them just go for the range route with the Tusker 5 though. I think they'd have really strong lanes that way as well.
It seems like Gaming Gladiators have the same mindset with this Dawnbreaker ban, right? This is a hero combination that we saw other teams run earlier in the tournament. The Tusk Dawn as a dual lane just absolutely obliterating weak 5s. So it does seem like Gaming are still in that mindset of this CK is going to be the carry. But as you guys pointed out, I don't even think CK Tusk is going to struggle here unless that the carry last pick from Gaming really solves that lane. AA does not like this matchup.
Honestly, I just like this last hero from Team Spirit to sort of solidify their team fights. I feel like right now they actually have a chance that they can run over in team fights. I think Pango, Brewmaster, and Mortar are all really strong heroes.
Oh,
okay.
Well, it was time. Bendy wanted it, he got it.
Oh, it's a beautiful lineup here. Spirit Breaker Grim looks very scary, very scary. Also, it's BKB Pierce once again, which is very strong in a lot of situations.
Yeah,
I think the carry pool, I think the Troll being banned and the Void kind of can signify that you want this CK to be your carry. So they're going for the offline route, not going for the Centaur, going for the Spirit Breaker, which Brewmaster, I guess you have a Dispel, which helps a little bit against that if you can get it off on time, but we've seen time and time again in the late game, it doesn't really matter. You have like a BKB, Octarine Core, and like a Refresher Orb, so you can't really deal with that. So this has been a Collapse special throughout like the entirety of this TI, and he's really good at it, and it looks pretty scary here. I will say the game in its lineup, it looks pretty good though so far. I think whenever you play against Dazzle, having that AA is really good if you can ever commit on it.
Yeah. Spec.
We have a Spectre.
Gonna round it out with a Spectre, so giving maybe some skirmishing potential to Gaming Gladiators. You have a carry that can join globally. Was this just a matter of, okay, there's nothing left?
Is the lane going to be okay?
Yeah, honestly, I'm really worried for Gladiators. I feel like every time I've seen Spirit Breaker have a good lane, this hero's like the most unreal imbo of the patch.
Yeah, Spectre A is one of the best combinations in the game for ages, and I don't think anything changing in that, because both heroes complement each other very well. But at the same time, the lineup on Team Spirit looks crazy in late game if it's the game delays.
ฮีโร่สปิริตเป็นปีศาจไปป่ะผมว่าตบมือดิฮัลโหล
Are we grasping the straws for Gaming Gladiators? Is this actually going to be that difficult of a safe lane, or maybe some sort of
ได้ฮีโร่5 ตัวปีหน้า
from maybe a gating where it could offset this balance in the top lane? Can you leave Brewmaster alone for a minute to try to help, or do you need to get really creative?
I think a lot can happen in this game, and I think a lot's going to come from the mid lane. And can Quinn get rotations, and can they abuse Laurel this game? Because I think Laurel is very exploitable in this game with A ults, Spectre ults, and if he feeds a lot of net worth back, that could be a way back into the game.
Yeah, I can completely see that. If one lane starts getting pressured, like you have the Spectre to add on. The Pangolier probably is going to be the strongest hero in the game when he gets his role. So they do have a lot of angles on Gladiators to snowball off that.
แพ้ไรเฮียพูดไปยังใกล้ละ
I guess, I mean, not to sound like a broken record, but we're very focused on the laning stage as per usual in this series. If you're in Quinn's shoes in this game, obviously you've had a couple of games that did not go according to plan, right? Let's talk a little bit about the mentality of him going up against what we assume will be a very unfavorable matchup.
3-0 ไม่น่ารอด
Welcome to the defense of the ancients. Better get ready.
Тише, мальчик.
Ты молодец.
Why don't you take this time to wash your face, okay?
คนแลบ8รวยสุด10 นาทีแต่โรชานตัวแรก
About time. 30 seconds to go.
มิลาออกบูทนี่อยู่ไหนเล่นสเปคชนะหลายทีมอยู่นะมันก็ไม่ได้แย่ขนาดนั้นสเปคอะแต่แค่เลมไม่ดีเว้ยจะโดนถล่มเอา
And they're off.
บุลล็อกซ่า มันต้องฟาร์มยาวสเปกอะเจ๊ปล่อยฮัลโหลอยู่เลยคนเดียวแล้วแต่ว่ามันก็ชิวๆไงชิวๆครับคลิปหน้าป้อมสบายๆอันนี้โดนพิษไม่หยุดโอ้โหโดนดีนายแบบกลางอากาศเกมอะไรเกม3แล้ว 5มีบูทอย่างนี้เขาแลบยิ้มเลยนะฟรีฟาร์มถ้ามันได้เฟิร์สได้ไงวะฮะอยู่ตรงนี้ได้ไงอ๋อเอมันไปกดดันเหรอโอ้โหเนี่ยโคตรพลาดอะลาก่อนโอ้โหแล้วบุล็อกได้เฟิร์สไม่อยากดูแล้วอะลาก่อนจีจีเพื่อนรักนายทำได้ดีแล้วปีนี้เน้นเนี่ยนะวนซีเคโอ้ยโหยิงแม่นอยู่ในโทฟูมันเล่นไอ้นี่เก่งมากเลยนะจริงไอ้ผีเนี่ยแต่ว่าหลายเกมแล้วมันไม่ชนะดิกลางก็โดนกดโดนเรื่อยๆโดนไม่หยุดหมูล็อกก็รวยสเปคอัพ111แตกตายนะมันผีชนไม่หยุดพลาดได้เลยครับเนี่ยบอกให้เชี่ยเอาว่ะสวยเลยสันนิพาตต้องรีบตันก่อนที่นี่มันจะพื้นไอ้นี่เล่นพลาดพลัง2เบเซอร์มีอยู่จริงโอ้ยทำอีกแล้วแรกไปโอ้ยคนรับเจ็บโคตรได้วะน่ามีเอิญนี่ยิ้มอยู่นะโทฟูกับเอสแบกทุกตาเลยปะเอาจริงก็เกิดทุกตานะยกเว้นในตาที่เอสเล่นลนดุยวันนี้สู้ไม่ไหวเจอปวกนรก
Mid-towers getting banged up. TI12 и вижу все. Else is cool, but you are too much. Radiant's mid tower could use a hand. Radiant's mid tower's coming apart. Take back. The Dire might want to mine the top tower. Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
โทษลืมมันไปให้เสียงน้ำมูกว่ะแม่งต้องเปิดปิดไว้สภาพเกมดูเหมือนโอเคด้วยแต่ว่าไม่ค่อยโอเคเท่าไหร่แล้วเซิร์นก็รวยอยู่ดี
Dire's top tower, you know the drill. Radiant's toughened up their structures. Dire's top tower, you know the drill.
เบอร์6จะไม่ลงวะงงมันไม่ลงแต่แรกวะล็อก2 วิ
Dire's top tower's getting beat down.
Amazing what you found lying around.
The Dire might want to mine the top tower.
ตายเกิดมาเส้นแก๊งให้มันผลักกันมาแก๊งไม่หยุดเลยฮะแอนโกควินจะ10 นาทีแล้ว3-3แล้วคอลแลบจะไม่ดัดแล้วไม่ตายนะที่เกมแปลกๆว่ะเกมนี้เฮโร่ตายไม่ใช่อัมเลตเลยหนักอยู่เนี่ยไอ้พีเคเกมเนี้ยทำเป็นเล่นเอาว่ะไม่เป็นไรสุดท้ายก็มีหมูล็อกอยู่ดีสุดยอดนวัตกรรมเดี๋ยวมันก็กลับมาเองอะหมูล็อกยังรวยเนเซอร์ยังรวยสปิริตชิลไปหรือเปล่าเดี๋ยวโลตายหลายตัวแล้วแม่งเดี๋ยวโลมันก็ 4K ไม่เก่งหรอมันต้องเข้าหลูฟาร์มตอนนี้มันต้องเล่นฟาร์มแล้วเดี๋ยวมันก็ฟื้นมันตายไป3 ตัวแต่ก็ไม่ได้เป็นไรหรอกแล้วจะไปเรเดียนเลยวะแบบเพียวๆเพราะมันได้ค่าหลายตัวมากดูดิเรเดียนไวนี้เอาเรื่องอยู่นะแต่ถ้าออกเรเดียนเลยก็ ไม่น่าจะกลับมาไมดัสแล้วปะกูเดาผิดเลยน่าเลือกเดซเซนคนเราบอกขอไม่รักก่อนเดี๋ยวไปเป็นตายไปนี่เรียบร้อยตีแบบนิ่งๆตีแบบนิ่งๆตีแบบนิ่งๆไม่โดนด้วยตีไม่ต้องตีเกี่ยวกับตีไม่เกี่ยวตัวอื่นเฮ้ยเอสมีลิลิกแล้วนะต้มอยากซัดหมูล็อกป่ะเอสบอก
Radiant's mid tower could use a hand.
เร็วถ้าออกเรเดียนมันตอนแรกๆมันเผาแต่ไม่เผาครับถ้ามีผล3ตัวเลยไม่ไหม้ครับแค่ตัวหลักก็คือตัวดินตายเดี๋ยวโลเอฟป่ะตายอยู่ดีตายที่บ้านเก่าว่ะโดนแย่งแตกกันเชียนเดี๋ยวโลสูญเสียนะทำเป็นเล่นไม่เรเดียนไม่กลัวหรอกดูมันชนในนี่ทีมดิหายไปเลยโอ้ทีนึงไม่นานกดท่า2มาแล้วติดไปเลยเวลาล่างบิวอ่ะมันอันติอ่ะแม่งโดนหมุนล็อกชนแป๊บเดียวหายเลยเว้ยเหมือนมันชนล่างบิวแรงขึ้นเพราะมันไม่ได้นับว่าเป็นยูนิตฮีโร่กระลิมแล้วท่านฟาร์มยาว
Trouble brewing at Radiant's
อะไรวะเนี่ย
tower's seen better days. Impossible.
ก็มีคีบไม่พุ่งเลยเหรอทำไมไม่พุ่งเลยนี่วะแปลกแล้วสปิริตก็บอกตรงนี้ยังไม่แก้เลยเป๋อยู่นาคนหนักเดี๋ยวโลกเกมนี้จากแครี่ก็อดกลายเป็นบทแบบเล่นชิวๆอ่ะเล่นหลังเล่นฆ่าไม่ตายไม่กินเลย เทปไปเปล่ายืนตายไม่ตายเบาเกินขออนุญาตทำครีปนะครับยังไม่มีดาเมจเลยต้องรอเดซเซนใครเป็นค่าบิวไม่ได้เลยบิวแม่งโหดสัตว์เกมนี้เหล็กก็ซ้ายนะไม่นะผมว่าเหล็กขวาเถื่อนตายมานาวหมดเอาแล้วทำเป็นเร่งโอ้ว้าอย่างรวดเร็วตายจ้าโดนจีไม่หยุดเดี๋ยวโลฟาร์มอยู่โดนเซนที่บล็อกเริ่มมีที่ฟาร์มแล้วเนี่ยฟิวมันกินแบบหมดเลยมันมาว่ะเกมเนี้ยแม่งเลยเดียนไวแม่งแบก
Dire's top tower, you know the drill. Dire's top tower's getting beat down. Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's top tower, you know the drill. No breaking through the Dire structures for now.
คิดไปไหมเปล่า
The Dire might want to mine their top tower. Dire's got one last top tower.
เดี๋ยวโลกเกมนี้หนักจริงตอนแรกแบบในเลนตายไปตัวหนึ่งสักพักตายรัวๆเลยแค่ร้อนเลยตายรัวแต่เซิร์นยังเล่นไม่ได้ด้วย ต้องรอได้ดูบิวแม่งเดินไปเลยเดินแบบล่าเลยอุ้ยไม่ได้แล้วว่ะไม่ฉาบ
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
เล่นไปเรื่อยๆแต่สุดท้าย CK มันก็เงินเท่าสเปคอยู่ดีแต่บูล็อกนี่เริ่มรัวนะเริ่มโดนรัวๆนะถ้าดูดีลงสมัครกันเลยจ้าวอดทุกที่เลยวอดดีด้วยบิวมีพุทว้าไปดิแล้วก็ไอ้นี่ลมพูดไวออกตาด้วย กลายเป็นแผน CK ออกเป็นวอลไล่ฆ่าเลนข้างไม่ใช้เลนระเบิดเป็นขี้สเปคออกไปด้วยสปอร์ตเล่นยากดัซเซิลก็ไม่มีแก้ใบดัซเซิลต้องไปคิงบาร์แก้งเดียวพอเลนระเบิดทุกอย่างมันเปลี่ยนไปเลยป่ะ
Do something about that bottom tower. Dire's bottom tower's getting the business.
Dear to me, I retire.
Dire's mid tower could use a little help.
ไอ้เหี้ยกูปิดใบอีกแล้ว โอ้ไม่ไหวว่ะเนี่ยจามไม่หยุดเลยใบหายโทษเนี่ยกำลังพูดเลยที่ช็อตคัมแบ็กที่ดีที่สุดโอ้เสียดายเห็นด้วยครับผมว่าเขาหลอนเนี่ยเซนแม่งแบกจามไปเลยหนักเกินนะเดี๋ยววันนี้ในเว็บ 2-1 แล้วครับต่อเกม 4มึงเล่นมุกเหมือนในฟุตบอลเหรอที่แม่งดูสดอยู่แล้วบอกว่าในเว็บ 2-2 แล้วครับเริ่มดุ้งนะบอกไว้ก่อนเพราะว่าดัซเซิลแบ็คกิ้งบาร์แล้วก็พี่มอสผิวอีกแล้วอ่ะตายปะตายไหมตายไหมตายไหมต้องตายดิวะถักไม่ตายครับสโนว์บอลบอกแต่ว่าตายวะเก็บสวยเก็บได้รอบเดียวเลยโดนยกหายแล้วดีระเบิดโอ้โหเชี่ยระเด้งหนักมากดัซเซิลแบกหน่อยโอ้โหดัซเซิลใครไม่แบกดัซเซิลวะโอ้โหดัซเซิลไม่ไหวบอกไหวอ่ะโอ้โหแต่บิวมันโหดว่ะบิวมันโหดไม่ไหวโอ้โหเชี่ยบิวแม่งแบกสัตว์เลยว่ะเกมนี้เวอร์ไปบิวมันแบกเยอะเลยพี่เอสบอกกูยังไม่อยากแพ้กูทำทุกอย่างเวอร์มาก
Opposite Jensen. Regeneration.
4K ไม่ได้เล่นเลยครับนี่4K เสื้อไฟอ้วกสเปคมันยังตายไว้สเปคมันไม่ได้ถึงขนาดนั้นสเปคมันโดนเฮกโดนนู่นโดนนี่ตายอยู่ต้องซื้อฉาดแล้วเฮกสเปคฆ่าแม่งจะไม่ลืมเปิดเสียงจ๊ะเอ๋จ๊ะเอ๋แล้วมึงไปกลับด้วยเหรอมึงจะกลับไม่กลับมึงจะกลับไม่กลับฮะมึงจะกลับไหมกูถามเนี่ยก็แหละบอกกลับแล้วครับกลับแล้วครับกลับแล้วครับขออนุญาตผ่านหน่อยครับผมสเปคตายอีกแล้วฉามาแล้วเฮกสเปกเตอร์รัวๆโอ้โหใช้ร่างบอมหายหมดเลย CK กูไม่ได้วะสู้ไม่ไหววะCKสู้ไม่ได้เลยไม่อยู่ต่อหน้าบิลมาสเตอร์พี่เอสต้องเข้าเลนเรื่อยๆไหมถ้าต้องให้สเปคมันจัดอย่างนี้เรื่อยๆถ้าแพ้ก็รู้เลยว่าใครจริง
ให้ค่ากาแฟคนภาคครอ
ขอบคุณค่ากาแฟคอขอบคุณครับคุณทีมซี่อยู่ข้าวจริงป่ะตอนนี้สงสัยต้องไปกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวที่อร่อยที่สุดแล้วเช้านี้
Guess what's happening to Dyer's bottom tower? The Dyer gave up a bottom tower.
แล้วมันมาสู้ตรงนี้วะฮะมาทำเหี้ยอะไรตรงนี้อะงงคุ้มเหรอวะไม่คุ้มปะเนี่ยโหตายหมดเลยใช่ทั้งคนทั้งไก่ไข่กลคนไก่เจอบอกว่ากินชานี้แปลว่ากินในไก่บ่ายไม่เอาด้วยหิวข้าวสู้ๆอย่าให้รู้ไม่ผิดหวังวัดตกฟ้า
ท่านอาจารย์ใช้พลัง
ฮะ
ท่านอาจารย์กูโจใช้พลังมึงกิน
สรุปเจอสุคุนะ
ขาดครึ่งเลย
ของไม่รู้จะแบกไงแล้วบิวของเท่านี้คือเวอร์มากใช่ไม่ได้ออกไมดัสด้วยมันบวกชนะบวกเนี่ยถ้าแพ้ท่านเอสน้องก็คือใครๆก็ยอมรับว่ามันเล่นดีจริงยิงซ่าท้าไปลองลงไปขับซ้อมที่ไหนบ้างครับหมายถึงที่ไทยอ่ะนะผมได้ยินว่ามีแค่ที่อุดรที่เดียวนะ
drinks are on you.
อันติบิวมันฟิกตามเร็วไหมใช่ครับเนี่ยมันมีทาเลนต์บวกเลือด1,200ตอนลบ1,200ไปแต่ยิ่งเลทยิ่งแย่ไปดับเนี่ยผมบอกให้ยิ่งเลทมันก็เจอหมูล็อกที่ทรงพลังขึ้นเรื่อยๆแล้วปุ้มเรียบร้อย2 ซับไปเลยจ้าค่ายแค่นี้ลาก่อนยังไม่เลทเลยฮัลโหลบอกว่าเลทก่อนฮัลโหลยังไม่เลทเลยกูบอกว่าเลทก่อนล็อกกริมไอ้เหี้ยเนี่ยบ้ามากใครปล่อยมาวะทุกของมันดิคลิปล่างวะใช่แล้วเส้นก็โกงของเต็มมีเช่นดอกโอซีเฮ้ยเป๊ก
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
เงินดูดอกโอซีใกล้ได้ด้วย
Trouble brewing at Radiant's bottom tower.
หมูจะเป็นเบรดเดทฮีโร่ไหมก็นับอยู่นะมันตัวมันเหี้ยมากอะมันแค่ต้องฟาร์มไม่เป็น
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
ดีวายอย่าบัตเตอร์อ่อนไม่คุ้มยากกว่าแค่เกมนี้ออกอะไรก็เหนื่อยคือโทฟูของก็เยอะเลยโทฟูเกินจะเท่าควินละประชาจะไม่เกิดเอาคาปูนอะฮาร์ดเหรอคือเพลไม่อยู่เนี่ยหายแล้วคนหายไปเลยเสียวิคีบีไปแล้วนะ2 คนอยู่อุ้ยอ้าวแล้วบายแบ็กมาไม่ได้เล่นครับเอาละโอเคอันตีไปแล้วล็อกหน่อยไหมไม่ล็อกไม่สนไม่ล็อกไม่สนตัดล่างฟอร์มบิวไว้ครับโอ้ยโอ้โหตัวเทคแล้วโดนลิงก์ต่อยังไงเอ่ยดับเบิลล็อกโอ้เกมมาต่อด้วยอีกข้างหลังตายหมดเลยข้างหลังไม่ได้เล่นเลยดูดิโอ้โหจบแล้วมันจบแล้วอนาคินใครปล่อยหมูวะหมูกิมด้วยเรื่องของเรื่องใครปล่อยมาวะบ้าหรือเปล่าเอสบอก กูจะแบกยังไงวะมึงถามจริงเถอะนี่น่าจะเป็นช็อตท้ายแล้ววะโอ้โหแล้วเรียบร้อยครับเรากำลังจะได้แชมป์ TI12 แชมป์ TI 2 สมัยหน้าใหม่4 คนขึ้นบ้านแล้วตอนนี้ใครปล่อยหมูวะเนี่ยสุดท้ายก็ 26,000เซรี่ซื้อบิงมาไม่ได้ใช้เลยโดนจี้ไม่หยุดทำทีมล่างครับเอาโลไหมเอาชัวร์สู้ไม่ได้เลยขนาดบิวโหดขนาดบิวแบกขนาดแล้วน่าสามสัตว์แต่ฮีโร่สู้ไม่ได้จริงมีรอบชิงครับใช่ครับซึ่งมันกำลังจะจบใกล้ละ coming soon เรียบร้อยหยุดมันไม่ได้ไอ้สเปคไม่หยุดกูล็อกเลยวะจะกินนางนิมละเห็นรูนนั่นนะเมื่อกี้มีทาเลนต์ในวิชั่นโอ้ยเซียชิวรูนในกินล็อกกูจะราอ้วกเราใส่3 ล้านนะที่1ได้เท่าไหร่นู้ที่1ได้1.4 ล้านเยอะอยู่นะเกิดเท่าทารอนที่ได้ริยัตน้อยกว่าหน่อยหมูเลือด 6,000 อ่ะเนี่ยมีคิวรูนเปิดมารับปุ่มพาไม่ได้ใช่มีกริมดูแพงโกโดนชนทีดิเวอร์ปะจริงๆจบแล้วมาแล้วไฟท้ายเอาหน่อยเว้ยฟอสก้าตายว่ะเอาว่ะมีลุ้นว่ะมีลุ้นเลโยยืนตีสุดชีวิตแล้วยังไงอยู่กลางดงแล้วหายไปเลยแบบอย่างนั้นเลยบายแบ็กมาแล้วครับสเปกเตอร์พยายามจะมีความหวังสุดท้ายวิ่งเข้าไปCK มีอาทิตย์นะอย่าลืม CK มีอาทิตย์นะหมุนล็อกวนรออยู่ครับแล้วพุ่งชนมาครับติดสโลนิดหน่อยติดสโลติดใบแต่ไม่สนแล้วไงติดเฮกเข้าไปครับถึงเวลาเข้าสุดยาทาโร่ตีเพื่อปิดเกมนี้ยาทาโร่ตีเข้าไปเรียบร้อยครับผมไม่มีบายแบ็กสเปคไม่มีใครในบ้านไม่มีใครเหลือแล้วเหลือแค่ควินกับแพงโกของเขาทรัชฮีโร่มันกำลังจะจบควินจะยอมหรือเปล่าต่อให้ไม่ยอมสปิริตก็ไม่สนแล้วอ่ะตอนนี้เขามาเพื่อ2 สมัยครับคนใหม่จะมาเคียงคู่กับ OG ครับยอดทีมโอ้โหเจโทโร่โผล่แมปโดนนะไม่กล้าคีบแล้วครับยังไม่ยอมครับปุ่ม G มันแข็งไม่มีใครอยากยอมครับในเกมนี้ไม่มีใครอยากยอมรับว่าตัวเองกำลังจะโดน 3-0 แคนโทรลวินบอกไม่ค้านไม่ยอมมาแล้วครับเอสตัวแบกของทีมครับแล้วพุ่งมาเลยครับโอ้โหโดนเบรก ยังไงเอ่ยแล้วสู้อ่ะกดแบ็คกิ้งบาร์สวนครับแล้วโดนล็อกล้อตำรวจล็อกล้อพยายามจะเฮกมาครับวิลาวนๆอยู่แล้วเตะออกมาครับเอาแม่งนี่แหละเรียบร้อยผมทุบแม่งเข้าไปเอาล่างดินหน่อยเว้ยแล้วเรียบร้อยครับผมบิวไม่มีบายมันจบแล้วครับแต่ยังอีกต้องให้บ้านแตกแล้วก็ GG Grand ครับ Good Game Well Play เป็นทีมสปิริตที่ได้แชมป์สมัยที่2ไปครับ TI12 ยินดีกับแชมป์ TI หน้าใหม่ด้วยครับโอ้ตบ GG ที่โคตรมาทั้งปีได้ยับยุยี่ครับ
3-0 in record time. Kick them out of this event, claim a second Aegis for the crew, the first one for Laurel, who has fit in immaculately with this roster. This is a team everybody had on their radar, but they have slowly built it up over the course of the year, are hitting in prime form right now. It shows this team has multi-generational players, and now they are absolutely cementing themselves as one of the best teams ever to play the game of Dota 2.
How do you stop these guys? You can't beat them early. You can't beat them late.
ลาลี่บอกว่าไม่ชวนกูตั้งแต่ TI 10ว่าได้เงินเยอะกว่านี้10 เท่าไอ้สัส
Team Spirit did it every way possible. Nothing is left for them but the handshakes in the end for Gaming Gladiators, who had an admirable run through the lower bracket. I mean, it was the stuff of great stories, but it comes to an end here with Team Spirit just being too damn good.
Yotaro boss. This man walks out. He
จะโซโล่ครับปีศาจทั้งทัวร์ยกเว้นเกมเมื่อกี้แอบหลุด
This is a long due victory for them over the course of this year.
โตนโต้บอกทำไมไม่ใช่กูวะ
The second time in the Dota's history, Team Spirit
เชี่ยให้ลาลี่ถือวะคนอื่นบอกกูเคยถือแล้วโอ้โหผู้เล่นหน้าใหม่ที่เพิ่งเข้าทีมมาครับอีก4คนเคยถือกันหมดแล้วรับแรงกดดันไหวปะนี่ครับคอลแลปเหมือนพาผู้เล่นใหม่มาลงดันอ่ะเฮ้เรามีปาร์ตี้คลาส S นายสนใจจะมาฟาร์มเวลของพวกเราหรือเปล่าบอสมันจะตึงๆนิดนึงนะ เฮียฮัลโหลมันโหดจริงเฮียตะโกนอย่าฮัลโหลกันหมดปีหน้าของเงินเยอะกว่านี้ครับปีหน้าของเงินเยอะกว่านี้สปิริตบอก
All right. Sorry, gentlemen. Just a moment of your time. Congratulations, Laurel, from last place to first, baby. How are you feeling right now? You have joined the club. You have won the international.
รู้สึกไงครับเป็นแชมป์ TI แล้วรู้สึกดีมากครับผม
Thank you for an unbelievable game. Miposhka, hello, I must interview you right now. Congratulations, led the boys again. You've joined the two-time club. Did you know you had a 5% chance, probability of winning that game? And you guys came back. How's it feel to be a two-timer, baby?
It's
a magic. Like it's our team spirit.
เฮียคือเวทมนต์ว่ะเพราะเราคือทีมสปิริต
And finally, I gotta do it to you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the undisputed best carry player in the
แคลรี่ที่ดีที่สุดในโลกยาโทโร่ยาโทโร่ก็เล่นโหดจริงยาโทโร่ยาโทโร่
Thanks. What do you have to say to everybody who has supported you this entire time, all your fans around the world? Any last words for the world of Dota coming from you, my man, at Team Spirit?
Thanks for our support.
Let's go. Thank you so much and congratulations to Team Spirit. Well done. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up one more time for your TI champions, Team Spirit!
สุดยอด
They have done it!
เสียได้ 3-0
And oh, Team Spirit demolished their opponents. They left no space for Gaming Gladiators in that grand finals, and this will be a moment that will go down in history. One of the most dominant teams in Dota 2 history. Gaming Gladiators came close, but Team Spirit, the ultimate raid boss selfies need to be taken. That ages will be pictured a lot tonight. I'm joined here by Lacoste, Effie, and T-Gov, and we're here to talk to you about everything that we missed. If we missed anything, I don't even think we missed anything. I think Team Spirit Lacoste, they are amazing.
Absolutely. This is the team that, they didn't get the chance to experience crowd at TI10 when they won it, and really glad that Seattle is cheering really hard for them. This is the team that had a bit of a rough year at the start, and they started to pick it up. Going into the Riyadh Masters Dream League, they know when to power up. This is the team that enjoys playing on the main stage so much. You can see on their faces all the smiles. That's what Dota is about, having fun and winning some big money.
Oh yeah, but my God, what a team. I mean, they are magical. I feel like the only other team in the history of Dota that embodied this kind of resilience and passion for the game was OG in their former run, but this Team Spirit, it's like we haven't seen anything like them. Their players have improved so much in the last year, so much. I can't even speak to the improvement of Mira, of Laurel in particular, and for them to just win this Aegis after a year that looked rocky for them at the start, after not placing well in the 3 majors this year, for everything to suddenly fall into place, for everything to finally click right around the corner for TI. I mean, if that isn't magic, I don't know what is, T.
I mean, it's the fact that they have these systems in place to be able to shape Lau into the player, to become the mid laner, be able to replace Toronto Tokyo. Again, like Lacoste mentioned, the start of the year, it was shaky. They barely got in the top 8 of one of the 3 majors, and now here, they get first place, and for Yotaro, sorry. Two-time TI winner, and also second ever player to get a rampage in a TI finals. The crowd love him, he's just popping off in the game. Like this team, they are just incredible.
I mean, Dota has not seen a player like Yotaro for a very long time. I mean, he was in contention for people saying he's the best carry in the world, the GOAT, but he has proved that here today at TI. And even earlier this year, during the Riyadh Masters, he carried his team to victory. He fought tooth and nail when they looked like they were going to lose, when it looked like there was no hope in their games. He was the one to just push them forward. And here at TI, they all connected, they all came together, and it was just a beautiful team victory here.
It was a great victory, great support coming out of the Climate Pledge Arena as well. And for everybody in the arena, I also want to make sure that you guys are aware that you are allowed to stay here for the late game show as well, so you can witness that. You can witness Team Spirit in the late game show with Jenkins. So just so you're
แต่เฮียทำอะไรไม่ได้วะเงินมันเรื่องของว้าวดิ
Team Spirit's run has been fantastic. We got 4 new TI, double TI champions, and I must bring it back to Laurel because his story has just been fantastic. You heard Slack say it on the main stage. He came dead last year, and it was a rocky start, but there was support from all his teammates, support from the organization. We heard on the main stage, Yotaro said, at Riyadh Masters, I really want to win this championship because I want Laurel to experience what it's like. And that he did, and then he went to take on the international with the same squad. And I can't believe they did it here as well.
จะดูข้อความเด้งดิ
Such style as well. Like they've played so many different types of games as well. Like they're not just doing one thing the entire time. They are every single time they approach a game, it's a new way Spirit approaches to beat their opponents. And I don't know, it's just the most commendable way to win it. And sure, it was a 3-0, but it was a 3-0 in style. And yeah, Team Spirit,
like they believed in Laurel when you know, getting that last place at TI, and also some big shoes to fill. This guy, he's nuts. Every single game that he played, you could see that he's powering up. So throughout the tournaments, you could see that he can be toe-to-toe against some of the best mid laners in the world, and now he is the best mid laner in the world, crowned, immortalized.
Absolutely, what a story. And I mean, for Laurel to play in this team, like Lacoste mentioned, the shoes were big, the nerves were there, and every time Team Spirit performed badly, he was blamed. There was mass criticism from the fans, mass criticism of Laurel from the community. People were begging to have this player replaced, but the other members of Team Spirit refused. They believed in him. They said that they think he has the potential. They said that they trust him and they know that he's their mid laner. And here we are at TI, he's won it.
Yeah, immortalized on his dazzle at that. I just want to take a small moment to just iterate the wallpaper every time as the heroes that won TI. We have Chaos Knight, Dazzle, and Spirit Breaker as our horns on that wallpaper. I think, Tigo, that is the perfect embodiment here.
Oh, that's so beautiful. You know, just Spirit Breaker, you know, just going to be next year, we're going to have to remember this beautiful cow just in the good times.
คนละบอกเมื่อไหร่จะเลิกตามวะ
The good times will be remembered for a very long time to come. I also know that the average age of players here, this might be a random point, the average age of players playing at TI is around 23 years old. Yotaro is 20 years old. He won his first international at 17. Now his second international at 20. Lacoste, I mean,
It's not
this
to think
guy
about.
can continue going.
He pretty much played for only one team, Yellow Submarine, which kind of turned into Team Spirit. The other members of the team, Laurel, who started to play professional Dota in 2021, collapsed. He only played for 3 teams. Mira, only 2 teams, one of them also being, you know, just predecessor to Yellow Submarine, and the veteran Miposhka leading the team. You know, so you have this mix of a new blood and also some veteran player that's going to lead them to the victory.
I mean, the key thing here is the future of Dota is bright, right? Like when you think about the players here, they're 20 years old, 22 years old, and they've only been playing competitive Dota for, what, nearly 4 or 5 years, some of them. Like, these are the ones lifting the ages time and time again, and it's like, yeah, it's just so good to see.
And also, I just want to highlight the support duo of Team Spirit. I mean, we've talked about Laurel, we've talked about Collapse, we've talked about Yotaro, and these are incredible players, but Miposhka and Mira are the heart of this team. They are the backbone of this team. They play so well every game, and their praises go unsung because it's so hard to shine on a team with someone like Yotaro, right? But they're so consistent. They're there with the saves, they're there with the lane wins, they're there with the pressure. They do everything right, and they have done everything right this TI.
Yeah, and for Miposhka especially, we know that his first recorded professional results were in 2015, but he's been around for a very long time, Lacoste. And this guy, this is his second TI win. What a crowning achievement at such a successful career.
Absolutely. This guy is just amazing. You know, whenever we get the chance to talk to him, like the insight that he gives, of course, he doesn't want to reveal everything. Maybe after TI, we're going to see in some of these vlogs. This guy is just a rock of the team. Like, you can rely on him. He's going to be carrying the game on some of his signature heroes when it's necessary. This guy is just a menace to play against.
And he has that, you know, compassion that embodies a leader in a team like this. If you've ever interacted with him or heard him speak of his teammates, he views them so fondly. He's very calm. He's not the type of person to lead with anger, to lead with a form of aggression. He's one of those captains that just leads through friendship, and as cliche as that sounds, that is who he is.
Yeah, and it bleeds into the team as well, because when they're even behind, when they're down, they're still smiling, they're still having fun. Like, how often do you see a pro team when they're, you know, backs against the wall, they're still enjoying the game? Like, Team Spirit, throughout this entire journey, not only were they the best team, but they just enjoyed every single moment, and it's why they're able to be so successful.
At TI10, they won first 2 games, then they lost 2 games, but this time around, TI12, they made it look very easy. 2 games were complete, you know,
รอประกาศ TI ปีหน้าให้ไหนนั่น
Spirit in the third game 4%.
ว่าเราจะได้ไปดูบ้างสักครั้งเลย
Dota Plus not really, you know, Team Spirit they're all against the odds.
4% it was, by the way. Yeah, 4% to win that is.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, the game was very close. It just shows a lot of character that they were able to beat back Effie.
Exactly. I mean, this is the spirit of
ที่สองกี่ดอล
this
นะ
team. This is what they embody. They are determined. Even when they're playing
3
with
แส
a
น
net
เจ็ด
worth deficit, they never
โอ้ย
play like
เหี้ย
they
โค
are.
ตรเหี้ยเลยที่สองกับที่หนึ่งไม่ห่างกันแบบเกือบ5เท่าอ่ะ
A means into the game. And you've heard
กี่เท่าวะ
from teams who
สาม
have
เกือบ
lost to
4 เท่าอ่ะ
Spirit or won against Spirit. They always say, regardless of
ได้
winning against this team,
3
they
แสนเจ็ดเอง
exhaust you. They make you tired. They fight for the entirety of the game, for every inch of the
เศษ
map.
เงินมันก็ไม่เศษเงินหรอก 300,000 เหรียญ
I mean, that's why
เยอะ
they
อยู่
did. That's why they lifted
หลาย
the ages.
หลาย10 ล้านอยู่
That is why they lifted the ages through
20 ล้านนะ
They
10 ล้าน
worked really hard this year to get to the point where they were on their team synergy and on their Dota, of course, as well. They went through the upper bracket. They only dropped this entire TI run, road to the international and all. They only dropped 2 games, T. Only 2.
It's just crazy to think about, and especially because like the group stage, it was so clean for them. They dropped a game to Virtus Pro, a regional opponent.
Yep.
Dropped a game to Liquid as well, and then as soon as they went against LGD, I feel like they just leveled up. And of course, Yatari, I mean, he shaved his head. Like, did you expect any other result today?
Sacrifice was made.
I mean, he is the most successful to go bald pro player ever in the history. People have followed in his footsteps, failed miserably. He has 2 times in a row done it. Bam,
Listen
2 wins.
He's the only one who can wield that power. Okay,
Yeah.
this power exists within Yatoro's realm. It's not something for other mere mortals to
That is
shave their
true.
heads and win TI. But on the topic of one more player, I do really want to give my commends on Mira his flowers, because I remember after he won TI10, he did a few interviews where he said that he felt like an imposter. He didn't feel good enough to be a TI winner. He didn't feel like this was valid. He didn't necessarily get that sense that he was one of the best players in the world. So now that he's a 2-time TI winner, I really hope that that imposter syndrome can go away, because he's proven it not just to himself, to his fans, but to us, the Dota community, the rest of the world.
Yeah.
They need to update this picture. I'm sorry. This is unacceptable.
They do. I mean, to be honest, I don't think... Well, we've seen other pros attempt to shave their head to embody a Toro's power, but let's be real, that power is his own. And it works for him, it works for the team. They have done it. They have taken the ages for the second time round, which is an incredible achievement. So congratulations once again to Team Spirit for having their victory. I feel like we also need to give a little bit of light there to Gaming Gladiators, because they also had a fantastic run. They came second at this international, and that is not something to be ashamed of. It might feel really rough right about now, especially after that third game, which it was a game they were very close, because to be able to force out a next one.
Absolutely. I mean, Gaming Gladiators, they were the team to beat throughout this year. But like all 3 majors were won by them throughout the upper bracket, and they look like a team that's not gonna stop. But unfortunately for them, Team Spirit, they did power up at the right time. And also, Gaming Gladiators, they also had really good tournaments so far. You know, dropping down to lower bracket and making the magical run. Unfortunately, Team Spirit, they were too strong today.
They were very much too strong today, and while we witnessed Team Spirit's victory, a lot of people around the world were able to cheer them on and revel in their victory. This is Moscow. We have so many pop songs happening around the world. I also want to say once again, late game is coming right after this, so you don't even have to leave. I know a lot of people were having their time slot booked out for a full best of 5. We might not have gotten that, but there is still more content coming on this very channel and in the Climate Pledge arena as well. So much love coming from around the world here for Dota 2 and its World Championship. The international was taken by Team Spirit, but truly the real winners are all the fans. And I know that there are so many people already that can't wait for 2024 when there's a new hero in the mix. I also think that we learned a lot at this international that we can all incorporate in our own games. And I'm not talking about Decimate.
ไอ้นี่คือไอ้คนเนี้ยไม่กินไม่สนเลยกล้องแบบเห็นแม่งหลายรอบแล้วไม่เคยหันไปดูเลยให้กินอย่างเดียวเลยดูดิที่ไอ้อะไรวะกูจะกิน
I just realized as well. Technically, Yatari, he also won the.
ถึงเวลาอวยยูโรโร่แล้วโอเคหมดแล้วครับวันนี้ก็ยินดีกับสปิริตด้วยแต่เอาจริงในตอนที่เกม3มันบอกว่า 4% ผมไม่ได้รู้สึกว่า 4% เลยนะ มันบอกโอกาสชนะ 4% ครับแบ็กได้ผมไม่ได้รู้สึกว่าโดนนำขนาดนั้นเลยใครบอกทีมที่นี่แรงน้อยวะ30 58เดี๋ยว19 44เดี๋ยวฮัลโหลแรง17ไม่มีใครแรงน้อยเลยแรงเยอะกันหมดเนี่ยโทฟูแรง7ซะด้วยครับแต่ปีนี้มันคุ้มแล้วปีนี้ได้ไอ้นี่1,400,000กับริยาดคือริยาดที่1คุ้มกว่าอีกนี่ริยาดได้ที่1ได้ไป5 ล้านเหรียญดูดิดูเงินรางวัลที่1ได้5 ล้านนี่ที่1ได้1,400,000คือแชมป์ริยาดคือไอ้นี่อีกเงินเยอะกว่าแต่ว่านั่นแหละมันเป็น TI มันศักดิ์ศรีเยอะกว่าแต่เดี๋ยวปีหน้าเดี๋ยวมีมันจะจัด e-sport world cup เดี๋ยวมาดูกันว่าทีมชาติจะเป็นยังไงเพราะถ้าเกิดเราเล่นทีมชาติหลักนี่ผมบอกเลยว่ามันแน่นอนงานแข่งแต่งานแข่งดีเงินน้อยแบบน้อยขี้เคี้ยเลยก็จริงนะเงินน่ะแต่ผมว่ามันก็ยังแข่งสนุกอยู่ดีเพราะว่าแต่ละทีมมันเก่งกันหมดเว้ยมันไม่มีทีมไหนแบบกากกว่าทีมอื่นแบบเห็นได้ชัดเลยเว้ยขนาดไอ้คีย์สตาร์มันยังดูแบบไอ้นี่เลยดูดิ4 ทีมที่ตกรอบอันนี้ผมไม่ได้ดูว่า4 ทีมนี้จะตกรอบก่อนซะด้วยซ้ำที่1 แทนได้น้อยกว่าที่3ริยาใช่เนี่ยได้1,400,000ไกมินถ้าชนะเนี่ยได้ที่4อันนี้ได้1,200,000ดูหนักมากโอเคไปแล้วครับขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับที่มาดูตอนแรกไอ้ช่วงวันมันมีวันที่ผมแบบพากแบบคู่2 คู่แล้วบางวันสกิปไปเลยผมพลาดส่วนไหนผมพลาดได้แค่วันละ2 คู่อ่ะเพราะว่าบางทีง่วงแล้วไม่ไหวใช้พลังงานเยอะไม่ได้หวังว่าทุกคนจะสนุกแต่ขอโทษด้วยวันนี้ปิดใบเยอะจามเยอะชิบเป่งเลยอันนี้คือกินยานะแต่ก็ถ้าใครชอบก็ขอบคุณมากครับรู้สึกดีใจที่เช้ายังมีคนมาดูอยู่เดี๋ยวปีหน้าค่อยว่ากันแต่ว่าเดี๋ยวเราน่าจะได้พักประมาณครึ่งเดือนมั้งเดี๋ยวมันจะมีทัวร์ไอ ESL1 กัวลาลัมเปอร์เนี่ยมันจะมีทัวร์นี้เดี๋ยวมันจะเริ่มคัดแล้วเนี่ยมันเริ่มคัดวันที่อันนี้มันเริ่มแข่งวันที่11ถึงวันที่17ใช่ป่ะแต่เดี๋ยวไอ้รอบคัดคัดเดือนหน้าคัดเดือนนี้ดิเดือนหน้าเพราะวันอันนี้ตุลาคัดพฤศจิกาดาวรุ่งทีมชาติไทยเอาตรงตำแหน่งทีมชาติเราก็ครบอยู่นะถ้าพูดตรงๆเรามีคิวเรามี23เรามีแจ๊บเรามีมอสเรามี4 คนเราก็หาเอาคนเดียวเองก็คือแจ๊บกับมอสเอาออฟเลนเหมือนกันคนหนึ่งอาจจะต้องชิฟไปซับ4ซับ5ถ้าเอาแบบคุ้มสุดนะต้องหาซับ5 คนหนึ่งอะแค่นั้นแหละถ้าเรายังโรสเตอร์เดิมไหมไม่ทราบเลยครับคณะมาช่วงไหนหลังTIไม่รู้มันจะปล่อยมาตอนไหนเราฟังไม่ค่อยสารนิวตอนสลับผู้เล่นรู้แค่บลีดอะว่าเอ z ซเข้าบลีดมีแจ็คกี้มีเอ z ซให้แจ็คไปมิดหาโคตร5ใหม่ไม่น่ามิดว่ะดูทรงแต่คนไทยมันไม่มีมิดทำไงโอเคก็ขอบคุณทุกคนมากครับที่มาดูจัดที่ไหนอยากรู้มันได้บอกเหรอฮะหมายถึงอะไร ESL1 กัวลาลัมเปอร์นะจัดที่มาเลโอเคไปละเจอกันครับทุกคนขอให้ทุกคนมีความสุขในวันนี้วันอะไรวะวันจันทร์ผมไม่ไหวแล้วกูอยากไปกินก๋วยเตี๋ยวหิวข้าวไปถึงTIนะTIมันยังไม่บอกมันบอกเดี๋ยวมันก็ประกาศในทัวร์สักทัวร์เองบ๊ายบายเจอกันครับผมไม่อยู่นะผมไม่อยู่ประมาณ4 วันเดี๋ยวมาสตรีมอยู่ทีประมาณวันที่4วันที่5มั้งเพราะว่าเดี๋ยวไปต่างจังหวัดไปเที่ยวต่างจังหวัดโอเคบ๊ายบาย มาละ